Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
Marvel, Awakening the Microcosmos at the Start. Chapter 1, Cultivating the Microcosmos in the Marvel Universe. Marvel Universe. June 15, 2012. Friday. New York City, Midtown High. 17-year-old Hawk was sweating profusely inside the old gymnasium. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. One heavy thud after another rang out as Hawk pounded away at the suspended black sandbag. Each strike made the chains above screech as the bag swayed violently. His hair was already drenched with sweat. Sweat streamed down his high cheekbones, traced along his tight jawline, and finally dripped into the already soaked collar of his worn-out t-shirt. But Hawk's eyes never left the sandbag. His focus was absolute. Right now, the sandbag before him was his entire world. 9,951. 9,952. Hawk adjusted his footwork, muttering counts in his heart, weaving around the swinging bag with swift side steps. Left hook, right swing, every punch landed with bone-shaking force. The bag shuddered under the storm of his fists, its leather surface splitting and wearing thin with every blow. Punch. Withdraw. Punch again. Faster and faster. Until 10,000. Bang. At that moment, the fire deep in Hawk's eyes flared. His fist shot out like lightning, as quick as a viper's strike, smashing straight into the falling bag. The sandbag caved inward with a painful groan, and the chain above snapped apart. Freed from its restraints, the bag flew back, wailing through the air before crashing onto the floor with a thunderous boom. Boom. Phew. Having completed his daily 10,000 punches, Hawk exhaled the stale air he had held in. His chest rose and fell as he steadied his breath. Sweat poured down his face, gathered at his chin, and dripped onto the cheap sweatpants clinging to his legs. Cheap, but only in other people's eyes. For Hawk, those $12 pants were not cheap at all. After all, he was an orphan in this life. A transmigrated orphan in the Marvel Universe. If not for his excellent grades earning him a scholarship at Midtown High, the tens of thousands of dollars in tuition per semester would have been impossible for him to pay. Even with the scholarship, Hawk still lived frugally. Not because he enjoyed being frugal, but because his scholarship wasn't the best one. At least not like Gwen Stacy's. Gwen Stacy had earned the top scholarship, free tuition, plus extra money every semester, not to mention prize money from countless academic competitions. Hawk's scholarship only covered tuition. His grades were excellent, but not outstanding. Still, Hawk was satisfied. His tuition was free, and as a federally registered orphan, aged 16 to 18 in the independent transition period, with no foster family, he received $800 in federal aid each month. On top of that, because Midtown High was an elite school in New York State, he also received $500 in monthly state subsidies. That added up to $1,300 a month. For an adult in New York, it might not be enough. But for Hawk, a student with free tuition and orphan subsidies, it was more than enough. Sometimes even plentiful. He ate at school, slept in a federal welfare apartment. Out of $1,300, he only needed $500 for basic living costs. That left him saving $800 every month. What? $500 isn't enough. For an adult, maybe not. But for Hawk, it was more than enough. Every afternoon, he finished his daily 10,000 punches in the gym, then showered and washed his clothes there. Afterward, he took the last free school bus home, went straight to sleep, and caught the earliest bus back the next morning. No utility bills. No phone bills. No internet bills. He was an orphan. Who would he even call? Who would call him? As for the internet, he didn't even own a computer. If he needed it, the school library had free computers, even free printing. So, though he had started life in this world as an orphan, Hawk felt his life wasn't bad. He could save $800 every month, sometimes splurge on a cheap fried chicken bucket for extra protein. By now, he had saved over $30,000. Sweet. Of course. If only the fried chicken shop had fewer white folks, it would be even better. After a while, Hawk stood still, eyes half closed. When he opened them again, he gazed absent-mindedly at the sandbag on the ground. He wasn't looking at the bag. He was looking at the glowing prompt floating before his eyes. Or rather, his cheat. Microcosmos cultivation. Current status, inactive. Activation condition, 10,000 punches daily, for 1,000 consecutive days. Progress, 999/1000. Almost. Almost there. Tomorrow, it will activate. Staring at the progress bar only he could see, Hawk's heart burned with excitement. He wished tomorrow would come instantly. This cheat had appeared when he was 15. Specifically, September 10, 2009. He remembered clearly, because that was the very day Hulk fought Abomination in New York City. So he never slacked. The cheat appeared, so he trained. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, where superheroes crowd the streets, extraordinary beings are common, and cosmic gods roam freely. Without a cheat, fine, he would have laid low. But with a cheat, why waste it? So, ever since the day it appeared, Hawk had kept his daily habit, 10,000 punches. Never missing a day. Rain or shine. Without fail. One sentence summed it up. Meals could be skipped. Punches could not. Today. After 999 days of training, his dawn of victory was finally about to arrive. Chapter 2, Flash Thompson and Nerd Parker. 1,000 days. 2 years, 9 months, and 5 days. After finishing today's training, Hawk stood under the shower in the gym's locker room, water pouring down his body. He summoned the cheat interface only he could see, and looking at the progress bar, just 1 day short of completion, he still felt as though he were dreaming. After all, 10,000 punches a day, 1,000 days without fail. Easy to say, incredibly hard to do. Even Hawk sometimes wondered how he had managed to keep going. Maybe it was just his stubborn personality. Or maybe it was because this was the Marvel Universe. He didn't know. But there was one thing he was sure of. 1 day. Just 1 day left. When today passed, tomorrow he could finally activate the cheat. Microcosmos cultivation. I wonder if it's the one I think it is. In his memory, there was only one thing tied to the term microcosmos cultivation. If it really was what he thought, then the future was limitless. According to the ancient Greek philosopher Democritus, all things were composed of atoms, and within the human body existed a miniature universe. The microcosmos. Cultivating the microcosmos meant awakening one's inner life energy, activating the universe within, and training it to the point where, by burning it, one could gain power surpassing the laws of physics. Hawk remembered a certain anime from his previous life that revolved around this concept. Its name, Saint Seiya. Bronze saints who controlled the 5 senses, reaching toward the 6th. Silver saints who grasped the 6th sense, touching upon the 7th. Gold saints who fully mastered the 7th sense. And beyond the 7th sense were the 8th and even the 9th. Fragments of scenes from that anime flickered through Hawk's mind. A moment later, he shook his head with a wry smile. Right now, he wasn't even sure if his microcosmos cultivation cheat was the same as what he remembered. Why think so far ahead? Besides, it wasn't like he wanted to punch Odin or kick Zeus. Most importantly, he had already lived in this world for 17 years. Before the cheat appeared at 15, he had prepared himself to face this bloody world without any cheats at all. So, mindset matters. The bigger the expectation, the bigger the disappointment if it's not what you thought. With that thought, Hawk shook away his distractions, wrung out his freshly washed t-shirt, placed it along with his pants into a plastic bag, wrapped a towel around his waist, dried his hair with another, and pushed open the shower stall door. Bang. The locker room door slammed open. A thin, scrawny figure was shoved inside from the hallway. The boy stumbled a few steps before falling flat onto the tiled floor. This is Peter. Hawk raised an eyebrow when he saw the original Spider-Man himself, Peter Parker, land on the floor. Peter also noticed Hawk emerging from the showers. His expression turned awkward. Just as Peter was about to greet Hawk, who was in the same grade but had never really spoken to him, the sound of laughter came from outside. A moment later, in walked Eugene "Flash" Thompson, known both as Flash and as Midtown's bully, captain of the football team, tall and broad-shouldered, clutching a football, with 3 lackeys trailing behind him. The laughter stopped cold. Hawk, holding his bag of freshly washed clothes in one hand, a towel around his waist, and his other hand rubbing his wet hair, turned his gaze on Flash Thompson. Flash was tall and muscular. But Hawk was no less imposing. After 999 consecutive days of 10,000 punches each, his body was nothing but lean, explosive muscle. Not like the show muscles from gyms, pumped by machines and supplements, his were raw, functional power. His arms rippled with strength, not grotesquely swollen but refined and ready to explode. The towel around his waist cut into his hips, his abs tightly packed, 8 slabs arranged like armor. For a moment, the air froze. Everyone knew that in American schools, there was a clear pecking order, a chain of bullying. As an orphan with no parents, Hawk should have been on the bullied side of that chain. But he wasn't. Not because he had fought the bullies before, but because anyone could see, Hawk didn't fit the description of someone easy to pick on. For 3 years, none of the school bullies had ever bothered him. And Hawk had never felt any obligation to stand up for others either. No one was anyone else's savior. This time was no different. Hawk averted his gaze, pulled a clean t-shirt and pants from his bag, dressed quickly, packed his things, slung the bag over his shoulder, and walked toward Flash standing at the doorway. Flash frowned, watching Hawk approach. He knew Hawk. After all, a guy who spent every day in the gym corner punching 10,000 times for over 2 years was impossible not to notice. But did he know him well? Not at all. Hawk never went to parties or gatherings. Even though he was always seen around school, it was as if he lived in a parallel world. Flash's frown deepened as Hawk stopped in front of him. "Haw. Excuse me." Instinctively, Flash stepped aside. His 3 lackeys had wanted to mouth off, but when they met Hawk's calm, icy blue gaze, the kind that seemed to care about nothing, they too unconsciously moved aside. "Thanks," Hawk said calmly, walked out of the locker room, and left on his own. Flash stood there, staring after Hawk's disappearing figure, brows furrowed, unsure what to make of it. At that moment, one of his lackeys shouted, "Holy shit! Boss, Peter ran away." "What?" Flash snapped back to reality, seeing Peter Parker slipping out right behind Hawk. He immediately roared in anger. "After him! Stand still, Nerd Parker." Chapter 3, Tonight, the universe will shine for him. After leaving the old gym, Hawk walked toward the parking lot. He had no idea what was happening behind him. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. Sure, Spider-Man was considered the #1 Marvel IP character, but honestly, Hawk and Peter weren't close. Even though they were in the same grade. By the time Hawk, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, reached the parking lot, the last orange school bus was already waiting with its doors open. The bearded driver in a school uniform leaned lazily on the wheel, fiddling with a portable radio. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hall," Hawk greeted politely as he boarded. "Any special news today?" Despite his fierce appearance, Mr. Hall wasn't scary at all. Quite the opposite. He was a good man. Still about the Quantico building collapse, reports say it was a terrorist attack. Hall glanced at his watch, then at Hawk. "You're 2 minutes later than yesterday." Hawk shrugged. "Sorry, shower took longer today. Lucky I know you always ride with me. Otherwise, I'd have gone straight to the gate already. Sit down, we're heading out." "All right." Hawk nodded politely and headed to the back seats. Hall started the engine and prepared to shut the door when Peter suddenly darted up, squeezing in just before the bus doors closed. Hall nearly jumped. "Holy." He stopped himself mid-curse, swallowing it, then looked at Peter, who was panting hard, and at Flash Thompson and his 3 lackeys standing outside. Flash and his gang didn't get on. They just stood there, glaring at Peter. Hall frowned. "Hey, you getting on or not?" Flash glanced at Hall, but instead of answering, he turned and left with his crew, sulking. Bullying classmates was one thing. Doing it in front of school staff was another. He was a bully, not an idiot. Peter wasn't stupid either. Once the doors shut, he thanked Mr. Hall. Hall just gave him a look, but said nothing. He knew exactly what was going on. But as long as there was no bullying on his bus, it wasn't his business. Peter didn't push further. He turned, looking for a seat, only to notice Hawk sitting by the window at the very back. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over. "Thanks." Hawk, who had been lost in thought staring out the window, blinked back to reality and looked at Peter with a blank expression. "I didn't help you." No need to thank me. Then he turned his gaze back to the window, ignoring Peter. He didn't know if Peter had mutated yet. Most likely not. But even if Peter had become Spider-Man, Hawk had no interest in dealing with him. To be precise, Hawk had no interest in dealing with any superhero. Superheroes sounded good on paper. But in reality, they were magnets for disaster. Before he had his cheat, Hawk had already decided he wouldn't go looking for superheroes. He only wanted to live a long life. Reborn into this world, at the very least, he wanted to die of old age. If possible, he wanted to live freely, happily. Now that his cheat had appeared, that goal hadn't changed. The only difference was, before, he aimed to live freely. Now, if possible, he wanted to live even longer, and even freer. But in either case, the foundation of his goal remained the same. In one sentence. Stay out of superhero business. That's why, even after enrolling and learning about Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, he never tried to befriend them. Gwen was different, though. She was their 11th grade student assistant. But dating Gwen Stacy, the most famous Marvel first girlfriend. Hawk had no such thoughts. At least not now. He wasn't qualified for love yet. Peter looked at Hawk, who had dismissed him so coldly, opened his mouth as if to say more, but in the end, he thought better of it and sat down on the opposite row. Soon, the bus reached the school gate, picking up the last batch of students. The once quiet bus quickly filled with chatter. An hour later, they arrived at Jackson Heights. As Hawk stepped off the bus, Hall smiled. "See you tomorrow, Hawk." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Hall." Hawk replied politely before heading toward a 5-story old apartment building with its orange-painted walls peeling. The building was owned by New York City's Housing Authority. Hawk lived on the 5th floor. The apartment was small, but there was one advantage: through the fire escape, he could easily reach the rooftop. Back home, Hawk dropped his bag, pulled out the plastic bag with his washed clothes, grabbed a few hangers, and climbed up the fire escape to the roof. After hanging his clothes, he walked to the edge, leaning on the railing, watching planes fly past overhead, either landing at LaGuardia or taking off. Counting planes in the wind was one of his few ways to relax. Recently, though, he had found a new hobby: stargazing. As night fell, Hawk sat against the vent shaft, enjoying the summer breeze and staring up at the night sky. The stars stretched endlessly above. Brilliant, countless. And maybe it was just his imagination. But since half a year ago, as he continued his daily training, he had felt a connection to the vast night sky. Tonight, that feeling was stronger than ever. Constellations that had looked blurry with the naked eye yesterday now appeared crystal clear. Pegasus, Dragon, Cygnus, Andromeda, Phoenix, Scutum. The 48 constellations symbolizing the 48 bronze saints all appeared vividly before Hawk's eyes. It was as if, tonight, the entire universe shone for him. Chapter 4, Burn, My Microcosmos. Midnight had just passed. On the rooftop of the old apartment, Hawk was training. No sandbag. No fighting techniques. He didn't even move his feet. Standing still, eyes half closed, lost in trance, Hawk punched the air again and again. This time, he wasn't chasing speed. He had slipped into something like an epiphany. He had always felt a strange sensation with every punch. But tonight, it was stronger than ever. Hawk felt as though he had stepped into a realm of endless darkness, infinite from every angle. But with each punch, sparks of light bloomed in that darkness. Had Hawk looked up, he would have noticed something even stranger. The constellations of the 48 bronze saints, Pegasus, Dragon, Cygnus, Phoenix, Andromeda, Scutum, and more, all twinkled with every strike of his fists. Yes. Not one constellation. All of them. Every bronze saint constellation resonated with his punches. Strike after strike. Slow and fast at the same time. Though he always pulled back fully before throwing the next blow, the afterimage of the previous punch had not yet faded before the shadow of the next appeared. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, until the night sky was filled with fists. Suddenly, a deep boom echoed in his mind. Faint yet deafening. Bang. A spark ignited. With that spark, the reflected stars in the void rippled outward, tearing apart the black curtain. At first, just a tremor. Then it expanded violently, like the Big Bang itself. Stars exploded in his inner void. Inside Hawk's body, an invisible barrier shattered. A power slumbering for eons suddenly awakened. Whoosh! Hawk's eyes flew open. This time, the flame in his gaze didn't flicker out. It blazed. Boom. He felt his blood boil like roaring rivers, every cell trembling, bursting like 10,000 stars swelling. His bones shattered and reformed in the blink of an eye, reshaped by this force-like worlds forming at creation. Buzz. His ears rang. His vision blurred, then cleared into something extraordinary. He saw the particles that made up his flesh spinning, burning, collapsing, erupting like the dawn of the universe. He saw the rivers of blood beneath his skin like galaxies boiling with life. He saw his heart, every beat like the primal pulse of creation, sending invisible ripples through the void. And then, the moment of clarity struck. Hawk clenched his fist. His heel dug into the rooftop. With a sharp grind, his body recoiled, then lunged forward. He punched. And from his soul, not his throat, came the roar. Burn, my microcosmos. Boom, boom, boom. The air itself rippled like water. Space cracked like glass. Time shredded like torn paper. Air, space, and even time froze under his fist. The next second. Shreya. Air screamed as it split. Bang, bang. Space wailed as it shattered. Rumble. Time itself broke apart. Then, instantly, a new timeline replaced the broken one. Bang. 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 Across the street, windows exploded in a nearby apartment building. Glass rained down with deafening crashes. Bang, bang, bang. Woo. Woo. Cars along the road crumpled as if a giant hand had crushed them. Windshields shattered, alarms blared in a chaotic symphony. Meanwhile, Camartage. Master. The sorcerers turned to the Ancient One, who had made a sound of confusion. In golden robes, she lowered her gaze to the eye of Agamotto hanging from her neck. Her hands formed a seal. The eye rotated, opening. From its emerald gem shone a mysterious green light. The Time Stone. The gem that allowed its wielder to walk through any moment of time, past or future. To control it was to control time itself. What is this? The future was just altered. The Ancient One's hands moved again, closing the eye. Rising silently, she vanished from the spot. Ding! Congratulations. You have activated Microcosmos cultivation. Ding! It has been my honor to accompany you for 1,000 days. The system will now unbind. Until next time. Lastly, Microcosmos cultivation is the way of battle, the way of the holy war. To grow in combat, to transcend in combat. Goodbye. The mechanical voice echoed in Hawk's mind. 1,000 days ago, the cheat had arrived quietly. 1,000 days later, it left just as quietly. Silent arrival. Silent departure. By now, daylight had broken. Holy shit. What just happened? My window. My car. Who the hell did this? Wait, look. Oh my God. Oh Jesus Christ. On the rooftop, Hawk slowly opened his eyes at the noise below. There, above Manhattan. A rift tore across the sky, glowing with a faint blue light. Hawk froze. Hiss. Did I just punch a hole in the sky? Chapter 5, One Punch Shatters New York's Sky. Hawk froze as he stared at the sky above Manhattan, torn apart, revealing the infinite black void beyond. From that rift, a ghostly blue light surged upward, stabbing into the heavens, as though forcing open a gate. The space above had been ripped open violently, its edges sparking with cold azure light, crackling with unstable energy. Instinctively, Hawk lowered his gaze to his right hand. But a second later, realization hit him. No. This wasn't his doing. The sky hadn't been ripped apart by him, it was the space stone. The Chitauri invasion. His thoughts snapped into focus. Hawk quickly turned his eyes back to the heavens. Sure enough. As the wormhole tore fully open above Manhattan, swarms of Chitauri soldiers poured out like a metallic locust plague. They burst forth. Streaming from the portal into Earth, each riding sleek, coldly gleaming hovercrafts. Their engines screamed with metallic shrieks, their dark alloy armor tight against their inhuman bodies. Boom. The first Chitauri fired its weapon, blasting through the glass facade of a skyscraper, detonating windows in a shattering storm. Raf. Attack. Invade. Kill them all. They roared with excitement, swarming into formation, splitting off into missions as they descended. Some dove low, strafing Manhattan's streets. Others veered off toward Brooklyn, weapons blazing. Queens was in their path as well. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Aliens. Aliens are invading Earth. They're coming this way. My God. Run. Ah. Panic spread through Queens just as it had Manhattan. Citizens shrieked as Chitauri energy blasts pierced cars, buildings, and fleeing innocents. Alien screeches, the crash of collapsing buildings, cars bursting into flames, human screams, all blended into chaos. On the rooftop, Hawk turned to retreat into his apartment. But paused. He stopped mid-step, then turned back, staring into the sky where the swarm of Chitauri descended like locusts. One Chitauri in particular, piloting its hovercraft, spotted him. For invaders, nothing was sweeter than watching terrified humans scatter. But this one. Amid the chaos, Hawk stood still, unmoving, glaring upward. Impossible not to notice. Their eyes locked. In Hawk's piercing blue gaze, starlight seemed to flicker. Human. The Chitauri hissed, eyes glowing like reptilian slits beneath its dark alloy mask. It broke formation, diving toward the rooftop. It fired instantly. A sphere of destructive energy burst from its weapon, streaking straight for Hawk. His pupils contracted. Boom. The blast detonated against the rooftop, blowing chunks of concrete skyward in a violent explosion. But Hawk was gone. In the instant of impact, he had moved, appearing at the opposite edge of the rooftop, unscathed. The Chitauri stared, then fired again. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Energy blasts rained down, hammering the rooftop like Judgment Day itself. Debris flew, dust cloaked the rooftop in chaos. But within the haze, Hawk's form slipped back and forth, weaving through the storm of fire. At first, his movements were frantic. But quickly, his breathing steadied, his rhythm sharpened. He was in control. It had taken him less than a minute. After all, saints were born for war. The Chitauri soldier kept firing. Click. With a sharp mechanical sound, its weapon clicked empty. The soldier glanced down, out of power. And in that moment, whoosh! A broken steel plate from a rooftop water tank, hurled like a meteor, tore from the dust cloud. Bang! It slammed into the hovercraft, sending it spinning wildly. The Chitauri lost balance, thrown off its mount, tumbling down to the rooftop. Thud! Hiss! It scrambled up, yanking a weapon from its back, like a gun, but powered by eerie green energy. Hishk! It screeched in its alien tongue, as though signaling its kin. Hawk didn't care what it was saying. Because this was a fight. Time to take it seriously. The rooftop was already in ruins from the bombardment, half collapsed with holes punching through to the third floor below. But no one noticed. New Yorkers, if nothing else, knew how to survive. Raised among shootings and terror threats, they had mastered the art of running for their lives without looking back. The dust cleared. And there, Hawk's figure emerged. The Chitauri hissed, its weapon glowing with lethal green light. Its eyes glinted coldly. Die. Chapter 6, The Almighty Bronze Saint Hawk. Crack. The Chitauri soldier's head twisted 90 degrees with a sickening snap. Its compound eyes, glowing an eerie green, stared in disbelief at Hawk standing before it. How did he appear behind me? The alien didn't understand. But it didn't matter. That was its last thought before endless darkness swallowed it whole. Its body crumpled onto the rooftop, weapon clattering from its grip. That's it. Heh. Hawk chuckled softly at the corpse of the alien whose neck he had just snapped. The next moment, he felt it. Within his body, in the microcosmos born of his own personal Big Bang, the death of the Chitauri soldier unleashed a warm current. And with it, it was as if a star had lit up inside his microcosmos. Along with the light came information. In his inner cosmos, the 48 Bronze Saint constellations flickered faintly as the first star ignited. Hawk closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge that poured into him. Grow through battle. Transcend through endless combat. After all, The path of the microcosmos was born for war. For holy war. A path of battle. The path of the saints. So, if I want to light up the constellations in my microcosmos, I need to fight. To keep fighting. In Saint Seiya, awakening one's microcosmos was linked to a constellation, though not always in a direct one-to-one way. If the microcosmos was liquid, then the constellation was the vessel. The constellation was both the symbol of a saint and the container for their power. Bad news. In the Marvel Universe, there were no saints. Which meant, if Hawk wanted a constellation, he would have to light them one by one himself. Good news. In the Marvel Universe, there were no saints. Which meant, in theory, he could awaken all 48 Bronze Saint constellations. Unlike the world of Saint Seiya, where thousands of candidates fought for a single constellation, here, there was only him. So, he could be the Saint of Pegasus, the Saint of Phoenix, any constellation he could ignite within his microcosmos. This was awesome. As the saying went, a child makes choices. But though only 17, Hawk's mindset was already that of an adult. He wanted them all. Wait. If he could claim all 48 bronze constellations, what about the 24 silver constellations? And the 12 gold constellations? Hiss. The thought made Hawk suck in a sharp breath. Just then, he sensed movement outside. His eyes snapped open. 2 Chitauri soldiers on hovercraft spotted the corpse of their fallen kin at Hawk's feet. Without hesitation, they aimed and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Angered at seeing a fellow soldier slain by a human, they unleashed their weapons in fury, pouring energy blasts onto the rooftop. The already shattered rooftop couldn't hold any longer. With every explosion, the structure groaned until finally, it collapsed. The entire 5-story apartment building shook. In moments, the whole structure came crashing down, collapsing floor by floor in a storm of dust. Residents who had escaped moments earlier stared in horror, mouths agape at the ruins. Then their shock turned to terror. Because the 2 Chitauri soldiers descended, lowering their hovercrafts, weapons at the ready. The survivors screamed and turned to run. Too late. The soldiers' orders were clear: exterminate humans. They pulled their triggers. Energy blasts tore through the streets. People fell dead in an instant. The poor district street was reduced to a war zone, like something out of Iraq. After the massacre, the 2 Chitauri dismounted, drawing their energy rifles, aiming at the ruins of the apartment. Because they sensed it. The human who had killed their kin still lived. Not only alive. His life force was growing stronger. Stronger and stronger. They exchanged glances. And then, boom. The ruins erupted. A shadow streaked out. The Chitauri on the right vanished, only to be plastered against a wall across the street a heartbeat later. Its green blood splattered everywhere. The surviving soldier widened its tiny eyes, though no matter how wide, they still looked like green peas. It rushed to help its comrade, but before it could take 2 steps, its vision blurred. Then its body flew backward. A deafening boom followed a moment later. Its chest caved in midair, bursting apart. It crashed to the ground like a rag doll, bouncing once before lying still in the rubble. Dead. Clap. 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 Hawk appeared where the alien had been, brushing dust off his shoulders, glancing around with interest. 1 Chitauri dead had brought 2 more. Now 2 more were dead. Next, maybe 3. His gaze shifted skyward. To the massive Leviathan beasts pouring through the portal above Manhattan. His eyes blazed. His blood surged. He was itching for a fight. Chapter 7, Manhattan Main Battlefield and the Queen's Sub-Battlefield. Hawk suppressed the heat in his chest. He did not rush to Manhattan's main battlefield. The Leviathan war beasts of the Chitauri swarmed through the portal, enormous bioweapons clad in thick alloy armor. Even without fighting them, just their size alone made the gap clear, earth to sky. If he had a cloth, maybe he'd join the fight there. But for now, no. After all, Queens had plenty of Chitauri swarming like locusts too. No need to head into Manhattan. That battlefield belonged to the first Avengers. Not him. Yes, he was stronger now. But only stronger. Awakening the microcosmos was just the beginning, the starting line. Not the ending. So, Hawk didn't go anywhere. He didn't even launch an attack. He simply crouched at the ruins of his home, waiting like a hunter for the Chitauri to come when they sensed their comrades had fallen. Much easier than chasing them himself. After all, they could fly. He couldn't. And there was another thing. He lived in a slum. What was a slum? Put simply, ambulances that arrived in 3 minutes for Manhattan's rich took 30 minutes to reach here. Same for surveillance cameras. In the rich districts, even garbage cans in alleys had cameras watching. In the slums, not even the main roads had working ones. And if there were cameras, by the next day they'd already be stolen and sold off. Soon enough. From the shadows, Hawk spotted 2 Chitauri soldiers flying in, responding to the deaths of their comrades. His eyes lit up. 2 minutes later. Thud. Thud. 2 more corpses lay neatly beside the ones he had already left as bait. Their hovercrafts, now without riders, turned and flew away, autopilot carrying them back toward the hive. Hawk quietly melted back into the shadows. A minute later. Alarms from the hive ship triggered. The sudden surge in Chitauri deaths in Queens had been noticed. A signal was fired down. The soldiers rampaging through nearby streets, blowing apart buildings, burning cars, massacring civilians, suddenly stopped. They turned in unison. Gathering under the command of their squad leader, taller, broader, riding a larger, more menacing hovercraft, they headed straight for Jackson Heights. In an instant, they arrived above the ruins of the apartment. And there, they saw 4 broken corpses of their fallen. Skrrrk. Hiss. For a moment, the squad leader and 6 soldiers froze. Then, they received new orders. Their hovercrafts powered up. In the blink of an eye, they fanned out into a circle around the block. Ice cold, claws on triggers, they opened fire. Like biological machines, merciless. Boom. 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 The entire neighborhood was blanketed in destruction. Buildings shattered, roads split apart, cars erupted into fireballs. The Chitauri soldiers kept firing, faces expressionless, until their hovercrafts ran out of ammunition. Only when their captain ceased did they stop as well, mechanical in their precision. By then, the district had been erased, reduced to a wasteland. Crumbling apartments. Burning cars still exploding. It looked more like war-torn Iraq than New York. The Chitauri captain scanned the silent ruins with his oversized green pea eyes. Satisfied, he turned his craft to leave, relaying the all-clear to his mothership. There could be no survivors under such overwhelming fire. Certainly not humans, those pathetic beings who couldn't even leave their own planet. And so, orders from the mothership were transmitted through their vision. Time to leave. The captain turned. The 6 remaining soldiers followed, hovercrafts banking in formation. But, as they turned their backs, one soldier's body suddenly bent like a boiled shrimp. With a wet crack, its chest exploded outward. Then, another. 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 All 5 left soldiers convulsed, their chests bursting open with fist-sized holes. Their torsos ripped apart from back to front, as if someone had punched clean through them. Only then did the sound catch up. 6 thunderous booms cracked the air. Boom. 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 The captain's head snapped up. The sound of thunder in his ears. In an instant, instinct screamed. He leapt off his hovercraft, abandoning it without hesitation. A second later, his own personal craft exploded in midair. Boom. Chapter 8, My Fate is Mine, Not Heaven's. Hawk had no idea how other saints trained. After all, the ones in his memory belonged to an anime. This was reality. And in reality, stories needed logic. Reality didn't. So, a boy who had thrown 10,000 punches a day, every day for 1,000 straight days, had taken a simple technique and polished it to perfection. As the saying went, if someone can draw their sword 100,000 times, they can master a sword technique that cleaves the heavens. Hawk had thrown far more than 100,000 punches. And when he finally completed the conditions to awaken his microcosmos, his punch underwent a qualitative change. The sonic punch. A technique that could propel his fists to the speed of sound, and, with his microcosmos burning, beyond. What did that mean? It meant his enemy would feel pain before they even heard the sound of his strike. That was the sonic punch. Boom. Above the street, a Chitauri hovercraft exploded. Its captain, who had narrowly leapt free at the last moment, landed with a snarl. In his hands, he gripped a weapon glowing with eerie green energy, not a gun, but a long spear. And there Hawk stood, shirtless, muscles gleaming like a sculpture. His old t-shirt, worn for years, had been shredded to tatters during the bombardment. Didn't matter. With only gray sweatpants and worn sneakers left, Hawk felt stronger. And it wasn't an illusion. Everyone knew. Shirts explode, power goes up. Human. The Chitauri captain glared, his oversized green eyes locked on Hawk, spear glowing in his grip. On the mothership beyond the wormhole, Hawk's image now appeared on their screens. Hawk tilted his head at the spear-wielding alien. Then, with a crooked grin, raised his right hand, curled his fingers, and beckoned. No words wasted. Come. Die. Enraged, the captain stomped down, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he surged forward. The spear's tip glowed violently, unleashing volley after volley of energy blasts. At the same time, Hawk's foot shattered the ground beneath him as his body shot forward, golden light tearing across the air like lightning. He remembered. Once saints awakened their microcosmos, gained recognition of their constellation, and donned their cloth, their bodies became terrifying existences. Their defenses were overwhelming. Their fists and movements reached the speed of sound. Even their lifespans stretched far beyond ordinary humans. And though Hawk had yet to ignite a constellation, had no cloth at all, he had awakened his microcosmos. In some ways, he was already no longer human. So. Splurt. The captain's eyes widened as blood spewed from his mouth, the green ichor spraying so violently it blew off his metal faceplate. His twisted insectoid features were revealed beneath. Then. The sound arrived. Boom. He looked down hazily. Hawk's arm was buried in his chest, having pierced straight through his armor. The alien screeched, incomprehensible, his head heavy as he tried to lift it, wanting one last look at the human who had felled him in a single strike. But he had no time left. As Hawk yanked his arm free, darkness swallowed the captain. Boom. The body crumpled, collapsing to the ground like a dead insect. Hawk hooked the falling spear with one hand, taking it for himself. The weapon pulsed with green energy, glowing ominously in his grip. He waited thoughtfully. A stray thought crossed his mind. If he took the spear, and the other alien weapons he'd collected, and sold them on the black market, how much would they fetch? Alien weapons. They had to be worth a fortune. He glanced toward the corner of the ruins where he'd stashed the 4 rifles dropped by earlier soldiers. Just then. A sudden, dazzling blue glow erupted over Manhattan. Hawk turned sharply. The column of light piercing the heavens had vanished. The rift in the sky was closing, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it. It's over. The Chitauri invasion event just ended like that. He blinked. For a moment, he almost said aloud, if the Chitauri invasion was this week, why had he been so nervous? But his eyes swept the ruins. Burning wreckage. Collapsed buildings. Severed limbs scattered among the rubble. He swallowed those words. It wasn't that the Chitauri were too weak. It was that he had grown stronger. If I hadn't awakened my microcosmos at this exact moment, one of those limbs might have been mine. His gaze lingered on the wreckage, his heart hardening. He had to grow stronger. Keep growing stronger. Not for anyone else. Not even for heroism. But to earn the right to speak a single truth. My fate is mine. Not heaven's. But for now, Hawk had something more practical to do. He needed to stash the 5 alien weapons he had collected. And find a way to sell them, cashing in to improve his life. Chapter 9, Home Insurance, Alien Invasion is an exemption clause. The Chitauri came. The Chitauri left. Their commander, Loki, and countless soldiers unable to retreat in time remained on Earth, but the invasion force slunk away, leaving behind only a ravaged New York City. Good news. Loki had been captured. And the stranded Chitauri soldiers, cut off from their mothership, collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. When the wormhole finally closed, the Chitauri still rampaging above Manhattan went dark instantly, plummeting from the skies like dumplings dropping into boiling water. It was clear now. The Earth had won this war. Bad news. New York was devastated. Around Stark Tower, 5 blocks were nearly flattened, the main battlefield, torn apart. Other parts of Manhattan fared a little better, though better only in comparison. Across the city, damage was still severe. And then there was Queens. With one exception. Jackson Heights took the worst of it. A whole neighborhood was practically leveled by the Chitauri. What? On the helicarrier, Maria Hill's voice carried through the earpieces of the weary Avengers, just as they were celebrating Iron Man's recovery. Reviewing satellite images, she continued. Strange, really. Only that district in Queens was hit with a full-scale bombardment. According to the data, the Chitauri in that area suddenly became enraged, concentrated their forces, and poured their firepower there. The Avengers exchanged puzzled looks. Captain America was the first to ask. Why? Unclear. Agents are already en route. Hill's voice softened. But one thing is certain, the Chitauri are finished. Their life signals are gone. Congratulations, Captain. We won. A collective breath of relief washed over the team. Smiles broke through their exhaustion. That night. Not only New York, but every national and international channel ran non-stop coverage of the invasion. The Avengers, now fully exposed to the world, became household names. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Thor, God of Thunder. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The Hulk, Bruce Banner. Hawkeye, Clint Barton. The serious outlets reported the battle. The tabloids ran with scandals, speculation, and gossip. And the most popular of all, Captain America. Dead for decades, now suddenly alive and unchanged, his very existence reignited America's symbol. His return was the hottest story on the planet. Meanwhile, Hawk sat in a temporary shelter, chewing on bread handed out by church volunteers, watching a battered old TV broadcasting Captain America's Secret History. His home. Gone. Not just his entire block had been reduced to rubble. Half an hour after the battle, black-suited men had sealed off the neighborhood. No one was allowed back. Excuses, federal lockdown. No entry permitted. At least the government moved them into a disused hangar at LaGuardia Airport and partnered with nearby churches to provide food. But as Hawk gnawed on his bread, he heard sobbing nearby. Turning, he saw a burly man, mid-30s, burying his head in his arms, his whole body shaking. The sobs grew into loud, wrenching cries. Another survivor frowned. What's wrong? My house is gone. Oh, that's all. The survivor sighed in relief, then tried to console him. Don't worry. We've got insurance. The words backfired. The men wailed harder. Now the others looked confused. What? Didn't you buy insurance? I did, the men choked out. Then I called them. The insurance company said alien invasions are listed as exemptions. Not covered. Everyone froze. What? Exemptions. They won't pay. That can't be right. That's bullshit, I'm calling mine now. Phones came out. Survivors dialed furiously. 1 minute later, another cry broke out. Then another. And another. Within moments, the hangar echoed with the sobs of people realizing their homes were gone forever, and their insurance was worthless. Hawk sat among them, his nose stinging as the grief pressed in. But then he paused. Wait. His building was federal housing. A welfare apartment. And next year, when he turned 18, the government would have taken it back anyway. That was why he'd scrimped and saved $3,000, because once he was independent, he'd be out on the streets like everyone else. 18 was adulthood in New York law. No more orphan benefits. No money for rent. Not the government's problem. Join the homeless under the bridges and in the sewers. So he'd never really owned a home to lose. Insurance. Compensation. Not his problem. Hawk blinked back his own tears, looked at the devastated faces around him, and quietly stood. He didn't want to be here when desperation turned into gunfire. Chapter 10, on how to forge a cloth in the Marvel Universe. 5 days later. Midtown High School. On stage, the physics teacher lectured. By the window, Hawk sat at his desk, pen scratching across his notebook. He wrote down 3 names. Orichalcum. Gamanium. And Stardust Sand. Individually, maybe no one would recognize them. Together, anyone familiar with the myths of saints would. Cloths. The battle armor of the saints, armor that connected them to their constellations, amplifying their power to the extreme. To forge a cloth, those three things were indispensable. Good news. Since Hawk was the only person in this universe with a microcosmos, he wouldn't need to forge one himself. If he found the materials, his constellation would refine them automatically, creating his cloth. Bad news. Where in the Marvel universe could he possibly find things that only existed in Saint Seiya's world? Hawk rubbed his temples. At least he had time. He hadn't lit up a constellation yet, so the need for a cloth wasn't urgent. But better to prepare early than regret later. So he looked at orichalcum and jotted another word beside it. Vibranium. In Saint lore, orichalcum was a mythical alloy, famed for resisting impacts. Coincidence? Vibranium was Marvel's mythical alloy, the rarest and strongest metal known. It, too, could endlessly absorb shocks. Captain America's shield was proof. Unique. Peerless. Priceless. And Hawk knew exactly where a massive reserve of vibranium was hidden. Enough, frankly, to make all 48 bronze cloths, 24 silver cloths, and 12 gold cloths, with leftovers. Wakanda. The so-called starving nation, begging the UN for aid, hiding behind isolation, when in truth it was drowning in vibranium. If vibranium could replace orichalcum, then Hawk would claim it. What if Wakanda refused? He smirked. He didn't seek fights. But if anyone stood in the way of his strength, that was Tao's struggle. And in Tao's struggle, there was no retreat. Next, he turned to stardust sand. He scribbled beside it, meteorites. Stardust sand, ground from the stars themselves. And meteorites were, in essence, fallen stars. If he gathered them and used his microcosmos to grind them down, he could create stardust sand. That left Gamanium. The tricky one. If orichalcum provided metal strength, and stardust sand granted self-repair, Gamanium was the key, binding them together, giving the cloth a soul. Without it, the armor was just a dead object. With it, it became a true saint's cloth. Hawk frowned. Wrote gamma rays with a question mark. From the name, from the property of granting life. Gamma rays fit too well. Bruce Banner had become the Hulk through gamma radiation. In a way, gamma rays were the Hulk's mother. Or father, if you wanted to look at it differently. Either way, gamma rays weren't just coincidence, they had to be connected to Gamanium. Hawk tapped his pen against the page, lost in thought. Then, a nudge at his elbow. He turned. Gwen Stacy was looking at him. Mr. Anderson's calling you. Hawk blinked, lifting his gaze to the stage. Anderson, graying at the temples, was smiling. Hawk, why don't you answer this one? Caught daydreaming. But he stood, thought for a moment, and answered flawlessly. Anderson blinked in surprise, then nodded, letting him sit. Thank you, Hawk murmured, taking his seat again. He'd barely begun turning back to his notes, thinking over Gamanium and gamma rays, when a folded slip of paper slid across his desk. He opened it. Has the court confirmed your emancipation hearing? Yes. This afternoon. He scribbled back the reply and passed it over. His apartment had been blown to rubble. No new housing had been assigned. But he doubted it would be. New York's bureaucracy was slow, and he wasn't the only orphan displaced. By the time it was his turn, it'd be next year. And by then he'd be 18. Too old for federal housing. So he had already started looking for cheap apartments. He wasn't going to keep living like a refugee in a hangar, surrounded by people simmering in despair, waiting for violence to break out. Better to move now, on his own terms. Problem was, he wasn't legally an adult yet. No one would rent to him. That's why he'd been filing for legal emancipation in Queen's family court. And Gwen, as a student assistant, had noticed his repeated absences. Not because he'd told her. Just because she paid attention. Hawk was just a student. Gwen Stacy was a student assistant. And in his grade. Chapter 11, beautiful, kind, and brilliant. The old gymnasium. Even though Hawk had awakened his microcosmos, the habit of 10,000 punches a day, sustained for 1,000 straight days, wasn't something he could just drop overnight. So he kept at it. After all, it wasn't like he had anything better to do. And, truthfully, with each day of practice, he could sense another faint glimmer within his microcosmos, another star flickering. Not yet lit. But give it a month, and it might shine for real. Clearly, fighting wasn't the only way to ignite stars. At least not the only way. But compared to the slow grind of daily practice, battle was the shortcut. Not that it mattered to Hawk. First, he wasn't some maniac addicted to violence, and he certainly wasn't about to turn into one of those "I don't eat beef anymore" hypocrites the moment he got powers. 10,000 punches, 1,000 days, it hadn't just honed his strength. It had honed his will. He controlled his power. Not the other way around. Second, he didn't even have the materials for a cloth yet. Without one, igniting a constellation wasn't urgent. Everyone knew. A saint without a cloth and a saint with one were two completely different species. Well, at least most of the time. Later. After showering, Hawk changed into a fresh t-shirt and pants, slung his bag over one shoulder, and headed for the school gate. His emancipation hearing was at 3:30 that afternoon. If he left now, caught the bus, and switched lines twice, he'd make it by 3 o'clock. Sitting at the bus stop, sandwich in hand, Hawk chewed and thought. Maybe it was time to buy a car. Of course, he'd need a license first. Unlike most of his classmates, he didn't have one. Why would he? Until now, he'd never planned to own a car. Back then, with adulthood looming, federal aid ending, rent and college loans waiting, life was already suffocating. A car. Insurance. Impossible. But now. Now that his microcosmos had awakened, Hawk felt the crushing weight of the future slip off his shoulders. For once, he could breathe. His future had only two possibilities now. Comfortable. Or more comfortable. If he were darker at heart, he could become a tyrant, ruling through power and fear once he had his cloth. Power was authority. Authority was strength. And his fists were already sonic. One day, they'd surpass light itself. But Hawk wasn't chasing that path. At least, not now. Still, freed from worry, he thought he could improve his quality of life a little. Especially since he still had 5 Chitauri weapons stashed away. Even sold cheap, say, 20 grand each, that was $100,000. So maybe a car wasn't a bad idea. He was still mulling it over when, instead of a bus, a yellow Toyota Corolla with the plate GW521 pulled up. The window rolled down. Golden hair tied casually, delicate features, and a pair of clear blue eyes that seemed to peer straight through him. Gwen Stacy. Get in. Hawk looked at her for a long moment. No need. I'll wait for the bus. Thanks. Gwen smiled. You sure? Buses are shut down today. Shut down. He blinked. When? Why? Noon. Drivers' union strike. Gwen chuckled. Didn't you notice? You're the only one at this stop. Hawk glanced around. Sure enough, empty. Just him. Damn it. He exhaled sharply, grabbed his bag, and climbed into the passenger seat. Thanks for the ride. No problem. The car leapt forward, speeding toward Queen's family court. Oh, right, Gwen added, glancing over. Your hearing's been moved up to 3 o'clock. Judge Bross is handling it. Question mark. Hawk turned to her, frowning. She smiled. You left the school's number on your forms. When your counselor couldn't find you, I saw you heading to the gym at lunch and figured you'd be waiting here for a bus. Hawk nodded slowly. A moment later, he realized he owed her again. Thanks. Like I said, don't mention it. Her smile softened. I'm a student assistant. Helping classmates is what I do. And it was true. At Midtown, Gwen Stacy was known for 3 things. She patiently helped classmates who asked about lessons, Jessica, for instance. She even explained things to Flash Thompson, on rare occasions when he asked. She stood up against bullying. For Peter. For Maria, when the cheerleading captain targeted her. And on top of all that, her grades were stellar. So beautiful. Kind. Brilliant. That was Gwen Stacy. Chapter 12, from today on, call me Mr. Hawk. If Midtown High held a popularity contest for the most admired girl, Gwen might not have had the highest celebrity buzz. But she'd still rank first. by a landslide. Quietly, most of the student body would cast their vote for Gwen. Hawk would too. He still remembered when he first transferred in. Quiet, withdrawn, keeping to himself, Gwen had mistaken him for a bullied outcast and tried to help him blend in. But that was just Gwen being kind. Hawk never read more into it. Because if it had been anyone else, Gwen Stacy, the beautiful, kind-hearted girl, would have done the same. And besides, there's that old saying about life's 3 great delusions. At the top of the list, she likes me. No way was Hawk falling for that. Soon, they arrived at Queen's family court. Thanks, Hawk said again as he got out. Then, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Gwen had gotten out as well. Question mark. You gonna walk back? The airport's a long way from here. The subway drivers are part of the strike too. They're drivers. Hawk fell silent. Gwen just smiled, striding ahead. Come on, it's almost 3. You don't want Judge Bross canceling your hearing, do you? Hawk hesitated, then followed. Courtroom 3. Judge Bross tapped his gavel. Next case, emancipation hearing for Hawk. Your Honor, Hawk greeted politely as he stood. Your Honor, echoed the children and family services worker assigned to him. Bross skimmed Hawk's file. So, he's never been adopted. No foster families. The worker sighed. That's right, Your Honor. He was always quiet, kept to himself. Prospective parents never considered him. That's why, after all these years, he was never chosen. Bross looked at Hawk. According to your paperwork, you're seeking emancipation so you can rent your own place. Hawk nodded. Yes, Your Honor. And how do you intend to pay rent? I've saved $30,000. Enough for a cheap apartment until I find work. $30,000. The judge checked the attached bank statement. No phone. No computer. No car. Not even a driver's license. Bross was genuinely surprised. Emancipation requests weren't rare. But one like Hawk's, cutting all non-essential expenses, disciplined enough to save $30,000, was unheard of. Especially from someone who'd never been adopted, never fostered. Bross leaned back, studying him with a new expression. You have remarkable self-control, Mr. Hawk. Thank you, Your Honor. Hawk's heart stirred at the address. Mr. Hawk, reserved for adult men. Sure enough, Bross smiled faintly, stamped the papers, and handed them to the bailiff. Normally, I wouldn't grant emancipation early. The adult world is harsh. But you, Mr. Hawk, I believe you're ready. Congratulations. Taking the stamped papers, Hawk bowed slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. The gavel struck. Next case. Outside, Hawk looked down at the stamped certificate and smiled. It was official. Legally independent. He could rent on his own, no matter his age. Finally, he could leave that powder keg of a hangar full of angry, displaced tenants. It felt good. As he turned toward the subway, someone caught his arm. He blinked, meeting Gwen's amused look. Right. The subway was shut down too. Sorry. Come on. She sighed, then grinned slightly. Mr. Hawk. Hawk arched a brow, watching her walk ahead toward her yellow Corolla. Only to notice a traffic cop already at the car, ticket in hand. Wait. Gwen rushed forward, pulling a card from her bag. The cop paused, frowning, then accepted it. It wasn't a business card. It was a family badge, circulated within NYPD families. Proof you were one of us. He glanced at the name, George Stacy, 19th Precinct. Then at Gwen. Without a word, he pocketed his ticket machine, returned the card, and left on his motorcycle. Go on, he said simply. Thank you, Gwen replied quickly, relief in her voice. As the officer pulled away, she exhaled deeply. That was close. Chapter 13, the beginning of Hawk and Gwen's story. Traffic fines in New York City weren't all that heavy. But unlike back in the East, here violations were grouped with minor offenses. In the East, an illegal parking ticket might just mean a fine and a few points. In New York, you'd be making a trip to traffic court. So, driving back toward LaGuardia, Gwen was still relieved she'd gotten out in time. Otherwise, she'd have to skip class for a court date. Still, she couldn't help but wonder aloud. Strange. You can park right outside Manhattan courts. Why not Queens? From the passenger seat, Hawk tilted his head. Even if you had gotten ticketed, wouldn't Captain Stacy just smooth it over? Gwen glanced at him, then shook her head. No. He thought of the family badge she'd shown the officer earlier. Reading his mind, Gwen smiled faintly. Using the badge is fine. It's a perk for police families, everyone uses it. But a formal citation? That's different. My dad would never call in favors over a parking ticket. He'd tell me. She straightened her face, imitating his voice. Gwen, you should stand before the court and admit your mistake. Hawk chuckled softly. Maybe George Stacy wasn't as rigid as he always thought. Movies really did exaggerate. 45 minutes later, they reached LaGuardia. Unbuckling, Hawk gave her one last thanks before opening the door. Then Gwen spoke. I'm curious about something, Hawk. He looked back. What? If I didn't accept your thanks, what would you do? Keep thanking me. Her smile said she genuinely wanted an answer. After a long pause, Hawk finally replied. Apologize. Gwen stared, speechless. Not accepting thanks means an apology. Well. That worked, she supposed. Her grin widened. You say thanks too much. We're friends. Friends don't need to say it. Friends. Hawk froze again. Sure, he and Gwen were closer than with most classmates, mostly because they shared physics and sat side by side. But outside of class, he kept his distance. From everyone. Still. He didn't deny it. After all, it'd be rude to correct her right after she'd driven him here. He had at least that much social sense. After she drove off, Hawk turned toward the temporary shelter. That evening. Manhattan. At the Gorin Apartments, Helen Stacy was curled on the couch in pajamas, watching the latest Desperate Housewives. The door opened, and in walked George Stacy, black suit, badge at his waist. You're home. He closed the door, glancing around. Where's Gwen? She went upstairs. George nodded and headed up, knocking on his daughter's door. Gwen. It's open, Dad. He stepped inside. There she sat, in cute pajamas, golden hair loose, curled in her desk chair. What is it, Dad? He leaned on the doorway, arms folded, smiling faintly. You skipped class this afternoon. Gwen blinked, then understood. She set her legs down and stood. Someone called you. What do you think? He teased. They always confirm. Could have been someone faking a family badge. That did happen, rarely. NYPD always wrote down plate numbers. If the badge was real, fine. If fake, whoever used it could look forward to a dozen tickets in the mail. Gwen sighed. I really wasn't planning to park illegally. In Manhattan, the courthouse curb is fine. George shrugged. I'm not worried about the parking. That's what the badge is for. Not that strict, then. Use it, but don't abuse it. But I am interested in why you went to Queen's Family Court. Oh. She sat back down, picking up her book. I just drove a classmate. He had some paperwork. George chuckled. A boy. Her book lowered. She looked him in the eye, dead serious. Dad, Hawk is just a friend. Well. A friend who still seemed reluctant to accept it, if his stiff reaction earlier was any sign. That thought lingered in Gwen's mind. The memory of his expression when she said, we're friends. Chapter 14, The Phoenix Never Dies, Only Reborn. The next day. Since it was Saturday, Hawk went early in the morning to the apartment across from Queensboro Bridge Park. His new place was there. Finding it hadn't taken long. Good, affordable apartments were hard to come by, but cheap ones. Those were everywhere. Still, even cheap landlords refused to rent to minors. Especially when he had no guarantor. But when Hawk explained he'd already been granted legal independence by the court, the landlord relented. That morning, after Hawk signed the lease and paid 6 months' rent up front, the keys were his. Closing the door behind him, he looked around at his new home. It wasn't large. Cramped enough to feel like life itself had been crushed into a box. Old carpet, peeling walls. A living room so small that with a second-hand sofa and a folding table, there was barely room to turn around. The bedroom was no better. A bed left almost no space at all. But it had everything he needed. Most importantly, like his old place, this apartment had a fire escape that led directly to the rooftop. That was why Hawk had begged the landlord for time to process the court papers. And for $700 a month. He wasn't complaining. He spent 2 days cleaning and lightly fixing it up, new mattress, a replaced showerhead, and leaving the windows open until the curry smell finally vanished. And of course, at night, he retrieved his treasures. The 5 Chitauri weapons, wrapped in a sheet, hidden under his bed. That evening, he bought a burger and a Coke, then climbed the fire escape to the roof. He sat cross-legged, eating as he gazed at the stars. With every twinkle above, stars within his microcosmos shimmered too. He already knew which bronze constellation he'd ignite first. Not Pegasus. Not Cygnus. Not Dragon. But Phoenix. Constellations weren't just vessels of power, they were legacies. A saint who awakened their microcosmos and ignited their constellation inherited its essence. And of the 48 bronze constellations, none matched the Phoenix. For the Phoenix held a property even the 12 gold zodiac constellations lacked. Immortality. Rebirth. Where Dragon's core was strength and defense, Phoenix's was deathless and reborn. The bad news. Because of that overpowered core, Phoenix saints were nearly impossible to come by. In Athena's original order of 88 saints, Phoenix had never appeared, until the late Sanctuary arc. The good news? This wasn't the Saint Seiya universe. Here, Phoenix wasn't reserved. If he lit the Phoenix constellation within his microcosmos, it would be his. The Phoenix never dies, only burns and returns. Even if killed, he wouldn't truly die, rebirth awaited. So unless he'd gone mad, why wouldn't he choose Phoenix? His goal had never changed. Live. And if possible, live long, and live well. Guided by that, Hawk began. He gathered the 12 faint stars he had ignited by slaying Chitauri and arranged them to match Phoenix's pattern. Phoenix required 1 second magnitude star, 2 third magnitude, and 6 fourth magnitude. 2 fourth magnitude combined to make a third. 2 thirds became a second. 2 more, Hawk muttered. Not bad. Beautiful, really. Drinking his soda, he smiled at the half-completed Phoenix constellation glowing above his microcosmos. Then the other 47 bronze constellations flickered faintly. Strangely, Hawk sensed resentment from them. But among their protests, a phoenix's cry rang out. At that, the others fell silent. Blinking, Hawk stared at the Phoenix constellation. Half-lit, it radiated pride, looking down on the other constellations. Of course. As his first choice, the Phoenix shone with arrogance. Phoenix is the strongest. Hawk smirked. Shaking his head, he let it be and returned to his apartment. Later, lying in bed, eyes closed, he thought again of cloths. Igniting Phoenix would grant him the immortality core. But forging the Phoenix cloth, that would unlock its true powers. Like the Phoenix illusion fist, which shattered the mind, not the body. Or the mental invasion, tearing an enemy's psyche apart. And finally, its ultimate technique. Becoming the Phoenix itself, wings ablaze, unleashing a current strong enough to annihilate all. Hoyoku Tensho, Phoenix wings rise to the sky. Chapter 15, Hawk, who once dreamed of being a lawyer. Action over hesitation. Phoenix only needed 2 more stars. It was just a matter of time. Even if he never fought again, with his routine of 10,000 punches a day, in 3 months at most the constellation would be complete. But the Saint Cloth, that was still a mystery. More precisely, without Gamanium, he had nothing. The other 2 components weren't such a problem. With enough money, meteors could be bought. Collectors across America, even just in New York, hoarded them, and meteor trade fairs weren't rare. And vibranium, while technically priceless, Hawk knew where to find it. If it came down to it, and diplomacy failed, he'd simply take it. I want vibranium. What does that have to do with you? That left only one roadblock. Gamanium. Lately, after school, Hawk spent hours in the library, checking out books on gamma rays and scouring the shared computers for any related research. That's how he also discovered which New Yorker owned the largest meteor collection. Norman Osborn. Yes, that Norman Osborn. Founder of Oscorp. Spider-Man's future nemesis. A forum post from a month earlier mentioned that Osborn's mansion housed an entire room dedicated to his meteorite collection. And as for vibranium, Hawk had even pulled up info on Wakanda's ambassador to the UN, conveniently based in New York. Meteors. Check. Vibranium. Check. But gamanium, still nothing. Today, hunched at a library terminal, Hawk clicked through another academic paper. If anyone knows gamma rays, it's Bruce Banner, he thought. Too bad Banner had vanished after the Battle of New York, riding off on a scooter into the unknown. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. knew. But Hawk wasn't about to get entangled with heroes, much less S.H.I.E.L.D., the walking definition of trouble. Still, there were other researchers. Not as brilliant as Banner, but still working the field. Like this paper. The Application of Gamma Rays in Biological Therapy, by Dr. Kurt Connors. Oscorp Industries. The Lizard. Just then. Hey, you're reading Dr. Connors' work. A familiar voice. Hawk turned. Golden hair fell loose over a smooth forehead. Gwen stood behind him, a book in hand, leaning slightly to glance at the screen. Gamma rays in biotherapy. She tilted her head curiously. I thought you wanted to study law at NYU. Why research gamma rays? Not law. Money, Hawk thought. Before awakening his microcosmos, he had set a life plan. Study law. At first he'd considered medicine. Back in the East, being told to study medicine was a curse. Doctors with mansions and luxury cars were assumed to be corrupt. Here, it was the opposite. If a doctor didn't have a mansion and sports car, people assumed they weren't any good. Especially surgeons. But Hawk had realized he lacked the talent for medicine. So, law it was. Lawyers weren't worse than doctors. And law opened paths, private practice, prosecutor, even judge someday. That was his old plan, a future of stability. Now, with his microcosmos awakened, he didn't need that path anymore. But college wasn't something he'd skip either. He smiled faintly at Gwen. Just browsing. Came across it by accident. He closed the tab, stood, and yielded the seat. Training was waiting. 2 years of routine meant if he skipped his punches, something always felt missing. Gwen blinked as he left, then let herself be pulled along by a classmate to find a spot for study. Exams loomed next week, and even the laziest students had started cramming. Hawk didn't need to cram. He hadn't before awakening, and now he certainly didn't. His future had narrowed down to 2 options, comfort, or even more comfort. So, he kept to his rhythm. Back in the old gym, Hawk struck the bag with focused rhythm. Then, the door creaked open. A slender figure stepped inside. The board decided, they're tearing this old place down after break. Turning it into a swimming pool. Thud. Hawk's fist slammed the heavy bag. The suspended sandbag didn't even sway, but the surface rippled, dust bursting loose under the force. The midday sun streamed through cracked windows, catching the floating particles in its glow. Chapter 16, First Day Law-Abiding, Second Day Robbing Banks. Gwen's lips parted slightly. She stared in amazement at the cloud of dust drifting from the sandbag Hawk had just struck, its shape still faintly visible in the sunlight. A blunt strike, yet devastating. True mastery in simplicity. Hawk exhaled deeply, steadying his breath before turning toward her. Their eyes met. Gwen's gaze lingered on him, sweat beading his brow, white tank top clinging to his sculpted frame, hands wrapped in tape. Something stirred within her. Hawk, on the other hand, was puzzled to see her there. Something wrong. Nope. Gwen shook her head, clasping her hands behind her back as she slowly walked toward him, glancing around the old, abandoned gymnasium. The new gym has AC. Why not use that one? It's quiet here. It is quiet, she admitted with a smile. When she casually sat down at the bench where Hawk had left his bag, he was momentarily stunned. You do have something to say, don't you, Gwen? She tilted her head, smiling. Not really. Just figured I'd watch a friend throw some punches. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Was there a deeper meaning in her words? Forget it. Training came first. He turned back to the sandbag, focusing again on his daily 10,000 punches. After all, Gwen's arrival meant he'd have to start over anyway. With deliberate rhythm, he struck, punch after punch, choosing not to draw on his microcosmos but relying only on his body. Gwen stayed seated, quietly watching. Then, all at once, fists blurred into shadows. Her eyes widened, disbelieving the storm of punches exploding before her. "I didn't even blink," she whispered. Pulling out her phone, she aimed to record. Without even glancing over, Hawk muttered, "Don't record." "Oh." Startled, Gwen lowered her phone, uncertain whether she'd really heard him right. Eventually, the flurry ended. The bag stopped trembling, the gym fell silent again. Hawk unhooked the sandbag, tossed it into the corner, and walked over to grab his towel. Glancing at Gwen, he finally asked again, "Are you sure you don't have a reason for being here?" Gwen nodded. "I do." Hawk's lips twitched, Gwen noticed, and laughed. "Actually," she admitted, "it's about the annual school dance." "You going this year?" Midtown High was prestigious, but it still held the usual dances and parties. And every year Gwen asked Hawk. And every year he said no. He was a lone wolf. Quiet, solitary. The polite explanation. The real one. He was broke. No tux, no car, no license. He couldn't exactly walk a date home on foot. And worst of all, he didn't even have a date. So, once again. No. He shook his head flatly. Why waste money on noise and crowds when he could sit on his rooftop under the stars for free? Silence. Comfort. No expenses. Every dollar counted now that he was legally independent and his savings were already shrinking from rent and supplies. In fact, he was already regretting his earlier thought of buying a car. That plan was dead. Better to save. Who needed a car when the school shuttle ran straight to Queensboro Bridge? Besides, he didn't even have a license. Damn it. Maybe I should just rob a bank, Hawk thought grimly. Meteors don't come cheap. Then again, why rob a bank to buy a meteor from some rich guy when he could just rob the meteor itself? If stealing vibranium from Wakanda was already in his plans, then what difference did it make? Bank, vibranium, meteor, it was all the same crime. Across from him, Gwen watched his eyes go distant. What are you thinking about? Robbing a bank. Her brow arched. Realizing what he'd just said out loud, Hawk blinked. Their eyes locked. And then Gwen, smiling sweetly, replied, "If you're serious, I'd recommend the Pacific Bank in the 19th precinct." Hawk frowned. "That one's easy to rob." "Nope," she said cheerfully. "But my dad's the captain there." Silence. At last, Hawk straightened, expression serious. "I was joking." Note to self, if he ever robbed a bank, it wouldn't be in her father's jurisdiction. Before he could say more, Gwen's phone rang. "Mrs. Snow, yeah. He's here." Hanging up, she looked at Hawk. "Come on. Mrs. Snow wants to see you." Chapter 17, The First Spider Emerges. Mrs. Snow. Full name, Selena Snow. She was their 11th grade counselor. From personal support to university guidance, all of it fell under her responsibilities. Unlike public schools, where a counselor might handle 100 to 200 students, Midtown High was private. Mrs. Snow only had 35. That made her support more personal, more detailed. And as coincidence would have it, both Hawk and Gwen shared her as their counselor. But, dragged to her office by Gwen, Hawk couldn't help but ask along the way. "Did she say what this was about?" "No, just asked if I knew where you were." "Once I found you, she said to bring you both." "University stuff then." "Maybe your Berkeley acceptance and scholarship came through." That was the only reason Hawk could think of. After all, by September they'd be seniors, and college offers were already starting to circulate. Gwen had her eyes on Berkeley. The University of California, Berkeley, public ivy, cradle of over 100 Nobel laureates. Gwen tilted her head at him. "And you? Still set on law at NYU? Not even considering Stanford?" True, NYU law was strong. But compared to Stanford? No contest. She added, "Mrs. Snow said she recommended Stanford to you too." "I'll never land a Stanford scholarship," Hawk replied evenly. "NYU, maybe not top-tier aid, but I'll qualify for enough. With that, when I take out loans, I'll get a better rate." Simple. Practical. Sure, in a dream world he'd have gone to Yale Law, maybe even joined one of those mysterious organizations whispered about in legal circles. But this wasn't a dream world. Stanford and Yale weren't just admissions problems, their tuition alone was a crushing weight. Better to take the school that would actually help carry the load. He had no intention of still paying off loans at 60. That had been the plan before awakening his microcosmos. Now, the idea of chasing those names held even less appeal. NYU was fine. He knew New York, liked New York, and comfort had always been his goal. Gwen frowned at his matter-of-fact tone, wanting to argue, but seeing his reality, 17 years old with no car, no phone, no luxuries, she bit back the words. Soon, they reached Mrs. Snow's office. Knock knock. Come in. Gwen opened the door. Behind a desk sat Mrs. Snow, glasses perched on her nose, kind eyes softening her 40-something features. Gwen, she greeted warmly. Sit down. Then her gaze shifted. Hawk. Again, I must say it. You need a phone. Life without one in this era was unbearable. She'd even offered him an old spare once, back when he was a freshman. He'd politely declined, promising to buy one himself. From 9th grade to now, nearly finishing 11th, his answer hadn't changed. I'll get one soon. You always say that, she sighed, clearly tired of hearing it. Before she could press further, another knock. The door opened. Hawk raised an eyebrow at the familiar face entering. Peter Parker. But this time, something was different. Last time Hawk had seen him, Peter had been a scrawny, awkward kid. Now, his frame had filled out, lean muscle under his shirt, posture firmer. And in his eyes, Hawk caught something else. A flicker of recognition. A hidden spark. The shadow of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Yes. Not the MCU's tech-reliant kid with web shooters. This was the first Spider. The one who shot webs from his own wrists. A true Spider-Man. Mrs. Snow lit up. Peter. Just a few days and you've bulked up already. Indeed, he looked sturdier, almost like a calf compared to the reed-thin boy before. Peter smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. But when his eyes met Hawk's, he froze. And Hawk saw it clearly. The moment Peter's gaze landed on him, his pupils constricted and dilated in rapid succession, reacting violently. Confirmed. The mutation had begun. The first Spider was online. Chapter 18, Oscorp and the Daily Bugle. Spider-Man. No. The Spider had finally come online. Watching Peter Parker's pupils contract and dilate unnaturally, Hawk couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truth be told, his earlier choice to stay out of Peter's business, in the locker room, on the school bus, wasn't just to avoid superhero tragedy. Part of him had feared meddling might derail this moment. There were 3 Spider-Men. And the only one Hawk truly liked was the one standing before him now, this Peter Parker, with the same face as Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. The Amazing One. At first, not so much, but after Andrew Garfield practically lived out Amazing Spider-Man 3 in real life, Hawk had grown to appreciate him too. The MCU kid, though. Sorry. Hawk couldn't bring himself to like him. The casting choices alone had sunk that version in his mind. So, his thoughts settled, Hawk looked at Peter, who still seemed stunned, and broke the silence. Afternoon, Peter. Afternoon. Peter blinked, forcing his face back into its usual mild-mannered smile. He turned to Gwen with a shy greeting. Hi, Gwen. She had noticed that strange moment of eye contact between them. Suspicious, but she pushed it aside and smiled. Afternoon, Peter. Heard you gave Flash a hard time yesterday. Yesterday's cafeteria brawl had spread through the school. Apparently, Peter had humiliated Flash Thompson, turning the tables completely. Peter scratched his head sheepishly, saying nothing. Gwen offered a thumbs up. About time you stood up for yourself. Keep it up, Peter. Peter smiled wider, embarrassed. Mrs. Snow clapped her hands lightly, drawing them back to the point. All right, everyone's here. Let's sit. Peter dropped into the sofa opposite Hawk and Gwen. Mrs. Snow pulled out 3 folders from her desk. Gwen, she said, handing over the first, Oscorp Industries, an assistant position in Dr. Connor's lab for the summer. Gwen's eyes lit up. She accepted it gratefully. Thank you. Dr. Connors mentioned he'd reach out soon, but I didn't expect it this quickly. Mrs. Snow smiled, then turned to Hawk and Peter. 2 more offers. I wasn't sure which you'd prefer, so I called you here to choose for yourselves. Hawk raised a hand. Wait. I'm not sure why I'm even included in this. Mrs. Snow blinked. Hawk, did you forget last month's meeting? He thought back. Oh. Right. At the end of their last one-on-one, she'd asked about summer jobs. He'd casually said he hadn't found one yet. She'd offered to look into it, and he'd offhandedly agreed. Now, here they were. He inhaled sharply. Ah, right. I remember. Mrs. Snow chuckled. Good. Now, one is also from Oscorp. In their bioelectric division, they need a student to help organize lab data. The other's from the Daily Bugle. They're looking for a summer intern. Neither job sounded glamorous. But both were only possible thanks to her connections. Without her letter, both companies would have just said, "We're full." Peter looked at Hawk. You first. Hawk opened his mouth to decline, but then remembered the Connors paper he'd seen in the library. Gamma rays. Maybe a lead on Gammanium. I'll take Oscorp, he said firmly. Peter nodded. Then I'll go with the Bugle. I like photography. Of course. Not just photography, Peter Parker had a thing for self-photography. And selling those photos to his own boss. Mrs. Snow nodded briskly and handed them their respective letters. Peter, when you go to the Bugle, look for J. Jonah Jameson. Give him this letter. He'll set you up. Got it. Hawk, when you report to Oscorp, head to the Bioelectric Engineering Department. Ask for Max Dillon. I'll call ahead. Understood. Hawk kept his face neutral, though the name sparked recognition. Max Dillon, wasn't that the engineer who fell into a tank of electric eels in Amazing Spider-Man 2 and became Electro? Not his problem. At least, not now. What mattered to him was Connors. Gamma rays. That strange Gammanium he needed. And Hawk had the sense this was the lead he'd been waiting for. Chapter 19, Spider-Man talks too much, but the spider does not. Soon after, the meeting ended. The 3 of them left Mrs. Snow's office. Gwen glanced at Hawk. Do you want me to take you to the bioelectric division? No need. I'll find it myself. With that, Hawk slung his bag over his shoulder and strode off. He didn't have much time, class was about to resume, and he still wanted a shower at the gym. Peter followed behind them, eyes fixed on Hawk's back. Too fixed. Gwen, watching him, called sharply, Peter. Ah. He blinked, disoriented, before focusing again on her face. Gwen. She smiled slightly. Nothing. By the way, are you going to the dance this year? Peter rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, probably not. Hawk avoided dances because he had no money or date, though with his looks, physique, and quiet strength, he could have easily found someone if he wanted. Peter's problem was simpler. He only had eyes for Mary Jane. And everyone knew it. No girl wanted to be her stand-in. And MJ. She had already signed up with her partner, Harry Osborn. Typical of her taste. So Peter's absence from the dance wasn't surprising. Gwen, knowing this, only nodded before walking away. Still, she cast one last glance back. Peter was still standing there, staring in the direction Hawk had gone. A few days later, summer break arrived. The school filled with cheers. Students left in pairs and groups, buzzing about vacations, Hawaii, Slovakia, anywhere but here. Soon, Midtown High was almost empty, quiet. Except for the steady rhythm of fists in the old gym. 10 minutes later, the pounding stopped. Hawk stood, breathing evenly, unwrapping his bandages. Habit, nothing more, he could smash steel barehanded now, but after 1,000 days of training, ritual stuck. He paused. His brows twitched. A voice came from behind. They say this gym will be turned into a swimming pool next semester. Peter. Hawk turned, spotting the boy with Tobey Maguire's face. Not they say. It's true. Peter smiled faintly. Said nothing. And that was another reason Hawk liked the first Spider so much. Unlike the slightly chatty Amazing Spider-Man, or the hyper-chatty MCU Spider-Man, this one was quiet. Reserved. Like Hawk himself. Still, Hawk asked, you didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? Peter shook his head. No. Then what? He faltered, words dying on his lips. Hawk smiled, slung on his bag, and started toward the door. Happy summer, Peter. Thwip. The sound made him whirl, fist snapping out in reflex. Peter's spider sense flared. He dodged. Bang. A nearby bench split clean in two under Hawk's punch. Peter's eyes went wide. Hawk calmly peeled the strand of sticky web off his bag. Strong stuff. He had to shake hard to fling it away. Peter looked back at him, realization dawning. Hawk, you also. I'm not. Hawk cut him off coldly. His strength wasn't a gift. It was his 1,000 days of fists, his unyielding will. The cheat. Maybe it played a part. But he believed, cheat or no cheat, he would have awakened the microcosmos anyway. He gave Peter a look. Spider sense or not, Peter understood instantly. Hawk smiled faintly. Enjoy your summer. See you next semester. Yeah. See you next semester. Peter swallowed his words, agreeing quietly. Hawk turned and walked out. Only to find Gwen standing right outside. He blinked in surprise. Gwen. She just stared back in silence. Chapter 20, The past is the past, now is now. Hawk froze when he saw Gwen. Her silence said more than words. Fake, Gwen muttered finally, her voice dry. Your acting is way too fake. Sorry, Hawk shrugged. I'm not a professional actor. The truth was, he had known she was outside long before. His awakened microcosmos sharpened his senses so much he could hear a leaf drop behind the gym if he wanted. Gwen thought her footsteps went unnoticed. They hadn't. And Peter, with his spider sense, had noticed too, though still unsteady from his recent mutation. Hawk's glance had warned him, and Peter caught on. They both chose silence. That was why Hawk liked this spider best, introverted, taciturn, not a chatterbox like the MCU kid. A moment later, Peter emerged from the gym. He plastered on a surprised look. Gwen, you're still here. Gwen burst out laughing. Peter, your acting's worse than Hawk's. Peter stiffened, scratched his head awkwardly, and hurried off, tossing Hawk a quick goodbye. Hawk turned to leave too, but Gwen blocked his way. You're acting strange, Hawk. Huh. When did you get so familiar with Peter? You never even talked to him before. It was true. Hawk was always distant. Even when classmates asked him things, he kept replies short, avoided conversations, and carried on alone. Girls had tried inviting him to dances before, only to describe him later as an iceberg, a 10,000-year iceberg. Gwen had felt it too, his subtle resistance, as if every word exchanged was unwanted. But now, that resistance was gone. Hawk answered evenly, we're not close. He just wanted to thank me for the time Flash cornered him in the bathroom. I happened to be there. Gwen fell silent again. Then she looked him in the eye and smiled faintly. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. No need to lie. Hawk thought about it, then nodded. Fine. I don't want to talk. I'll find out myself, Gwen said. Go ahead, Hawk replied, but added, just don't get too deep. I've heard when a woman gets curious about a man, that's the start of falling for him. That made Gwen snort. Don't flatter yourself. I'd never fall for someone who can barely even admit we're friends. She remembered that day driving him home, how awkward he'd looked when she said they were friends. Even then, his resistance had already begun to weaken. Hawk only shrugged and headed for the stairs. See you, Gwen. I'll find out your secret, she called after him. Good luck, Hawk said without looking back, waving lazily. He didn't care much about her words. That line about curiosity leading to love, he had just thrown it out casually. But as the school bus carried him back to his new apartment, he realized something else. Before awakening his microcosmos, love had been a luxury he could never afford. Rent, food, college loans, life was crushing enough. Now, strength was wealth. Strength was power. And power brought everything else. So maybe now he had the right to think about love. The memory of Gwen's eyes flashed in his mind, and his chest tightened suddenly. Damn it, Hawk hissed, shaking his head. No. That was the kind of delusion Peter had with Mary Jane. He wasn't Peter. Focus. Tomorrow he started at Oscorp. If Connors's lab really had the gamanium he needed, then the path to forging his cloth would finally open. And after that, Wakanda. If they handed over vibranium willingly, fine. If not, well. Hawk wasn't much for words. But fists. That, he understood. Chapter 21, Oscorp Tower. The next morning, Hawk rose early. After dressing neatly and slinging his single-strap bag over his shoulder, he left with the document Mrs. Snow had given him and headed for the subway. Originally, he had planned to take the bus. Everyone knew New York subways were questionable. But from his new apartment there was no direct bus to Oscorp Tower, and taking the bus would mean 3 transfers. In the end, the subway was faster, and cheaper if you didn't bother paying. Unfortunately, the moment he stepped inside, he regretted it. The smell. Too many smells. Sour, greasy, sweaty, cloying, so overwhelming he instantly sealed off his sense of smell with his Microcosmos. And the passengers, one hippie howling on a guitar as if he were destined for stardom, a massive woman with a golden python draped around her neck like jewelry, how she smuggled that in, who knew? But the worst was the pickpockets. One hooded kid singled Hawk out immediately. A subway rookie. Easy prey. He moved in, pretending to adjust his headphones, hand slipping down with a concealed knife to slice open Hawk's bag. Just then, Hawk stumbled backward as if he'd lost his footing, slamming into him. The knife turned in the kid's own hand and drove straight through his wrist. Ah, he screamed, clutching the spurting wound. Blood splattered across the floor. The other passengers looked over briefly, then just as quickly looked away. No panic. No one helped. At the next stop, everyone silently filed out. Hawk joined them, never once glancing back. He could feel the kid's burning glare on his back as he left the train, and his lips curled faintly. He had already been merciful. In an alley without cameras, the thief wouldn't even have ashes left. He was poor, his bag filled with second-hand junk worth less than $50, and still someone had tried to rob him. Was there no law left in this city? Stepping out of the station still fuming, Hawk froze. Gwen. There she was, standing at the base of Oscorp Tower, scanning the crowd. When she saw him, her face lit up and she waved him over. Is she waiting for me? Hawk crossed the street, weaving between cars. It had been 2 weeks since the Battle of New York. Manhattan was already scrubbed clean, rebuilt with the power of money. Even Oscorp Tower, which had been punctured by Chitauri fire, gleamed pristine as if nothing had happened. Hawk tore his eyes from the skyscraper and looked at Gwen. You were waiting for me. Of course, Gwen said with a grin. Today her long blonde hair was tied back in a high ponytail, a white lab coat draped over her shoulders. If I didn't wait here, how else would I uncover your secret? Hawk chuckled. I don't have any secrets. You do, she said firmly. And I'll find them. Then her smile softened. Anyway, I'm not teasing. Mrs. Snow called me this morning. She remembered you don't have a phone yet and realized you wouldn't have an Oscorp pass card either. She asked me to bring you in. Otherwise you wouldn't even get through the front doors. She tilted her head. Remind me, who was it you needed to see? Max Dillon, Hawk replied. The future Electro, though right now just a faceless little engineer. Gwen nodded. Right. Come on, I'll take you to bioelectrical engineering. Hawk didn't refuse. She led the way, swiping through security. After a few words with the guard, the turnstile unlocked. Hawk followed her inside. Soon, Gwen's practice steps brought them to the first floor of Oscorp's bioelectrical engineering department. Chapter 22, a bottom line meant to be broken. Hawk, check the data. 108. Hawk, I'm heading to the SL lab, gather the papers on my desk for me. No problem. Haw. This was Hawk's 20th day working his summer job at Oscorp Industries. And in all that time, he hadn't once set foot outside the bioelectrical engineering department. Forget sneaking into Dr. Connors's lab, he hadn't even left the floor. From clock in to clock out it was endless, crunching data, running papers, filing reports. Still, he wasn't in a rush. Good things came in time, and meanwhile the pay was no joke. $800 a week. A cafeteria with 3 daily buffets. He might have toyed with the idea of robbing a bank last month, but in truth, as long as he could earn clean money, he preferred not to cross that line. A line he knew, one day, would have to be broken. Because transmigrators weren't exactly known for stable morals. They tended to see people as NPCs, to walk this world with a cold detachment. Hawk was no exception. Sometimes, watching others, he felt like the only sober man at a table of drunks. Yet he'd been raised to believe, you don't have to be a good man, but don't be a bad one. That was why, even with his microcosmos awakened, he lived modestly. Another transmigrator would have declared themselves a god king on day 2. But Hawk. Maybe he was simply kind. Even if he knew kindness couldn't last forever. The desk was tidy in minutes, the papers filed neatly away. Then the phone rang. "I'll get it," Hawk said, beating the others to it. Bioelectrical Engineering Department. "Hawk," came a familiar voice. He raised a brow. Gwen. They hadn't seen each other since she brought him here on his first day. She'd been buried in Connors's lab ever since. "It's me," Gwen confirmed. "Our lab just had another power surge. Dr. Connors wants someone sent over right away." "Got it." Hawk relayed the request. The bald, world-weary supervisor sighed. "Every lab's reporting unstable voltage again. Must be the resistors. We replaced them yesterday, whatever." "Hey, you, take Hawk and swap in a new one for Connors's team." The "you" in question turned out to be Max Dillon. A quiet, dark-skinned man with a gentle, awkward smile. Honest to a fault, grinding away like an ox while his contributions went unnoticed. If there were an unsung workhorse award, he'd win it hands down. Hawk had watched him for 20 days and seen it clearly. Dillon wasn't like the conniving types. He was too simple. Too earnest. And because of that, even his boss couldn't remember his name. "Let's go," the supervisor said. Max went off to the storeroom for parts, while Hawk waited by the door. When Max returned, Hawk nodded to him. "Mr. Dillon." Max froze. His eyes widened, trembling faintly. "Why, you know my name." "Of course, Mr. Dillon," Hawk said with a smile. The man's eyes shone, as if no one had spoken his name in years. Hawk had no intention of getting too close to the future Electro. But why not earn a little goodwill? To be kind to others was, in the end, to be kind to oneself. "Come on," Hawk continued, "Connors's lab is waiting." Max nodded quickly. Right, let's go." At last. Hawk followed him into the elevator, watching the screen flash upward. 20 days he had dreamed of this. And now, without forcing it, the opportunity had come to him. Patience paid. He reminded himself of that, silently reciting it as a lesson. The elevator chimed. Hawk. Waiting outside was Gwen. Her face lit up when she saw him. Finally. Connors is already losing his temper. Before Hawk could answer, she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him toward the lab. He blinked in surprise, then lifted his gaze toward the door ahead. His heart stirred. At last. Chapter 23, The Long-Awaited Gamma Neon. Dr. Connors's regeneration lab sat high on the 21st floor of Oscorp Tower. Instruments lined the space wall to wall, many of them gleaming with the unmistakable sheen of technology worth millions. But Hawk's eyes weren't on the machines. They were fixed on a glass enclosure. On the other side, nestled inside a transparent containment box, lay a jagged stone. He didn't know what it was. Yet instinct told him, this was it. The very thing he had been searching for. "What's that?" Hawk asked, nodding toward the glass. That. Gwen followed his gaze and smiled faintly. "Gamma radiation." "What?" His brow twitched. "I might not be top of the class in physics, but I'm not an idiot. Since when can gamma rays turn into rocks?" Gwen stifled a laugh. She leaned closer, lowering her voice after a quick glance around to be sure no one was listening. "Remember September of 2009, when the Hulk tore through New York?" Hawk froze, then gave a slow nod. How could he forget? That day had burned itself into his soul, the very day his microcosmos awakened. Gwen continued. "You remember Abomination too, right? He transformed using Banner's blood." "Yeah. Well, these aren't Abomination. They're fragments excavated from the remains of the Gamma lab after the explosion that created the Hulk. Something about the detonation changed them. The military pulled these out of the rubble at Quantico." Hawk's eyes narrowed. "Then how did they end up here?" Connors's project is funded jointly with the military. Oscorp has had ties with the government for decades. Connors was a military doctor once, so naturally his regeneration research gets their support. Hawk absorbed that silently. Inside the lab, a technician fixed a vial of serum to a mount and manipulated a mechanical arm, lifting one of the gamma stones from its container. What are they doing with it? Testing regenerative serum, Gwen replied. Lizard serum, Hawk muttered. The whole world knew Connors was chasing the secret of limb regrowth in reptiles. Most scientists dismissed the idea. Hawk had never cared enough to read the details, before or after awakening his microcosmos. But Gwen, unsurprised at his casual knowledge, nodded. He believes gamma exposure combined with reptilian DNA might unlock the breakthrough. Hawk's gaze never left the stone. Can I go in and take a closer look? Suspicion flickered in Gwen's eyes. You're not seriously interested in turning yourself into a monster, are you? No, Hawk answered calmly. I'm interested in what's inside that stone. Gamma rays weren't supposed to be containable. Radiation dispersed once emitted. But this was the Marvel Universe. Science bent easily here. Gwen hesitated, then gave a small nod. Fine. Just don't touch anything. Relief flickered in Hawk's chest. On his way, he glanced at Max Dillon, still hunched over a junction box. Max, I'm going in to check out the stone. The man looked up, smiling shyly. Go ahead. I'll have this fixed in a minute. Hawk smiled back, then followed Gwen past the scanner, through the heavy security door. And then, as soon as his gaze locked on the jagged, glowing stone clutched in the mechanical arm, something surged inside him. From the depths of his microcosmos came a single, undeniable revelation. Yes. This was it. Gamma Neon. Chapter 24, The Sudden Accident. A soft crack. TCH. The instant the stone inside the containment chamber shattered, a faint light burst free, something no ordinary human eye could perceive. But Hawk saw it clearly. And in that same instant, his microcosmos pulsed. There was no mistaking it. Gamma Neon. He had finally found it. The realization struck him with clarity. Gamma Neon was nothing more than gamma radiation made solid, warped by some unknown anomaly into a form that could be stored. Absurd, perhaps. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he now knew where to find more. Quantico. The ruins of Banner's gamma experiment. Still staring at the stone, Hawk didn't even notice Gwen nudging him with her elbow until her voice snapped him out of his trance. What are you thinking about? Hawk blinked. You don't seriously want to turn into something like Abomination, do you? She pressed, brow furrowing. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Hawk shook his head. Of course not. I was just wondering, maybe Dr. Connors's experiments are close to a breakthrough. As if summoned, Connors himself approached. His white lab coat swayed slightly as he walked, his single arm extended in greeting. Science is always a path of trial and error, he said, overhearing Hawk's words. But yes, I believe we are close to success. Doctor, Gwen greeted politely. Curtis. Curtis Connors, he corrected with a warm smile, offering his left hand to Hawk. Hawk, he replied, matching the gesture. I'm a classmate of Gwen's. Summer intern in bioelectric engineering. I came with Mr. Dillon, sorry for intruding, Doctor. Connors chuckled. I heard you just now. You really think my work can succeed? I've read your papers, Hawk said smoothly. If it works, it will change lives. Truly benefit humanity. Connors's eyes gleamed at the words. Praise, or at least acknowledgement, was rare in his field. With a satisfied laugh, he excused himself, telling Gwen, show your classmate some of our progress. Gwen tilted her head toward Hawk. So, you really believe he'll pull it off? Before Hawk could answer, the overhead lights flickered. A split second later. Bang. Bulbs exploded, plunging the lab into darkness. Shouts, the squeal of stressed machinery, and then, pressure. A crushing wave of force rushed toward Gwen. Without thinking, Hawk stepped forward, thrusting out his right hand. A sharp pain lanced his palm. Then, just as suddenly, the emergency lights clicked on. Blood-red lamps cast the lab in an eerie glow. A scream cut through the chaos. A female researcher lay sprawled on the floor, clutching her throat as blood poured between her fingers. A centrifuge had ruptured, shards embedded deep. Her eyes bulged as the life drained from her, crimson spreading across the tiles. The lab erupted into panic, people yelling, running for help, fumbling for bandages. But Gwen's eyes were locked on Hawk. "Show me your hand." "What?" Not waiting for an answer, she grabbed his wrist and pulled his palm into view. Her breath caught. His hand was intact. No wound. Only a faint patch of skin, fresh as if newly regrown. Hawk smiled lightly, withdrawing it. "Not as pretty as yours, is it?" Gwen said nothing, her brows knitting tighter. Security and medics poured in, beginning to clear the scene. Hawk used the distraction to slip out with Max Dillon at his side. But Gwen lingered, unsettled. She knew she hadn't imagined it, the oppressive force, the droplets of blood that had fallen when the lights went out. Her eyes dropped to the floor where she had been standing. And there. Dark red stains dotted the white tile. Blood. Her heart skipped. A severed-tailed lab mouse scurried over, sniffed at the spots, then eagerly lapped them up. Gwen's pupils constricted. Shit. Without hesitation, she bolted toward the stains, panic spiking in her chest. Chapter 25, A Beauty's Phone, A Beauty's Laptop. Night fell over the city. On the rooftop of his new apartment, Hawk sat with his back against a ventilation pipe, sweat still drying from his nightly regimen. He tugged at his shorts, grabbed his cola, and took a long swig. Then he remembered. Setting the can aside, he extended his right palm. The faint patch of fresh skin Gwen had seen earlier, the one that betrayed his healing, was gone without a trace. Ever since awakening his microcosmos, every aspect of his body had transcended human limits. Even without igniting his cosmos, his raw strength could crush stone, shatter walls, even bend steel. His speed, if he pushed it, could break the sound barrier. His physique could withstand blows that would kill ordinary men outright, and his recovery, though not yet true immortality, was beyond human. Fatigue and minor wounds were nothing to him. The centrifuge shard earlier was proof. If he hadn't intervened, Gwen would have died instantly, her head pierced before she had the chance to scream. But that wasn't what weighed on him. He pressed his left hand against the spot on his right palm where he had felt the pain, frowning slightly. The buzz of a ringtone pulled him from his thoughts. His phone. The very first call since he'd bought a SIM card. "Hello. Yeah, it's me. You've arrived. All right. I'll be right there." Click. Hawk stood. A blur of motion carried him to the fire escape in a heartbeat, back into his apartment, where he dug 5 crisp hundreds from his pack. His computer had finally arrived. 10 minutes later, he stood at the entrance to Bridge Park, scanning the empty street before dialing the one number stored in his contacts. A van's headlights flickered in response. The driver's door opened, and a young Asian woman with long brown hair stepped out. Early 20s at most, holding up her phone in acknowledgement. Hawk's brow arched. Sky. The future quake. She gestured toward him casually. Better than Superman. Hawk chuckled. Definitely. Without preamble, Sky pulled a laptop from the van and handed it over. 3 years old, 9/10 new. I reinstalled the system myself. Check it. If it's good, pay me. Hawk accepted it wordlessly. $500 wasn't small change, not for him. Part of him had even considered asking Gwen for a spare computer instead. But a man had to keep some pride. He opened the machine, tested its startup and basic functions, then closed it again. Satisfied, he handed over the cash. Sky counted it quickly, then smiled, extending her hand. Pleasure doing business. Likewise. Hawk clasped it firmly. No banter, no small talk. Just a transaction. She slipped back into her van and drove off, engine rumbling into the night. Back home, Hawk placed the beauty's laptop on his folding table, next to the beauty's phone Gwen had forced on him. Side by side, the devices seemed to stare at him. Yeah. Gwen was better. Wait. What the hell am I thinking? He shook the thought away and connected the laptop to Gwen's phone hotspot. Next step, Quantico. Satellite maps glowed on his screen. The base's secured zones were blurred out, but it didn't matter. One ruined building surrounded by sheet metal fencing caught his eye instantly. Banner's lab. Half an hour of research confirmed it. News archives, old blogs, and leaked files tied everything neatly together, the site of Bruce Banner's accident, now quietly quarantined. The internet was ruthless in its reach. Because this wasn't some petty warehouse. It was Quantico, home to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, the FBI Academy, and just down the road, Langley itself. Trying to steal from there was the same as stomping on the heads of the military, the FBI, and the CIA all at once. But so what? The Gamanion stones were his. Still, he murmured to himself, plans before action. First, I'll scout the area. At the very least, I need a proper escape route. Lost in thought, he scanned into Oscorp and headed for the bioelectric department. Minutes later, he was called into the supervisor's office, Max Dillon already waiting inside. The bald, weary supervisor sighed, rubbing his temple. Starting today, Dillon, you're being reassigned to maintenance. Max stiffened. Sir, I'm not finished. The supervisor turned toward Hawk. Hawk, you're dismissed. You'll still get this week's pay. Max's eyes widened, but Hawk only blinked, calm as ever. He'd already guessed. Can I at least know why? Hawk asked evenly. Yesterday's incident in Dr. Connors's lab. Exactly as he thought. Max bristled. But sir, that blackout wasn't our fault. We only provide building power, lab equipment runs off a different. Enough. The supervisor cut him off with a wave. It's not up for debate. Dillon, out. Hawk stays. Max hesitated, glancing between the two of them. Hawk shrugged lightly. It's fine, Max. All right. Shoulders slumping, Max slipped out, leaving the office heavy with silence. The supervisor sighed again, eyes tired. I can protect Dillon, but not you. You've been excellent, Hawk. If there's anything I can do for you, say it. Hawk smiled. Just explain things clearly to Mrs. Snow for me. That's all. The men blinked, then nodded in relief. Already did. I told Selena you and that other one. Max, Hawk reminded. Yes. Max. The supervisor exhaled. I know it wasn't either of you, but orders are orders. Hawk chuckled, shaking his head. The truth was plain enough, some higher-up had tried to dump more responsibility onto the bioelectric division than it could handle, and when things went wrong, they needed scapegoats. Petty. Predictable. Perfectly corporate. He accepted his envelope of pay, $800, and walked out of Oscorp with a light step. Free at last. Wait. Hawk. He turned at the sound. Gwen hurried out of the building, slightly breathless. Mrs. Snow called you, he asked. She did, Gwen admitted, leaning on her knees to catch her breath. I ran down the second I heard you were leaving. Looking up at him, concern filled her eyes. Are you okay? Hawk shrugged. I'm great. And he was. He'd gotten what he came for, the confirmation of Gamanion, and even pocketed a week's pay for the trouble. He grinned. Relax. It's nothing. The supervisor even said I can come back during winter break if I want. Not that he would. But it never hurt to leave doors cracked open. Gwen studied his face, then nodded slowly, reassured. All right, then what now? You've still got over a month before school starts. I'll stay home, read a bit. No point job hunting this late. He waved her off gently. Go on back inside. I'm fine. She hesitated, then smiled faintly. Okay, but if you're free, let's go study at the library together. Hawk froze for half a beat. But before he could reply, she turned, hands stuffed in her pockets, and walked back toward the glass doors of Oscorp, throwing him one last cheerful wave. He frowned slightly, watching her go. Then he turned away, lips pressing into a thin smile. Time to move. Quantico. His fists clenched. My Gamanion, it's mine. Chapter 27, Hawk plans a robbery, gets robbed. Buzz. 2:30 p.m. The flight from New York touched down smoothly at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Half an hour later, Hawk stepped out of the terminal, traveling light. He flagged a cab, slid into the back seat, and gave the address of a small motel in Quantico town. The young black driver nodded, switched on the meter, and pulled out of the airport. Quantico might have been home to the Marine base and the FBI Academy, but that didn't mean civilians couldn't visit. They just weren't allowed inside the restricted zones. The town itself was open. And when Hawk put his mind to something, he acted. 1,000 days of one-man training, 10,000 punches a day, had forged his will as much as his body. That morning, he'd walked out of Oscorp, and by noon, he'd already bought a ticket on the first flight south. He hadn't even gone home for a change of clothes. Good thing he'd studied the satellite maps all night. Otherwise, he'd be wandering blind right now. Plan A, sneak in quietly. Plan B, if discovered, strike hard and finish fast. Simple. Effective. He leaned back in the seat, watching the passing scenery. His brow twitched as he noticed the driver through the rearview mirror, but instead of speaking, Hawk pulled out his phone. He'd forgotten to restart it after the flight. As it powered on, notification chimes filled the cab. Hawk raised an eyebrow, thumb moving to check the screen. That's when he felt it, cold steel pressing against him from the front seat. A pistol barrel. "Don't move," the driver growled. "Hand over the phone." Hawk sat there silently. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't I on my way to rob Quantico? How the hell did I end up getting robbed first? His jaw tightened. So this was Washington, D.C. security worse than New York. What a joke. The driver's eyes met his in the mirror, voice firm. "I said, don't move. Hand it over." Hawk tilted his head. "Do you want me not to move, or do you want me to hand you the phone?" The man blinked, thrown off. "You, stop with the smart mouth." Rying. The phone in Hawk's hand lit up. An incoming call. From Gwen. He didn't hesitate. He pressed accept and lifted it to his ear. "Hello." The driver's eyes went wide. Was this guy insane? He was holding a gun to him, and the kid just answered a call. The driver cursed and stomped on the brake. The car jolted. He twisted in his seat, lunging back toward Hawk. "You little." Thud. Aff. On the other end of the line, Gwen paused. Was that screaming? "Hawk, did I just hear someone screaming?" "Yeah. Somebody nearby's watching a violent action movie." Funny, it sounded exactly like the sound of someone's ribs breaking. Hawk glanced down at the gasping driver slumped against the console, clutching his side where Hawk's fist had landed. "You can tell that from a scream." Gwen chuckled. "Of course. My dad's a police captain. Between you and me, I'm more professional than most rookies already." "I see that." Hawk had no words. Genius types really were something else. Her laugh rang brighter. "Kidding. No way I could tell that." "Great. And here I believed you. Anyway, your phone was off earlier. I tried calling you a dozen times." Hawk, still holding the driver's mouth shut with one hand, kept the phone pressed to his ear with the other. "Why, what's up?" "Come downstairs," Gwen said simply. "Dr. Connors felt guilty after you got fired. He put together a gift for you. Since your phone was off, I came over myself." "You're not home." She was sitting in her yellow Corolla, parked outside his new apartment building. A sealed envelope lay on the passenger seat. Hawk froze for a second. Then he recovered quickly. "Right. I'm not home. Why don't you just hold onto it and give it to me when school starts?" "I already got out of the car." The sound of her door closing carried faintly through the line. "Your place is the top floor by the street, right? Your window's open. I'll just climb the fire escape and leave it inside." Hawk blinked. "Wait, how do you know which one's mine?" "I saw your shorts hanging on the window," Gwen replied casually. "The same pair you've worn for 3 years. Weren't they pants before you cut them into shorts back in 10th grade? All right, I'll drop this off. I've got to head back soon anyway." The line went dead. Chapter 28, Hawk in the photo and Hawk listened to the dead line on the phone, silent again. His mind spun fast. It wasn't that he feared Gwen entering his apartment. He was just running through everything she might see, anything indecent, anything dangerous. Indecent. None. No posters, no magazines. He was too poor for that. When restless, he just trained on the rooftop until exhaustion forced him to sleep. Dangerous? Maybe. The 5 Chitauri weapons hidden under his bed, wrapped tight in bed sheets. But unless she crawled under herself, there was no way she'd find them. So, let her. He had bigger things to handle. Hawk pocketed the phone, his warmth fading into cold indifference. His eyes hardened. The young black man with the pistol in his face froze at the look. Hawk's lips curved. Now, it's my turn to rob you. Meanwhile, Gwen had already climbed the fire escape, pushed aside the shorts hanging on the window, and slipped into Hawk's apartment. It was small, crowded by a second-hand sofa and a folding table with a laptop on top, but clean. Organized. Her first impression, comfortable. Setting Connor's envelope on the table, Gwen's eyes caught on the laptop lid. Stickers. Cute, girly stickers. Too cute, she murmured, smiling. So the last owner was a girl. She never even considered Hawk had put them there. Impossible. Because no one knew Hawk better than she did. She turned to leave. But a draft from her jacket lifted the envelope off the table, sending it drifting into the bedroom. She bent to pick it up, and froze. A faint green glow, pulsing beneath the sheet-wrapped bundle under the bed. Breathing. Even in daylight, faint but steady. If not for catching it with the corner of her eye, she never would have seen it. Her brows furrowed. What was that? She rose, still holding the envelope, and her eyes landed on the nightstand. A cracked photo frame. Inside, a photo. She picked it up. Times Square in the background. Two teenagers, about 14. Their clothes faded, but their smiles bright. The boy, Hawk. Smiling in a way she had never seen from him. And the girl. Pale, clinging to his arm, smiling just as brightly. A sister? Gwen wondered. He'd never mentioned one. Dead, maybe. The thought crept into her mind. That would explain his silence. She set the frame back gently, turned to leave, then stopped. The envelope. She returned, only to see it was gone. Her eyes narrowed. Dropping to her knees, she peered under the bed again. There it was. Push deeper. She reached in. Fingers brushed the envelope. And the sheet. Cold. Metal cold. The sensation jolted up her nerves, into her mind. Chapter 29, Hawk opens the slaughter valve. 50 kilometers north of Quantico. Hawk had studied the satellite maps, memorizing every road around Quantico. So the moment the cab driver veered off course, he knew something was wrong. His memory had always been sharp, since awakening his Cosmo, it was flawless. He stepped out of the car, glancing around. Remote. Muddy. A perfect spot for a robbery, a killing, and a shallow grave. No wonder the kid had driven him here. Behind him, the black kid wailed from the cab, bruised but alive. For now. Hawk yanked open the door, dragged him out with one hand, and tossed him into the mud. The boy scrambled up, dropped to his knees, and begged through chattering teeth. Please, don't kill me. Please. I know I was wrong, don't kill me. Hawk looked down at him coldly. You don't regret. You're just afraid to die. The boy froze, shivering harder. Give me one reason not to kill you. Desperate, the kid stammered. My car, take it. My money too, I have money. Not enough. If I kill you, your car and money are mine anyway. Think harder. You can't kill me. They'll hunt you down. If you let me live, I swear I won't say a word. Hawk narrowed his eyes. Considering. Testing the boy's words. The boy's heart leapt, mistaking Hawk's silence for hesitation. His hand slid toward the knife at his waist. Then he lunged. Die. Hawk's palm cracked across his skull. Crunch. Crack. Twist. The boy's head spun violently, faster and faster, until his neck tore apart with a wet rip. Blood sprayed. The head thudded into the mud. Hawk looked down at the lifeless, still snaring face. His lips curled in a thin smile. I was really going to spare you. Too bad. Your kind never changes. Fear strength, never respect it. I gave you one chance. You thought I was afraid. He turned from the corpse. The air smelled of iron. It was his first true kill. And he felt nothing. No guilt. No sickness. It wasn't so different from crushing a Chitauri. They looked human, but inside, they were just insects. He hadn't flinched then. He didn't flinch now. The valve was open. Killing was no longer forbidden. Never again could it be closed. Still. Killing when necessary. Not killing for pleasure. A true strongman always keeps humility. He slid into the cab, stepped on the gas, and drove toward Quantico. The body, the head, the blood, none of it mattered anymore. 1 kill or 100, only numbers. The slaughter valve had been opened. Half an hour later, the mud road fell silent again. Then, footsteps. 3 men in dark suits and sunglasses appeared, gazes settling on the severed head and the body sprawled in the dirt. Chapter 30, Gwen plants a tracker on Hawk. Hawk didn't drive the stolen cab into Quantico. He ditched it in a river 10 kilometers out, then hiked down the highway until luck threw him a ride. A military wife, heading home with supplies, saw him and offered a lift. Hawk accepted without hesitation. She dropped him off at a clothing store in town, no awkward offers of lodging, no nosy questions. Hawk simply walked the rest of the way and checked into a cheap roadside motel. He glanced out the window. The Quantico base was right there, guard towers, soldiers at the gate, checkpoints for every vehicle. Impossible to stroll in during the day. So he would wait. Tomorrow, scout in daylight. Tomorrow night, strike hard and fast. If anyone tied him to that dead cab driver, it wouldn't matter. Just another corpse. Just another unsolved case. By the time investigators traced it back to him, if they ever did, he'd already have his cloth forged. And once he put that on. Invincible. That night, Hawk trained. 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, sweat dripping, muscles tightening, his cosmo burning. Then a cold shower, steam rising, and at last, rest. When he stepped out, his phone buzzed. He reached for it, just as it blinked off. Battery dead. Figures. He shrugged and tossed it aside. Hawk never cared for phones. No one to call. No one who would call him. So he rolled under the covers, and in minutes, he was asleep. Meanwhile, in New York. Gwen frowned at her own phone. For the 3rd time, the call went straight to voicemail. She tapped her screen, entering a verification code. A map opened. A blinking dot pulsed, far from Queens. Washington, D.C. Her eyes widened. Hawk's phone. In D.C. Did someone steal it? She hadn't meant to track him, honestly. But when she gave him her old phone, she'd forgotten to log out of her account. Tonight, she got an automated alert, device active outside registered location. Her first thought was theft. After all, New York thieves were everywhere. She'd lost her first phone in less than 3 days. But still. She shut down the tracker window and leaned back, chewing her lip. Forget it. If Hawk really lost it, she'd just give him another when school started. She reopened the tab she'd been reading, a newspaper article, post-Battle of New York. Photos of leveled streets, wrecked buildings, whole blocks flattened. Her father's world. Her world. And then she heard boots in the hall. She shot up, hurried to the door, and swung it open. Dad. George Stacy stopped short, startled by his daughter's glowing eyes and breathless voice. Then he smiled. No, Gwen, I don't have any new Spider-Man gossip tonight. Lately, the NYPD was furious about the masked vigilante swinging across Manhattan. The media was thrilled. The internet was buzzing with theories. But Gwen shook her head. I'm not interested in Spider-Man. George raised a brow. Really? Yesterday you. That was Mary's idea, not mine, she interrupted quickly, then softened, glancing at him with a pleading look. Dad, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 31, Hawk raids Quantico alone. Morning in Quantico. Hawk slid $30 across the counter. One more night. The clerk scribbled, swapped his key, and didn't ask questions. Motels around bases saw stranger business all the time. Hawk pocketed the key and left, jogging along the mountain road that skirted the perimeter of the Marine compound. He blended into the crowd, locals in tracksuits, retirees walking briskly, young wives in sneakers. No one noticed him. At a bend, when the path ahead and behind was clear, Hawk vanished into the trees. By the time he reappeared, hours had passed. His memory was sharp, his senses sharper. He had mapped the entire compound in a single morning. Barracks. Hangars. Command offices. Airfield. And finally, his target. The ruined laboratory. By afternoon, back in his motel room, he sketched the layout on a sheet of paper with symbols only he understood. 3 exit routes traced through the forest. He studied them once, then shredded the page into dust. When evening fell, he checked out. No point leaving a trace. Dinner was a greasy slice at a pizza joint, fuel for what came next. By nightfall, the hood of a black sweatshirt shadowed his face. A cast-off he pulled from the stolen cab's trunk. With his speed, he crossed the forest in silence, trees blurring past until the electrified fence loomed ahead. Searchlights swept the perimeter. He pressed against a trunk, heart steady. The beam passed. Hawk bent his knees, and with a sharp exhale launched skyward. His body cleared the fence in a single bound, landing cat-silent inside the compound. The plan was simple: reach the ruins, dig up the gamma stone, get out. He hugged the shadows along the outer buildings, sprinting faster than any guard's eyes could track. Minutes later, corrugated steel walls and a fenced checkpoint came into view. Floodlights. 2 guards. Hawk crouched behind a stack of containers, watching. Time to move. He surged forward. The air cracked with a sonic boom, grass erupting beneath his heels. The 2 guards didn't even scream. A flash, a fist, and they collapsed unconscious. He ducked inside. Shit. 2 more soldiers inside the yard, rifles raised. Hawk froze a heartbeat, annoyed. He hadn't seen them from outside. The men shouted, "Intruder! Sound the alarm!" Sirens wailed. The base erupted with blaring klaxons. But Hawk was already gone. In an eye blink, he stood before them, face hidden by mask and hood. The 2 soldiers' eyes widened in terror. Unlike the ones outside, these had pulled the trigger. Hawk's hand curled into a fist. He struck. Chapter 32, Hawk Speedruns Quantico. Weeooh. Weeooh. Sirens ripped across the sky above Quantico. Soldiers froze mid-step, eyes wide, then snapped into motion. Shit. Battle stations. Enemy attack. Confusion rattled through the base. Some muttered about Japan and Pearl Harbor, others cursed out loud, but they all ran. Quantico wasn't just any base, it was Marine HQ, right next to the FBI Academy and Langley itself. No one invaded Quantico. Except someone just had. Within minutes, boots thundered, rifles clattered, and officers barked orders. Where's the breach? The old Gamma lab. A colonel swore and bolted out of his quarters, phone pressed to his ear. General. We've got an intruder in the Gamma lab. Miles away, in a car leaving the Pentagon, General Thaddeus Ross froze. What did you just say? The Gamma lab, sir. God damn it. Ross ripped at his collar, eyes flashing. Driver, Quantico. Now. The car shot forward, weaving past sirens and Capitol Police, Ross's fury boiling. Back at the lab, the rapid response team poured in. Inside the steel barriers, the sound of explosions and tearing stone echoed from deep within. Scientists fled in terror. Guards tackled them down, demanding answers. How many intruders? 1. He's not human, a trembling scientist blurted. Bullets don't touch him. He smashed the walls with his fists. Everyone who shot at him, dead. A surviving soldier, leg twisted from a bone-shattering blow, shouted through clenched teeth. He's telling the truth. Just 1 man. After the Gamma stones. The squad leader's stomach turned cold. Below, in the gutted basement, Hawk crouched at the mouth of a crude tunnel. The walls glimmered faintly green. Pickaxes lay scattered on the floor. So primitive, or maybe deliberate, he muttered. Not every general plays for the same team. The phoenix in his cosmos stirred, its cry echoing inside him. Devour. I'll refine it. Hawk's lips curved. He'd expected to dig like a miner. Instead, all he had to do was touch the irradiated stone, burn his cosmos, and let the phoenix drink deep. He placed his palms on the glowing walls. But before the surge could begin, his instinct screamed. He spun, fist lashing upward. Boom. The tunnel entrance above collapsed in an avalanche of dirt and steel. Dust and shockwaves blasted down the shaft. Anyone who had been preparing to drop in was buried instantly. Now he was sealed in. Perfect. No interruptions. All right, let's begin. His cosmos flared. Hum. 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 The underground chamber trembled as Hawk's small universe erupted, the phoenix blazing, hungry, devouring the gamma stone veins embedded in the rock. Chapter 33, Hawk robs and runs. How long does it take a building to collapse? At Quantico, the old Gamma lab, already weakened since the day of Bruce Banner's accident, lasted less than 5 seconds after a thunderous blast shook its foundations. The 3-story structure folded in on itself, dust pluming high as twisted steel walls rattled like drums. The Marines of the Rapid Response Squad, seconds from charging in, froze. Relief washed through their fear. Had they entered earlier, they'd be buried under the rubble. The captain spat, half-dazed. Pull back. His men stared. What? That's it. You want to dig out a corpse? He rolled his eyes. Building's gone. Mission's over. A jeep screeched to a halt. The colonel who had phoned General Ross jumped out, eyes wide at the smoking wreckage. Report. The captain saluted weakly. Unknown intruder. Just one man. Lab collapsed before we engaged. The colonel blinked. One. That's insane. Terrorists had tried before, but always in groups, and never passed the gates. Yet this was one man. Soloing Quantico like it was a single-player raid. The thought was absurd. Must have been suicide, the captain muttered. Target was the lab. Never planned to walk out. The colonel cursed. If he'd known that, he never would have dragged Ross into this. Sighing, he called again to report the intruder's death. Boom. The ground shook. Soldiers whipped their heads back to the ruins. From the dust, a shadow rose. The captain's blood ran cold. Enemy alive. Fire. Rat-a-tat-ta. Gunfire thundered as the klaxons wailed again, screeching across the base for the second time that night. Marines who'd just been dismissed looked at each other, baffled, until the gunshots told them the truth. Another fight had begun. Atop the rubble, Hawk blurred like a phantom, bullets whistling past. Beneath his feet, the last traces of gamma stone dissolved into his cosmos, consumed by the phoenix within. He glanced around, at the Marines pouring in, at the tanks rolling forward, at the helicopters lifting into the sky. The hornet's nest was truly awake now. But Hawk only smiled. His job was done. The ground cracked under his legs as he bent low. Then, boom. He launched skyward like a shell fired from a cannon, a black streak traced by floodlights as he arced over the wall and vanished into the forest beyond. Mission complete, he thought, landing silently among the trees. Rob fast. Run faster. Wind at his back, Hawk slipped into the night. Chapter 34, Hawk gets General Ross's attention. When General Thaddeus Ross arrived at Quantico, the alarms had already fallen silent. This time, for real. But the base was anything but calm. The command center blazed with light, every officer's face grim. Their pride had been trampled. Someone had broken into their base, demolished a building, and walked away untouched. Worst of all, they had lost the target's trail. What do you mean, you lost him? Ross growled. The colonel swallowed. South of the base, about 20 kilometers into the forest. We couldn't track him further. Helicopters can't descend at night over the trees. Ross's glare could have burned through steel. One man. Just one man, and you lost him. The colonel winced. To cover himself, he replayed the surveillance feed. On the screen, a hooded figure blurred through dust and smoke, then leapt sky-high, vanishing into the forest. Ross's eyes widened. The jump was inhuman. Only the Gamma lab was targeted. Ross asked quietly. Yes, sir. He went straight for it. We thought he was a suicide bomber. Then, just when I was reporting to you, he burst out of the ruins. Ross said nothing, just kept watching the loop of Hawk's escape. One man. Impossible speed. Superhuman agility. His eyes glinted. Any other camera angles? Technical is combing through, sir. Tracking. No. He vanished in the forest. Ross's face darkened, then he turned sharply. Dig out the Gamma lab. Now. Machines rolled in. Soldiers cleared rubble, pulling bodies out one by one. Some corpses were mangled beyond recognition, those with intact faces were frozen in masks of fear and disbelief. Ross scanned them coldly. Top compensation, he ordered. I'll sign the papers myself. Hours passed. By dawn, the buried underground passage had been unearthed. Scientists rushed inside, only to stagger out moments later, pale with shock. Gone. It's all gone. Everything's been drained. How? How could he consume all of it? And why hasn't he mutated like Banner or Blonsky? Their voices rose in disbelief. Ross's eyes narrowed, then gleamed. Find him, he ordered his adjutant, voice like steel. At any cost. The men saluted, face tense. Yes, sir. Ross stood at the edge of the ruin, fists clenched. Whoever this intruder was, he wasn't just a threat. He was an opportunity. And Ross had no intention of letting him slip away. Chapter 35, Awakening the Phoenix. General Ross's face stayed stone cold. But inside, waves roared. The scientist's reports confirmed his suspicion, and a single figure rose in his mind. Captain America. Steve Rogers. The first and only true super soldier, created by Abraham Erskine's lost formula. Since then, the military had never stopped trying to recreate it. But the formula died with Erskine. Still, one fact remained: the serum required gamma radiation. That was how Hulk had been born, Bruce Banner's accident during gamma research. Now, a man with no monstrous features. Inhuman reflexes. Unnatural strength and leaping ability. An entire cache of gamma energy gone without a trace. Ross's lips curled. This wasn't an intruder. This was what he'd been hunting. The next super soldier. Find him, Ross ordered, fist clenching, eyes burning with feverish ambition. At any cost. Hawk knew none of this. And even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He was long gone from Quantico, outside the reach of Washington. Now he sat half-naked beneath a waterfall in Maryland's Cunningham Falls State Park, water thundering down like rolling thunder. It crashed onto his body with enough force to crush boulders, yet every drop that struck him hissed into steam. White mist rose in sheets, shrouding him in a halo of vapor. For over 20 days, he had remained here. Day after day, he trained. By daylight he threw his fists against the torrent, punching through the water's crushing pressure. By night he sat cross-legged in the stream, closing his five senses, letting the endless waterfall temper both body and cosmos as he reached for something higher. In his inner cosmos, the constellation of Phoenix glowed brilliantly, a fiery bird stretching its wings. He wasn't in a hurry to return to New York. School wasn't starting yet, and besides, he wanted to see if the military could find him. If they couldn't, he'd go back when he pleased. If they did, well, this forest was vast, desolate, and perfect for killing. To Hawk, the rules of survival were simple. The military, like the lowlifes he had crushed before, wouldn't yield to morality. Only fear. As he once thought, when America accuses you of having weapons of mass destruction, you'd better truly have them. Only then will they hesitate to strike. So he had chosen this place deliberately, as both sanctuary and battlefield. But 20 days had passed, and no soldiers had come. Not a single trace of pursuit. That was fine. He wasn't wasting his time. His true goal lay in the waterfall itself. To ignite his cosmos fully. To awaken his constellation. Only when a saint broke past the limits of the five senses and touched the sixth could they be called true saints. Masters of elements, of foresight, of telekinesis, of illusions. Powers unthinkable to ordinary men. Hawk wasn't naive, he knew he couldn't grasp the sixth sense yet. But he could prepare. Reach for its edges. And more importantly, he could light his first constellation. The Phoenix. Slowly, beneath the roar of the falls, he rose from the water. His skin flushed crimson, steam coiling upward in thick clouds. Behind him, flickering faint but undeniable, blazed the fiery wings of a phoenix. He had done it. The first of the 48 bronze constellations was his. Phoenix cloth, awakened. Hawk raised his fist toward the falling torrent, lips curving in a rare smile. Then he struck. One punch. Day 1 of 10,000. Chapter 36, The Encounter Beneath the Reversed Waterfall. Punch. Punch. Another punch. Standing beneath the torrent, Hawk let his bare body endure the crushing weight of the waterfall, fists lashing forward again and again. Each strike split the current for the briefest instant, only for the water to immediately surge back into place. Not enough. It wasn't enough to pause the water. He wanted the entire waterfall to tremble before his fists, to reverse its flow. This wasn't Mount Lu's Grand Cascade. Compared to that, this waterfall wasn't even a tenth as majestic. Demanding it to bow before him wasn't too much. But the waterfall seemed to disagree. As though provoked, its flow raged harder, as if to say, "Who do you think you are? Poseidon himself couldn't command me." The current roared with fury, hammering harder against his body. Hawk's face stayed cold. Yet inside his cosmos, the Phoenix constellation flared brighter, a firebird's silhouette rising with wings spread wide. He had already decided. Until this waterfall reversed, he would not leave. The new semester was only days away, but who cared? He was an orphan, no one would notice if he showed up late. No one cared for him, and he cared for no one. That was fine. That gave him freedom. His eyes blazed. "Come." The waterfall raged louder, as if answering his challenge. Thunder rolled across the forest. Thunder. Far away at the edge of Cunningham Falls State Park, Gwen paused. Hiking stick in hand, she glanced upward. The thick canopy blocked the sky, leaving only scattered beams of sunlight, dappling the forest floor like shifting patterns on a stage. She looked back down at her phone. A glowing map showed 2 points on the screen. One was her own location. The other was his. She tightened her grip on the hiking stick, her breath unsteady. At first, she had thought Hawk's phone had been stolen. She hadn't cared much. She was busy with her own summer job. But when Dr. Connors asked if she had delivered his gift to Hawk, and when she found the envelope untouched on Hawk's sofa, her heart clenched with unease. Her father, Captain George Stacy, had tried to check through police channels. But Hawk was a ghost, no family, no friends, no records worth tracing. To the NYPD, he was a shadow. To everyone else, he was invisible. Everyone, except her. That was why, when her phone account had pinged with an unfamiliar location login, precisely tracked this time, she had dropped everything and come here. To Maryland. To a waterfall. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, her legs sore from the climb, but her spirit blazed brighter with every step closer. And ahead, beneath the waterfall, Hawk threw his final blows. 9,998. 9,999. And then 10,000. With the last punch, the phoenix erupted behind him, blazing wings spreading in fiery glory. The waterfall screamed. Reverse. The torrent convulsed. For one impossible moment, the waterfall reared upward like a dragon twisting toward the heavens. The river defied gravity, reversing in a violent surge, as if the entire sky had flipped. Time itself seemed to halt. And then a voice. Clear. Trembling. Cutting through the roar. Hawk. Chapter 37, Gwen, as long as I want to, I can always find you. The reversed waterfall hung in midair, frozen like a silver galaxy suspended between heaven and earth. Shattered droplets hovered around Hawk, orbiting him as though in submission. It was fear. Utter fear. Perhaps the torrent had realized it had spoken too loudly just moments ago. Now, even the roar of water fell silent. All was quiet. Except for the voice that had cut through the stillness, trembling yet clear. Hawk. His chest still heaving, bare torso dripping, Hawk stiffened. Slowly, he turned. From the trees emerged Gwen. Her blonde hair was disheveled, her white jacket damp with sweat, yet her blue eyes shone with unrestrained relief the moment they found him. Gwen. Hawk froze. He couldn't believe it. Not the army, not S.H.I.E.L.D., she had found him first. How? For a moment, his mind reeled. And then time moved again. The waterfall crashed down once more, though its roar was muted, subdued. Almost careful. As if afraid of offending the one who had just forced it to reverse. But Gwen didn't care about waterfalls. She ran. She didn't know why she had to, but she couldn't stop herself. She splashed through the pool, the icy water soaking her legs, until she threw herself against him. Hawk instinctively wrapped his arms around her, turning his back to shield her from the cascade. A flicker of power, and in the next instant, they vanished from beneath the waterfall, reappearing on the riverbank. Steam rose from their bodies, clothes drying in seconds beneath Hawk's surging life force. He looked down. She was already asleep in his arms, lips parted slightly, breath steady. She had run until she could run no more. Hawk's mouth opened. He wanted to ask how she had found him here, when even the military had failed. But seeing her face, hearing the faintest snore, he closed his lips again. Instead, he sat, cradling her against his chest. Carefully, he reached out, fingers pausing midair before brushing her tangled hair from her cheek. Half an hour later, Gwen stirred. She stretched lazily, thinking she was in bed, only to open her eyes and find Hawk gazing down at her. Their eyes met. Hawk smiled softly. "Hello." "Holy sh." She shot upright, face flushing pink, her breath catching. Hawk rose as well, his joints cracking from staying so still. Her eyes flicked over him, lingering on the sculpted body that looked carved from marble. The storm in his blue eyes, once hidden, now burned like a drawn blade. For a moment, she simply stared. Then her lips curved upward. The library. Reading. Remember. Hawk caught the teasing note beneath her words, and the faint trace of reproach. He sighed. Sorry. Her smile deepened. Because this apology wasn't empty. She could feel it. She held out her hand. Your phone. Why didn't you answer? Hawk blinked, then retrieved it from where it lay beneath his folded shirt. No battery. I've been here over 20 days. She tried to turn it on, nothing. Dead. But when she checked her own phone, the tracking link had already expired. She froze. Hawk's voice broke the silence. By the way, Gwen, how did you even know I was here? She slipped her phone back into her pocket, face calm, lips curved in a secretive smile. My dad's the police chief, Hawk. As long as I want to. I can always find you. Hawk blinked. That was ridiculous. But her cheeks colored as she said it, and her smile was so bright that, after a moment, Hawk nodded. Fine. He chose to believe it. After all, when she had slept in his arms just moments ago, the question had already stopped mattering. Chapter 38, George's Little Cabbage brings back a wild boar. 5 p.m., JFK International Airport. Captain George Stacy of the NYPD's 19th Precinct was pacing furiously near the arrivals gate, his face dark as thunder. His precious little cabbage, the daughter he had raised with such care, had finally been targeted by a wild boar. And not just any boar. A wild boar. But that wasn't even the worst of it. The real problem was that from the look of things, his little cabbage hadn't been dragged away, she had willingly gone to find that wild boar herself. George couldn't understand it. All he knew was that he wanted to put a bullet through the beast the moment he saw him. The plane from Hagerstown, Maryland, had landed, and passengers began filing out. George took a deep breath, steeling himself. Then he froze. There she was, his daughter Gwen, walking out hand in hand with him. That boy. That damn wild boar. His face turned black on the spot. Other people waiting nearby could almost feel the killing intent radiating off him. They instinctively stepped aside, giving the police captain space as though he were a storm waiting to break. Gwen noticed first. Her heart jumped, and she quickly let go of Hawk's hand with a nervous whisper. Crap, it's Dad. Hawk's eyes also lifted, meeting George Stacy's across the gate. Their gazes locked. Hawk could see the suspicion, the judgment, and the protective rage in the man's eyes. And truthfully, he understood. If he were in George's position, and his daughter had vanished only to come home holding a stranger's hand, he'd have been even angrier. He might have broken the guy's legs outright. And now, he realized, in this story, he was the boar. Well. So be it. Hawk's steps were steady as he approached, Gwen already rushing to her father's side, tugging at his arm to calm him. Hawk stopped in front of the police captain, meeting his glare with calm, and extended his hand. Mr. Stacy. I'm Hawk. I'm sorry for worrying you. George didn't answer. He didn't even take the hand. He just glanced at Hawk once, then turned to Gwen. Let's go. Your mother's waiting at home. Dad. It's fine, Gwen. Hawk withdrew his hand, expression unchanged. Go on with Mr. Stacy, he said softly. He wouldn't blame the men. If George wanted to hit him, he wouldn't fight back. That was the father's right. Because in this story, Hawk knew his role. He was the wild boar who had stolen the cabbage. So he simply smiled at Gwen, said his farewell, and walked away on his own, leaving her no reason to struggle between them. An hour later, Hawk was back at his apartment near Queensboro Bridge. Switching on the lights, he expected to find dust after 20 days away. But no, the place was clean, almost tidy. Even the shorts he had left hanging out the window had been folded neatly on the sofa. On top of them lay an envelope. He picked it up. Inside was a letter, Connors's handwriting. A recommendation letter to New York University. Hawk blinked. This is heavy. It was no small gift. In the West, a recommendation letter wasn't just paper, it was a token of trust, a social favor. Many would kill for one. If he'd received this before awakening his cosmos, he would have been overjoyed. Now, though, his perspective had shifted. University was no longer his whole future. His path stretched beyond it. Still, Connors had gone out of his way for him. That deserved thanks. He flipped the envelope. Gwen had written Connors's number on the back. Plugging in his dead phone to charge, he waited until the screen lit, then dialed. Kurt Connors speaking. Dr. Connors, it's me. Hawk. He apologized for being gone so long and only now finding the letter. Connors laughed warmly on the other end. Yes, I've been in good spirits. One of the test mice, it's given me real hope of success. I see. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Doctor. Thank you. All right, Hawk, I need to get back to work. Of course. Take care. The line clicked off. Hawk set the phone down and glanced at the photo frame on his nightstand. It had been moved slightly. Frowning, he adjusted it back, angled so that if he rolled to the side in bed, there was a 70% chance it would be the first thing he saw upon waking. Satisfied, he smiled faintly. Then he leaned back, waiting, mind already turning to what would come next. Chapter 39, Lemon Sea Base. Seriously. It worked. After hanging up the call with Dr. Connors, Hawk leaned back, still a little amazed. He hadn't thought it possible. In this world, there was only the Spider-Woman, no Spider-Man, so Connors's regenerative experiment shouldn't have succeeded. And yet. As he left the bedroom, Hawk replayed the conversation in his mind. Connors had been in high spirits, explaining in unusual detail. In the latest round of mouse trials, one subject had died right after being injected with the lizard serum, but minutes later, its life signs returned. Even more incredible, the mouse's severed tail regrew before their eyes. Connors was ecstatic. Hawk found it fascinating, for a moment. Then he let it go. Sitting at his fold-out desk, he flipped open the second-hand laptop he'd bought from Sky for $500. His real concern wasn't Connors's experiment, it was Quantico. He scoured the news. No invasion. Only an exercise. The Washington papers claimed that Knight's alarm was just a routine drill. The collapsed Gamma lab was labeled an accident. A dozen dead soldiers were written off as unfortunate casualties during training. Of course. This was Quantico. The Marines' home. The FBI academy next door. CIA headquarters down the road. No way would they ever admit their base had been breached. As for the young carjacker he'd killed outside town, nothing. Not a word in the press. Either the body hadn't been found yet, or his death wasn't worth reporting. In New York alone, people like him died every day without leaving a ripple. Hawk shut the laptop and shook his head. Enough. He went to bed. The next morning, a ringing phone pulled him from sleep. He cracked an eye open. First thing he saw was the photo frame on his nightstand, exactly where he'd placed it. Then he reached for the charging phone. Hello. Come downstairs. He blinked. Then pulled on a t-shirt, walked to the window, and opened it. There she was. Gwen. Waving at him from across the street, standing next to her yellow Corolla. Oh. Correction. His girlfriend, Gwen. Even now, the thought still made him smile. Yes. Gwen Stacy was his girlfriend. He waved back, then hung up and headed out. Across the street, he found her waiting. What's going on? Are you free tonight? My mom wants you over for dinner. Lemon Sea Base. That was the first thing that popped into his head. The infamous dish, practically a rite of passage. But then he met Gwen's expectant gaze. All right, he nodded. Her smile lit up. Great. So what are you doing until then? Heading to the library. Study a bit. She tilted her head, smiling without a word. Hawk chuckled. I mean it this time. Really? School started tomorrow. Senior year, the last year of high school. NYU would be scouting, awarding scholarships. And though he told himself it didn't matter anymore, he still wanted it. Law school, the dream of being a prosecutor, maybe a judge, those had been his goals before awakening the cosmos. And he hadn't forgotten them. Gwen studied him a moment longer, then broke into a grin. Then let's go. Go. To the library, of course. I've got to stop by Oscorp first, but after that, we'll study together. Then I'll drive you home for dinner. Hawk raised a brow but climbed into the passenger seat without complaint. He wasn't lying. He really did want to study today. Balance, after all. Training and books both mattered. In his cosmos, the Phoenix constellation burned, its fiery wings still digesting the radiant gamma energy stolen from Quantico. All day, they kept their plan. Oscorp first, then the library, where they spent hours in silence, books open before them. Hawk chasing law, Gwen chasing Berkeley. Two different paths, but the same determination. When it was time to leave, Hawk checked out the book he hadn't finished. Outside, Gwen was waiting in the car. At the same moment, a man rushed out, groaning as he found a parking ticket stuck to his windshield. Sliding into Gwen's car, Hawk glanced back. Didn't you get a ticket too? She shook her head, smiling. My dad had my plates flagged in the system. Hawk blinked. Of course he did. Chapter 40, Gwen's two younger brothers. Manhattan, Gorin Apartments. Since marrying George Stacy, Helen Stacy had lived the role of a gentle, devoted housewife. Tonight she was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. In the living room, 9-year-old Howard Stacy and 8-year-old Simon Stacy, Gwen's younger brothers, were glued to the television, desperate to watch as much as they could before their mother noticed. Because once Helen's hands were free, studying time would begin. Your sister Gwen does so well in school, she often reminded them. You both came from the same stomach, so you should be able to do just as well. But the truth was, their grades teetered on the edge of passing. Sometimes, they slipped under. Their year-end exams had been a disaster, and Helen had punished them by cutting down their daily playtime. The doorbell rang. Howard, Simon. Back to your rooms. Study. Okay. Grumbling, the boys headed upstairs just as Helen opened the door. Standing there was Hawk. He greeted her politely with a warm smile. Good evening, Mrs. Stacy. Helen blinked in surprise, then smiled. Good evening, Hawk. Please, come in. Thank you. Gwen appeared instantly, taking Hawk's hand and pulling him inside. It was the first time Hawk had been invited as a guest into someone else's home in this world. The Stasis lived in a 2-floor duplex. Not especially large, but neat and warm, filled with a family's presence. Footsteps came from upstairs. George Stacy descended from his study, his expression stern and serious, every inch the unyielding patriarch. Dad, Gwen greeted. Mr. Stacy, Hawk said respectfully. George gave only a curt grunt, then walked silently to the dining table. Helen shook her head with a faint smile. Sit, Hawk. Dinner's ready. Thank you. Hawk sat down across from George, returning his cold nod with a polite smile. Helen called up the stairs, Howard, Simon, dinner. Coming. The two boys bolted down the stairs, but stopped short when they saw Hawk. They stared at him openly even as they sat down. Hawk noticed and extended his hand. Hello, Howard. I'm Hawk. I'm Howard. I'm Simon. Simon jumped up eagerly to shake his hand. Then he blinked and asked bluntly, Are you my sister's boyfriend? Hawk instinctively glanced at George. Sure enough, George's face darkened to a stormy shade. But he didn't speak. So Hawk smiled at Simon and nodded. Yes. George's expression blackened further. Gwen reached out and ruffled Simon's hair with a grin. Good job, little brother. She decided she'd slip him $10 as a reward tonight. Howard, though, was out of luck. Dinner was served in typical Western fashion, each person with their own plate, appropriate, given Hawk was still an outsider. Communal meals were reserved for close family and old friends. Hawk understood. And yet, the food was delicious. Better than anything he'd had in this life. School food was awful, and alone he ate just to survive. But this felt like a true dinner. George ate silently, sipping whiskey now and then. Helen, ever kind, asked Hawk gentle questions, making sure he was comfortable. Gwen played mediator, smoothing the tension while keeping a wary eye on her father. Howard and Simon happily focused on their plates. Then George set down his glass, cleared his throat. Helen and Gwen stiffened. Here it comes. Hawk braced himself, meeting George's gaze calmly. But Helen, catching Gwen's pleading look, stepped in first. George, why don't you tell us about work? That Spider-Man, have you caught him yet? George gave her a look, then shifted his gaze from Gwen to Hawk. His lips curved in a faint, humorless smile. Not yet. But we will. He's an amateur. He's left us plenty of clues. And before they could interrupt again, George leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing on Hawk. Tell me, Hawk. What's your opinion of this Spider-Man? Do you think he's really some kind of vigilante hero? Under the table, Gwen's hand gave Hawk's thigh a warning squeeze. Hawk chuckled softly and shook his head. Sir, I've been in Maryland the past few weeks. I only got back yesterday, and today I spent in the library. To be honest, I'm still just a student. All I care about right now is whether I can get my NYU scholarship and a loan approved. As for Spider-Man, whether he's a vigilante or just some punk showing off, I don't care. Chapter 41, A New Semester, New Classmates. When Hawk finished his answer at the Stacy family dinner table, he felt Gwen's hand tighten on his thigh again. He understood. George's question about Spider-Man had been a trap. George Stacy wasn't just any father, he was the captain of the NYPD's 19th precinct. If Hawk had called Spider-Man a hero, George would have taken it as defending a criminal. If he called him a menace, George would have branded Hawk a sycophant. So Hawk chose neither A nor B. He had simply answered that he didn't care. He was just a student, focused on his scholarship. The truth was, it fit him perfectly. George had almost certainly investigated his background already. And what he found matched the boy who had just spoken, a poor, solitary orphan who worked hard, studied hard, and had never once caused trouble in New York. With that, George let the matter drop. Dinner ended, and later that night Gwen walked Hawk downstairs. Your answer was quick, Gwen said, admiration in her tone. I didn't even realize Dad's question was a trap until after. Hawk chuckled. It wasn't quick thinking. That's just how I really feel. She nodded, then sighed. All right. I can't walk you home. Mom put me on curfew after Maryland. Don't worry. I'll take the subway. The two exchanged goodbyes, and Hawk turned toward the subway, alone with his thoughts. The subway at night was different. If daytime was chaos, nighttime was like a zombie convention. Hawk had to knock out one strung-out junkie and chase off 2.5 would-be muggers, the half being a dreadlocked thug with a chest that didn't quite match his Adam's apple. Still, he made it home safely. After texting Gwen back, Hawk lay down to sleep. Tomorrow was the first day of his final year of high school. He rose early, caught the bus at his usual stop, and greeted the driver. Morning, Hall. Morning, Hawk. Ready for your last year? I don't graduate until next year. Maybe NYU will invite you this semester. I believe in you, kid. Hawk smiled. Thanks, Hall. The old man gave him a warm nod, and Hawk took his usual seat in the back by the window. The bus rolled on, students getting on one or two at a time. Then, at Forest Hill stop, someone familiar boarded. Peter Parker. Their eyes met instantly. Hawk looked away, his gaze shifting to the boy beside Peter, a pale, sharp-featured teen with a faintly melancholy air. Harry Osborn. Not the version from the Amazing Universe, but the classic one, the first to fall for Mary Jane. Peter waved and led Harry down the aisle. Hawk. Peter. Hey, this is Harry. He used to study in England, but he just transferred here for senior year. Harry, still innocent of his future as the Green Goblin, extended his hand with a polite smile. Nice to meet you, Hawk. Hawk took his hand firmly. Nice to meet you, Harry. Chapter 42, A New Semester, Old Routine. On the way to Midtown High, Hawk learned from Peter and Harry how the two had become friends. Peter's parents, when they were alive, had worked as scientists for Oscorp. Often, when they had to work long hours, they brought little Peter along to the labs. That's where he and Harry Osborn first met and bonded. Even after Peter's parents died in a plane crash, Harry never cut ties. Despite studying in England, he'd always kept in touch by phone. And now, he had transferred back, eager to reunite with his best friend. For Peter, still mourning Uncle Ben's recent death, Harry's return was the brightest thing to happen in months. Yes, Uncle Ben had died here too. And with his death, New York gained Spider-Man. When Hawk heard, he was momentarily stunned, then offered softly, "I'm sorry. My condolences." Peter just smiled. "It's all right. Uncle Ben taught me something with his life: great power comes with great responsibility. So every time I act as Spider-Man, I feel like he's still right there with me." The bus rolled on, and half an hour later, it pulled into Midtown High. Students streamed off, chattering. Across the lot, Gwen stood greeting friends with her bright, easy smile. "Morning, Gwen." "Morning, Elle." "Hey Gwen, is there going to be a welcome dance this year?" "Of course, Mark. That's tradition." Just then, Hawk stepped off the bus behind Peter and Harry. Gwen's eyes lit up, but before she could rush over, a tall figure blocked Hawk's path. Jennifer Chuck. The sultry cheerleading captain, with her waterfall of black hair and fox-like eyes, smiled up at him. Gwen froze mid-step. Her brows furrowed. "Hey, Gwen." Mary Jane had just arrived, noticing her stiff posture. Following Gwen's gaze, she spotted Jennifer and rolled her eyes. "Oh, her again. Still not giving up." MJ smirked. "What is this, her personal tradition? For years in a row now, every semester she tries to rope Hawk into being her date." Gwen's voice was cool. "Not every semester. She also asked him at the year-end dance in June." MJ arched a brow, amused. Like he'd even go to a dance. Then she blinked, realizing Gwen's tone carried something more. She turned and studied Gwen quietly. Meanwhile, Jennifer leaned closer to Hawk, her fox-like eyes shimmering. "Hawk, you turned me down in freshman year. You turned me down again sophomore year. Then again last year. But now it's senior year, our last year. You can't refuse me forever, can you?" She had no shortage of admirers. But none of them were Hawk. His aloofness had turned her casual interest into something of an obsession. Hawk, calm as ever, simply shook his head. "Jennifer, you know I don't go to dances." She grinned slyly. "But if you did, you'd invite me, wouldn't you?" "Yes. If I ever went. But I won't." That's all I needed to hear. With a satisfied smile, she planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving behind a faint trace of perfume, and then whisked away as quickly as she had appeared. Watching her vanish like the wind, Hawk sighed and turned toward Gwen. She smiled, though her eyes searched his face. "She asked you to the dance again?" "Yeah. And you said no." "I did." "Oh." Chapter 43, The Prelude to the Birth of the Lizard. Hawk and Gwen walked side by side, chatting lightly. Their tones were natural, their expressions relaxed. Behind them, Mary Jane's jaw had dropped. Holy crap. What on earth had she missed this summer? Peter also felt a little dazed. He thought he understood something, yet at the same time, he wasn't sure he understood anything at all. Harry, however, noticed Mary Jane and tried to greet her. He had seen her plenty of times before, back when Peter's parents were still alive, and later during visits to Queens. "Hey, Mary, long time no see." "Hey, Harry." Her tone was flat, distracted. Harry blinked. That wasn't the reaction of someone happy to see an old friend. Mary Jane immediately turned to Peter, her eyes sparkling. "Peter. Did you know about this?" "Huh." Peter blinked back at her. "Gwen and Hawk," she whispered furiously, barely containing her urge to squeal. "You're his only friend, when did it happen?" Peter was completely lost. "When did I become his only Friday?" "Forget it." Mary Jane cut him off, too impatient. Her curiosity overwhelmed her reason. She broke into a trot, chasing after Gwen. Harry stood frozen, feeling like he'd turned invisible. But then Mary Jane turned back, gasped loudly, and ran over to him. "Harry. You're back." She hugged him quickly, only to pull away again in the next breath. "Sorry, I'll catch up later, I need to take care of something. Harry was left standing there, dumbfounded, as Mary Jane sprinted after Gwen. For the rest of the morning, Gwen had a shadow. Come on, Gwen, just tell me a little bit more. Please? How did it happen? Gwen sighed, finally losing patience. What's so strange about me being with Hawk? We've been lab partners in physics since freshman year, and we have the same advisor. Mary Jane leaned closer, whispering dramatically. Because it's Hawk. Do you know what everyone says about him? Either he's a total steel wall, completely straight, or he's bent the other way. Gwen rolled her eyes. That's ridiculous. But an unbidden memory flashed in her mind, Hawk standing beneath the Maryland waterfall, bare-chested, wearing nothing but shorts. Bent. No. Hawk was as straight as a police baton. Wait. Why was she even thinking about that? She shook her head hard, dismissing the image. Hawk is not bent. Mary Jane's lips curved into a sly smile. She waggled her brows. So, you've tested that theory? Gwen froze, her cheeks heating, then spun on her heel without a word. Too much. Way too much. Mary Jane scrambled after her, giggling nervously. Sorry. I was joking, don't be mad. By the time Hawk entered the cafeteria, Mary Jane had finally abandoned Gwen and rushed off to interrogate Peter and Harry instead. Gwen just sighed. She left already? Hawk asked, setting down his tray. She realized she wasn't getting anything from me, so she's after Peter now, Gwen muttered, shaking her head. What does Peter have to do with this? Because last semester you two stayed in the old gym together. Everyone assumes you're friends now. Hawk chuckled and let it drop, biting into his burger. Gwen had already finished her meal, so she leaned on the table, chin resting on her folded arms, watching him. By the way, did you call Dr. Connors to thank him? I did. Hawk nodded, swallowing his bite. And while we talked, he mentioned something. He said his experiment had made a breakthrough. He sounded really happy. Gwen blinked. A breakthrough. That's impossible. Chapter 44, Capital Creates Monsters 2. What's wrong? Hawk asked. You know I went to the lab yesterday morning, right? Gwen said. Yeah. He remembered, before heading to the library. He had assumed she was just checking in with Dr. Connors. Did something go wrong with the experiment? No. The experiment didn't fail, but I heard there's a problem with the investors. You know Dr. Connors' research is jointly funded by Oscorp and the military, right? You told me before. Well, the military pulled out. Gwen lowered her voice, leaning closer. And since Connors' project has been going on for nearly 2 years with no results, even Oscorp's executives are running out of patience. That was the truth about capital. They'd invest because of a promising pitch, pour in money, even provide facilities. But if results didn't meet expectations, they'd cut you off without hesitation. Cutting losses, that was the golden rule of capital. Connors' regeneration research was no exception. And when the military pulled its funding last month, citing budget reallocations, Oscorp was forced to cover the gap, barely. But Oscorp itself wasn't stable either. Rumors were swirling. Norman Osborn, who had been bedridden with a mysterious illness, was close to death. The proof? His son, Harry Osborn, had returned from England this summer and, under the guidance of Norman's private secretary, Felicia Hardy, begun learning company affairs. That was a clear sign of succession. And whenever old kings fell, ambitious men scrambled to carve their piece. In that atmosphere, trimming in profitable projects was inevitable. Connors' lab, already abandoned by the military, was first on the chopping block. Yes. They've already downsized his staff, Gwen said quietly. 5 researchers were dismissed. Technically, I should have been 2, but since I'm just work-study, I'm cheap labor. And when I saw Dr. Connors yesterday, he didn't seem half as happy as you described. That's why your phone call surprised me. Hawk shrugged. Well, he sounded excited when I talked to him. Who knows if it'll work out? I hope it does, Gwen sighed. They dropped the subject there. But for Dr. Connors himself, the topic was far from over. At that very moment, he was sitting in his office, facing a well-dressed corporate envoy delivering the board's newest decree. Doctor, have you decided? The man asked. I don't understand. You do. The middle-aged executive's smile was polite, almost friendly. The military's withdrawal means one thing. The board nearly pulled the plug as well, but your latest mouse trial bought you time. Only time. Connors frowned. So what's their decision? Human trials. What? Connors shot to his feet, eyes wide. I only just extracted what might be a viable serum from a single mutant mouse. It hasn't even been validated. Jumping straight to humans is reckless. And where would we even find volunteers? The men shrugged. Military hospitals are full of test subjects. Just call it a vaccine trial. He said it casually, as if discussing office furniture. To him, and to the system he represented, the poor weren't people. They were resources. Connors was appalled. No. I refuse. Time isn't on your side, Doctor. Or ours. Ours. You don't need to know more. Just understand, the board believes this is for your own good. Specialists will handle the details. If it fails, you can claim ignorance. I'm not here to negotiate, Doctor. I'm here to notify you. With that, the man turned on his heel and left. Connors slumped into his chair, frozen. Yes, Norman Osborn's mysterious illness had been the true reason this lab was created, to find a cure for the Osborn patriarch. And with Norman's death looming, the board was desperate. They weren't just pushing Connors forward, they were pushing themselves, ensuring their own survival when the power shift came. Capital loved stability. It thrived on it. But Connors wasn't capital. He was just a scientist. Now he sat in silence, staring blankly ahead. Motionless. Chapter 45, The Birth of the Lizard. Dr. Connors' eyes flickered with conflict. On the outside, he sat motionless in his office chair, face calm and unreadable. But inside, a storm was raging. Part of him wanted the human trial. After all, wasn't that the purpose of all his years of research? To help mankind, to rid the world of the pain of disability. But the other part of him knew all too well, the serum wasn't ready. So far, only a single mouse had ever shown the results he dreamed of after being injected with the regenerative formula. And the problem was exactly that. It had worked, but they had no idea why. They couldn't replicate it. They didn't even know what factor had caused success in the first place. Without understanding the why, medicine couldn't move forward. Especially not in human testing. In medicine, a single unanswered question was enough to halt progress, because unanswered questions meant unpredictable consequences. Emotionally, no one wanted success more than him. Rationally, the board's order to begin human trials was nothing short of gambling with human lives, using wounded veterans as chips. Inside him, angels and demons whispered. The angel, if you take this step, you'll be condemning innocence. Even God won't forgive you. The demon, all progress in medicine demands sacrifice. If it works, even if you die, angels will give you their seats in heaven. Connor sat there until the afternoon sun sank, shadows crisscrossing his face through the blinds. Then, ding. His phone vibrated. A text message. Doctor, we're already on the way to the hospital. We believe in you. His vision blurred. His breath quickened. The next second, he shot to his feet. His decision was made. The lab's cameras blinked silently, their red lights recording as the bioengineering splicer, the machine used to graft and merge cross-species genes, whirred to life. Inside, a vial gleamed green. Connors lifted it, whispering to himself. I may not be an angel, but I cannot be a devil. It was the serum, a fusion of the mutant sample from that one mouse and lizard DNA. He sat, loaded the syringe, and pressed the needle into the stump of his right arm, the arm he had lost years ago in an accident. With a sharp breath, he pushed the plunger all the way in. The moment he withdrew the needle, the world spun violently. Bang. He collapsed forward onto the desk, unconscious. Meanwhile, beneath his torn flesh, something writhed. Something was trying to push its way out. Not a worm. Not quite a lizard yet, but close. At that same time, Gwen was upstairs at home, laughing into her phone. So get this, my 8-year-old brother totally freaked out because of a lizard crawling across the floor at dinner. Hawk smiled faintly at the sound of her voice. And you weren't scared? Hawk. Gwen's tone grew serious. Don't forget, the whole regeneration project is based on lizard DNA. In our lab, we've got plenty of mice and lizards. Trust me, I'm not squeamish. She wasn't some delicate girl. She could drain a lizard's blood or dissect a mouse without batting an eye. Hawk chuckled. Fair enough. Gwen laughed softly too, then switched topics. What about you? Have you eaten? Not yet, Hawk admitted, eyeing the fried chicken drumsticks he'd just brought home. I was going to go up to the rooftop to train first, then eat afterward. The school's old gym had been torn down to make room for a new pool. The new gym was always packed, especially at the start of term with all the freshmen. So Hawk had chosen the solitude of his rooftop instead. Gwen tilted her head, thoughtful. Hawk, can I ask you something? Of course. Why do you keep training? You're already strong enough. She remembered vividly the waterfall in Maryland. Hawk, bare-chested in the water. The cascade of the falls reversing, flowing upward. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes, but she had no doubt it was Hawk's doing. And she had seen him punch a bear dead with a single blow. That moment had chilled her with both awe and fear. She knew then how lucky she had been to reach him without ever encountering a beast along the way. Maybe it had even been God's will. And then she thought of that mysterious website, the one that had tracked Hawk's location even while his phone was off. While Gwen was lost in those thoughts, Hawk fell silent at her question. Why keep training? At last he gave his answer. To protect myself, and the people I care about. Am I included in that? Her voice was clear, direct, echoing in his ear. Hawk hadn't expected her to be so straightforward. But he couldn't help smiling, nodding heavily. Of course. Chapter 46, a recommendation letter turned to scrap paper. Hawk's answer had been quick, without hesitation. Gwen liked that. She could hear the brightness in her own voice because of it. After a while, the two brand-new lovers, only together for a few days, finally ended their long phone call. It was Gwen who was reluctant to hang up. Well, fine. Hawk was a little reluctant too. But he also knew why. Why he had liked Gwen since 9th grade but only now allowed himself to face that feeling. The truth was simple. Back then, he didn't feel worthy. Now, with his strength, he finally did. So whether it was for the sake of growing stronger, or for the sake of staying strong enough to be worthy, Hawk knew he couldn't slack off. If he stopped now, how long could he maintain this strength? A year. 2. The Marvel Universe had already begun to unfold. If he relaxed now, he'd be left behind. That sense of urgency burned inside him. So, when the call ended, Hawk went straight into his daily task, 10,000 punches. At this point, hitting a sandbag was meaningless. But this wasn't about the sandbag, it was about calming his heart, about entering that stillness where he might finally brush against the elusive sixth sense he knew existed, just out of reach. On the rooftop of his apartment, the sandbag hanging from the clothesline swayed with each blow. Hawk's eyes were unfocused, his mind adrift in a void, searching for something the size of a grain of rice in infinite darkness. Until screams. Shouts. His focus snapped back instantly. He turned his head toward the direction of the Williamsburg Bridge. And then, whoosh. Space itself seemed to fold before his eyes. In a blink, though he was kilometers away, Hawk saw everything on that bridge as if he were standing on it. The Williamsburg Bridge, connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn, always busy with commuters. Tonight was no exception. But something had gone wrong. Office workers screamed as they ran, fleeing the sound of cars being hurled aside. A hulking figure rampaged down the bridge. Covered in gray-green scales, its head the grotesque shape of a lizard, its massive tail smashed vehicles aside like toys. It was searching for something. The lizard. Hawk's sword-like brows rose slightly. Not, how did Connors transform without Spider-Man being around to stop him? No. His thought was, damn. There goes that recommendation letter. New York University might respect Dr. Connors' endorsement. But would they respect a letter signed by the lizard? Not a chance. That handwritten letter had gone from invaluable to worthless in an instant. Even the stock market didn't drop this hard. Soon, the lizard found what it was looking for, a man in a business suit. With a flick of his tail, he yanked the man straight out of his car. The middle-aged man clutched a briefcase filled with serums destined for a military hospital. The man trembled under the creature's glowing green gaze, but still stammered, "You." "Ah." Crash. The lizard tore the briefcase away, then whipped his tail. The man's body slammed into the bridge's steel cables. The cables sliced him clean in half, blood spraying as both halves plummeted into the river below. And then... Spider-Man. No, Spider-Boy, really. Peter swung onto the scene, webbing shooting from his wrists. He launched himself like a cannonball, feet first into the lizard's chest. The lizard staggered, then steadied, hissing with rage. Its tongue lashed, green saliva spraying. Peter crouched on the roof of a car, glaring back. With a flick of his wrist, he fired a webline that latched onto the briefcase. One yank, and the serum came free. The lizard roared, furious. Cars flew as its tail whipped left and right, hurling vehicles at Peter like missiles. The battle of Spider versus Lizard had begun. On his rooftop, Hawk watched, thoroughly entertained. But then he remembered something. He turned back to the sandbag. His body blurred into motion, fists raining down in a storm. 30 seconds later, 10,000 punches completed. Only then did Hawk exhale in relief, turning his gaze back to the bridge, ready to enjoy the show guilt-free. But where's the lizard? Where's Spider-Boy? Where the hell did they go? The bridge was empty. Hawk frowned, then spotted movement below. In the dark waters under the bridge, a shadow darted swiftly downstream. It was fast. Even swinging at full speed, Peter lost the trail by the time they neared Roosevelt Island. Too dark. The lizard's speed underwater was incredible. Peter landed on a rooftop, scanning the waves, shaking his head. Then, he froze. Someone was watching him. Not far away, on the rooftop of a 10-story building, Hawk stood calmly. When Peter's eyes met his, Hawk smiled faintly. And waved. Chapter 47, The Lizard with Hawk's Scent. Peter swung gracefully through the night, landing steadily on Hawk's rooftop. Whoa, Spider. Peter. Hawk stopped mid-sentence, blinking as the spider pulled off his mask to reveal his face. Peter gave a sheepish grin. Right then, he realized Gwen had been right before. Hawk, your acting really sucks. Is that so? Hawk raised a brow. Peter nodded earnestly. Hawk shrugged. All right then, I'll keep working on it. One person calling him a bad actor. Maybe it was just their opinion. But two people. Maybe his acting really was that bad. Peter chuckled but quickly grew serious. By the way, Hawk, did you see what just happened back there? Part of it. But right as I was about to watch properly, you and that lizard freak disappeared. Hawk was honest. He'd seen the beginning and the end, but not the middle. Didn't matter. By tomorrow, the news would have every detail. New York's media vultures were faster than anyone. Even before the fight on the Williamsburg Bridge was 3 minutes in, he'd already spotted 3 helicopters from different TV stations circling overhead. Peter froze. He looked at Hawk, then back toward the bridge, barely visible in the distance. From here. He turned back, stunned. Hawk only smiled. My eyesight's pretty good. But yours isn't bad either, right? Peter hesitated, then slowly nodded. True enough, if he focused, he could see just as far. His eyes lit up. Then, did you see where the lizard went? Nope. Figures. Peter sighed. Didn't expect him to be that strong. He threw me like a rag doll. By the time I recovered, he'd already jumped into the river. Hawk tilted his head curiously. How strong would you say he is? Peter frowned, considering. He's stronger than me, but slower. Not as agile either. But in the water. He's way faster. Got it. A one-punch opponent. No need to burn his Cosmo on that. But then. Peter suddenly frowned. There's something else. That lizard, he felt, familiar somehow. That's why I hesitated. That's when he tossed me. Hawk's eyes narrowed. And now? Figure out why. Peter nodded. He looked straight at Hawk. You. Me. Yeah. Hawk almost laughed out loud. Absurd. How could the lizard have his scent? He'd only visited Connor's lab once. That was months ago. Whatever faint trace there might have been would have long since faded. It's not like Connors was some love-struck fool who refused to wash his hand after a handshake. Peter, though, was serious. Last semester in the old gym, I picked up your scent clearly. The lizard's was faint, barely there. I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't thought about it for so long. Hawk raised a brow. You're sure? Positive. Peter nodded again. It's like, the lizard brushed against your aura once. Kind of like Gwen. She carries more of it, of course, but his was still there. At that, Hawk chuckled in realization. Oh. So that's what he meant. Then I know who it is. Peter's eyes widened. Who? Kurt Connors. Head of Oscorp's regeneration lab. Gwen went to see him just the other day. He's been studying lizard biology for years, trying to crack regeneration. It made sense. If Hawk's aura was a full mark, Gwen, always by his side, carried half. And Connors, who just interacted with her, might have picked up even less. Peter's jaw dropped. Connors. I've seen him once, with my dad. Then you get it. Mystery solved. Hawk relaxed. He yawned. All right, too late for this. I'm going to bed. Fine. Peter wanted to discuss the lizard's threat more, but Hawk clearly wasn't in the mood. Good night, Hawk. Good night, Spider-Boy. I'm not Spider-Boy. You sure? Hawk smirked, tilting his head. Come on, tell me, out loud. Where exactly does your web shoot from? Peter stiffened. His face darkened. Good night, Hawk. Good night, Peter. This time Hawk let it go. Peter swung off into the night. Hawk returned to his apartment, munched down his fried chicken, took a cold shower, and slipped into bed. Meanwhile, deep beneath Queens, in the labyrinthine sewers where countless homeless took shelter during the winter snows, a beastly roar echoed from the darkness. But gradually, that roar weakened. Until finally, only a human groan remained. Chapter 48, The Lizard becomes the school's hottest topic. As expected, the very next day, even before the school bus had reached Midtown High, the lizard monster that appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge was already the #1 headline everywhere. No competition. Holy shit, did you guys see the news this morning? Yeah. Lucky my family lives in Queens, not Brooklyn or Manhattan. Not like we could afford either of those places anyway. I'm starting to think once we graduate, we should get the hell out of New York. Why? Think about it. A few years ago, Hulk vs. Abomination. Last year, that tech expo turned into a disaster. Then aliens dropped in. And now? We're not even halfway through the year and we've got a giant lizard monster running loose. Yikes. Yeah, what the hell is happening to New York? Ever since 9/11, this city hasn't caught a break. Am I the only one wondering how Spider-Man actually shoots webs? From the back row, Hawk, leaning against the window, raised a brow and glanced sideways at Peter. See? It's not just me who's curious. Peter felt the weight of Hawk's teasing gaze, his lips twitching. I don't want to talk about it. Hawk smirked, letting it go, and smoothly switched topics. He glanced at the empty seat next to them. Where's Harry? Didn't ride with you today. He's late. Went to Oscorp this morning. Apparently they had a break-in last night. Peter leaned closer, lowering his voice. I asked around. The lab that got hit was Dr. Kurt Connors. They say the lizard completely cleaned the place out. Hawk nodded calmly. So, Spider-Man wasn't on the scene. He was sleeping. Peter's mouth twisted into a wry smile. Honestly, he was grateful now that he'd made the costume to cover his face. Look at this, one of the only people who knew his real identity, a quiet guy like Hawk, still found ways to tease him. What if anyone else knew? Sure, Uncle Ben's words, with great power comes great responsibility, guided him. And being Spider-Man did feel right. But even so, responsibility didn't mean you never slept. Even real spiders needed rest. He wasn't actually a spider. He couldn't patrol 24/7. Peter shook his head, pushing the thought aside, and asked instead, what do you think Connors is trying to do? Don't know. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Hawk shut it down with 3 short answers in a row. Peter studied him, watching Hawk fall back into his usual habit of staring out the window, expression unreadable. He opened his mouth to push further, but stopped. It wasn't his place. He never planned on dragging Hawk into his friendly neighborhood crusade anyway. Just because he believed in it didn't mean anyone else had to. By the time they arrived at school, the lizard wasn't just trending, it had gone full viral among the student body. Rumors. Gossip. Wild theories. They spread through 15, 16, 17-year-olds bursting with restless energy like wildfire. By lunchtime, Hawk had picked up his usual burger and cola and was halfway through when Gwen finally showed, sliding her tray down across from him. Just got word. I won't need to go to Oscorp for a while. Connor's lab was completely ransacked by the lizard. Connors himself is missing. Hawk swallowed, leaned closer, and said quietly, if it wasn't the lizard, then it was Connors himself. He'd planned to mention it first thing in the morning. But Mary Jane had been hanging around Gwen then, and Hawk decided it wasn't the right time. Now was fine. Gwen froze. Then her eyes went wide, chest rising sharply. She nearly blurted something out, but caught herself. This was the cafeteria. She clamped down on the urge, but still stared hard at Hawk, who was calmly finishing his burger. What, you mean Connors is? Are you serious? 99% sure. Spider-Man said the lizard carried traces of my scent. Weak, but still there. Spider-Man. Yeah. Hawk nodded casually. Gwen blinked, dumbfounded. If her eyes weren't already open as wide as they could go, she'd have tried to make them wider. You know Spider-Man? Yep. Who is he? Can't say. Hawk shook his head firmly. He wasn't about to drop Peter's identity. Connors was one thing, he might hurt Gwen, so she deserved the truth. But Peter? No way. Especially this Peter, the original Spider-Man, the one who, even possessed by Venom, still thought mostly about discounted suits and getting his grumpy boss to pay him better. New York's clumsy, good-hearted, friendly neighborhood wall-crawler. And besides, Peter hadn't outed Hawk's power either. So Hawk owed him the same courtesy. He grinned at Gwen, who was still staring at him. Doesn't matter how long you look. I'm not telling. Gwen finally looked away, lips pressed tight. Fine. If he won't say it, she'd figure it out herself. After all, nobody knew Hawk better than she did. His social circle was small. If he knew Spider-Man, then odds were, so did she. She was confident. Her mind raced through the names as she spoke again, voice low. But, why would Connors become that thing? Hawk shrugged. No clue. Only God knows. Last time I talked to him, he said his regeneration serum had worked on a lab mouse that regrew its tail. That was as far as he'd thought it through. If it were Peter asking, he wouldn't even bother. Even if the lizard ripped New York in half, it wouldn't be his problem. Someone else would step in before he needed to. As Hawk thought this, he noticed Gwen staring again, her eyes wider than ever. Chapter 49, Hawk's Blood Analysis Report. What did you just say? I don't know. No, not that. You said the professor's experiment worked on what? A tailless lab mouse. Didn't I tell you before? Hawk frowned at Gwen's strangely shocked expression. What's wrong? Gwen didn't answer. Her brows knit tightly as her thoughts spun. Successful experiment. A tailless mouse. And suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. 2 months ago, during that lab accident, when one of the mice escaped. The very one that licked up the drops of blood Hawk had spilled. And that mouse's tail had been severed. She sucked in a sharp breath. Her gaze darted back to Hawk. Without explaining, she pulled out her phone and quickly dialed a number. Hawk raised an eyebrow, watching her. Soon the call connected. Hello. Elsa. Gwen. If this is about what happened last night, I'm sorry. The company made us all sign NDAs. No, Elsa. I just need to know, was the one successful trial with a tailless mouse? Yeah. At Oscorp Tower, Elsa nodded, still shaken after signing her non-disclosure papers. But we can't call it a success. It only worked that one time. We tried replicating it over and over, always failed. Gwen pressed. It was the same mouse that escaped during the accident, wasn't it? Yes. That one. Bingo. Gwen hung up, her pulse racing. Hawk leaned forward. So what was different about that mouse? She hesitated, then asked quietly, do you remember that day in the lab? When you hurt your hand? No. Hawk shook his head instantly. Gwen just stared at him. Fine, Hawk muttered. Let's say I did. Go on. Those drops of blood you left on the floor, that's what the mouse licked up. Hawk stared at her, frowning. Their eyes locked. At last he exhaled, almost laughing at the absurdity. You're saying the one successful mouse was the same one that drank my blood? Gwen lifted her shoulders. It's the only variable. Otherwise, why did every single other trial end in death, except that one? Her voice was steady, but in her mind, she couldn't stop replaying that memory. The waterfall in the Maryland forest. The river that surged upward against gravity like a dragon's roar. And Hawk, standing shirtless beneath it, as if he had been the cause. Hawk sat back, setting down his soda cup. He remembered what Peter had told him on the rooftop last night. That the lizard carried traces of his scent. At the time, he'd assumed it was just residual from Gwen meeting Connors. But now, maybe not. If his blood had altered that mouse, if Connors had extracted his serum from it, then the chain of cause was clear. Hawk's blood the mouse, the new serum, Connors the lizard. He almost wanted to laugh. My blood can't be that ridiculous, right? There's a way to find out, Gwen said firmly. What way? The Stark lab at school. They've got a blood analyzer, state of the art. Half an hour for results. The Stark building, a donation from Howard Stark himself. Inside were machines that cost over $1 million, one of which could do a full blood analysis in record time. With a resigned sigh, Hawk pricked his finger and fed a sample into the machine. The wound closed instantly before Gwen's eyes. She started the machine running. While they waited, she asked, "So, are you mutated? Like Dr. Bruce Banner?" She'd wanted to ask that for weeks. Hawk chuckled, shaking his head. "I can promise you, I'm 100% human. Pure human." He wasn't a mutant. He had awakened the Cosmo. That was all. Mutations were for the desperate. He might have been poor, yes, but his strength came from sweat, fists, and endless discipline. Every drop of blood and every one of those 10,000 daily punches had built him. Not an accident. Not gamma rays. Not a spider bite. He glanced back at Gwen, adding lightly, "And don't compare me to Bruce Banner. He's not in my league." Her eyes lit suddenly. "Wait. That spider freak, he's mutated too, isn't he?" Hawk mimed, zipping his lips. "Not my secret to tell, Gwen." "Fine. I'll figure it out myself." She rolled her eyes. At that moment. Beep beep beep. The analyzer finished. Gwen hurried over, pulling out the printed results. Hawk leaned in beside her. Red blood cell count. White cells. Platelets. All off the charts. Even Hawk blinked at the numbers. Not surprising, really. The Cosmos strengthened the body itself. But Gwen stood frozen, gripping the paper tightly. "Hawk, if the outside world ever saw these results, do you realize what they'd do to you?" Hawk only smiled faintly, eyes calm. "Gwen," he said softly, "no one else is ever getting a drop of my blood that easily." Chapter 50, Dr. Connors no longer plans to be human. All of Hawk's struggles, why had he been pushing himself this hard? Simple. To seize his own destiny in his own hands. And now someone thought they could just ask for his blood. Heh. Keep dreaming. If it had been anyone other than Gwen, Hawk swore, at the very instant that needle pricked him, the other guy's head would already have been blown apart. But Gwen wasn't paying attention to his sarcasm. Her eyes remained fixed on the blood analysis report she held. Most people couldn't read it. She could. And that was why her face had gone pale. Every metric of Hawk's blood was off the charts. Even the white blood cell count had maxed out the analyzer's range, meaning the real value might be even higher. Which meant his immune system was not just strong, but monstrous, able to instantly identify and destroy any invader, whether virus, bacteria, or parasite. It also explained his incredible regeneration. Her mind went back to that accident in the lab, the moment she had seen Hawk bleeding, only to glance back and find the wound gone. Every number confirmed it. This wasn't human. "I've seen Captain America's blood work before," Gwen whispered. "Compared to yours, Hawk, his looks ordinary." "You're telling me you didn't inject the super soldier serum too?" Hawk smirked. "Nope." "All right." She didn't press further. Instead, she tore the report to shreds, cleaned the machine inside and out, rinse the vials 3 separate times under running water, and dump the pulp into the bin, leaving no chance anyone else might stumble across it. Hawk chuckled. That necessary, Gwen? Very necessary, she said flatly. If this ever got out, you wouldn't end up in a lab, you'd end up on an autopsy table. Hawk arched a brow. That depends. They'd have to catch me first. And if they tried? He didn't mind making sure try became die. He'd already crossed that line. Killing was no longer a question of if, only of how many. But Gwen's eyes didn't soften. She leaned toward him, voice stern. Hawk. Never let anyone know your blood data. Fine, Hawk nodded after a pause. Satisfied, she relaxed a little as they left the Stark lab together, chatting about afternoon classes as if nothing had happened. Days passed. The lizard incident's headlines began to fade. 3 whole days without another sighting. The public assumed the monster had been captured by the military or fled New York altogether. Even Peter believed that. But the truth? Dr. Kurt Connors had never left. At that very moment, he was holed up only 5 blocks from Midtown High, in the dank tunnels beneath the city. The sewers had platforms built in for maintenance. He had turned one into his lair. Now he looked human again. But having tasted the power of being the lizard, 4 limbs whole, muscles brimming with strength, how could he accept being crippled and frail once more? At first, he had told himself he injected the serum only to prevent others from being experimented on. But that was a lie he could no longer maintain. Being human had its comforts. Being the lizard was freedom. Strength. Limitless possibility. So Connors made his decision. He would never be human again. To stay the lizard forever, he needed to know why the one mouse had survived the trials. And so he pored over the security footage again and again, his eyes bloodshot, his mind unraveling. Until... click. Frame frozen. The tailless mouse. Lapping up drops of blood from the lab floor. Connors's breath caught. He rewound. The camera had caught it clearly, Hawk pulling his injured hand back just before. Hawk. It was him. Connors trembled, exhilarated. Hawk. His blood. That was the secret. Connors told himself they had once been on good terms. If he just called Hawk, asked politely, surely Hawk would agree to give him a sample. He reached for his phone. But then... a voice. A whisper, echoing not in his ears but inside his skull. No. He'll never give it to you. With blood like his, why would he? Connors froze, pupils dilating. You're right. He won't. So what do I do? Gwen. Capture Gwen. She's his weakness. Force him. Force him to give you the blood. Connors's hand shook. His lips parted. Yes. Gwen. Capture Gwen. Force him. His eyes glazed over as he repeated it, again and again. Finally, his hand closed tight around the last 3 remaining vials of serum. And with that, Dr. Kurt Connors stepped further down the path. No longer a man. But a monster. Chapter 51, The Lizard Strikes Again. Is it Peter? Physics class. Hawk glanced at the small folded note slid onto his desk. Raising an eyebrow, he looked sideways at Gwen. Her eyes flicked toward the note, urging him to respond. Hawk chuckled faintly and simply pushed it back across her desk. No confirmation. No denial. Let Gwen draw her own conclusions if she wanted, he wouldn't be the one to betray Peter. After all, Spider-Boy hadn't sold him out. Why should he? When class ended, the 2 of them walked together toward the lockers. Gwen's thoughts were still spinning. She was almost certain Spider-Man was Peter. It all added up, Peter had been the scrawny nobody, then suddenly grew stronger overnight. Everyone whispered he'd toughened up by training with Hawk, which was why people even called him Hawk's only friend. But Gwen knew the truth. Peter hadn't been training with Hawk at all. His transformation came from somewhere else. Which made it too obvious, so obvious that Gwen hesitated. Like a top student staring at a test with an answer printed plainly in front of them, she kept second-guessing herself. Could it really be that simple? Or was it a trap? Still, every instinct screamed the same, Spider-Man was Peter Parker. At his locker, Hawk swapped out his physics book for his bag. I'm heading to see Mrs. Snow, he said. All right, Gwen nodded, pulling her own backpack free. "I'll wait in the library." Hawk waved once and walked off toward the faculty offices to put in his request for leave. Monday was coming, and he needed the paperwork settled now. Gwen turned down another hall, her mind already occupied with senior prom details. She had duties as class assistant, even if she didn't normally care for dances. But this year was different. She found herself thinking, maybe, if Hawk agreed, she actually wanted to go. Beneath the city. The stench of sewage clung thick in the air. Water churned as something massive surged through the tunnels. Splash. The hulking, scale-covered form of the lizard hauled itself out onto a junction platform, green eyes burning. Midtown High. Gwen Stacy. Capture her. Force Hawk to give me his blood. His long tongue snapped out as he hissed, words echoing like a curse carved into his skull. Then, his nostrils flared. He scented prey. With a roar, the lizard dropped back down, claws skittering against the damp stone, and hurtled down the tunnels, straight toward the school. More precisely, toward the student bathrooms. On a toilet in one of the stalls, a freshman scrolled through his phone. A strange tremor rippled underfoot. Cold drafts licked against his bare skin. Earthquake. Boom. The floor split apart beneath him. With a terrified scream, he and the entire toilet were launched across the room, smashing through the stall door and skidding across the tile. The other boys froze in shock, until they saw claws tear through the cracked floor, sparks spraying. Then came the roar. The lizard erupted from below, hulking and hideous, arms spread wide as his bellow shook the walls. Out in the corridor, Peter had just returned from chemistry. Suddenly, every hair on his arm stood on end. His spider sense blared. Screams tore down the hall. Aya. Oh God, it's the lizard. Run. Mom, I don't want to go to school anymore. The bathroom door burst open. Students stumbled out, pale with terror. One had forgotten to pull his pants back up, too panicked to care. And then. Crash. The wall exploded outward. And the monster stepped into view. The lizard had arrived at Midtown High. Chapter 52, Spider-Man vs. The Lizard. After days of silence, the lizard finally returned, this time, right in the halls of Midtown High. On TV, students loved gossiping about him. But face to face, there was only one reaction. Screams. Panic. Running for their lives. Meanwhile, in the counseling office, Hawk was just finishing his leave request with Mrs. Snow. She smiled warmly. "So, I hear you and Gwen are together now." "Yeah. That's wonderful. You finally followed your heart." She'd known for a long time Hawk was holding back. She knew him, just like she knew Gwen. Then her smile turned playful. "Tell me, who made the first move?" Hawk hesitated, then admitted. "Gwen." "Just as I thought," Mrs. Snow chuckled, before her tone softened. "There's an old saying I wanted to share with you at graduation: being born humble is no shame, true strength is knowing when to bend and when to rise. But looking at you now, I think you've already learned that lesson." "Thank you." Hawk inclined his head. "One more piece of advice, Hawk." "Of course." "Go to your graduation dance. Take Gwen. You don't want to look back and find nothing there when you remember high school." For a brief second, Hawk actually pictured it, him and Gwen at the prom. Music, laughter, dancing. "All right," he smiled. "I'll think about it." Mrs. Snow looked pleased. But then. Bang. The door flew open. A staffer stuck his head in, panic written all over his face. "Trouble. Get out, now." Hawk froze. Mrs. Snow stiffened. Minutes later, outside the building, Hawk saw students stampeding out of the main halls, screaming. "Run. The lizard's here." His eyes narrowed. He let his heightened senses snap open. In an instant, he caught every sound inside the school: screams, crashing lockers, shattering walls, and the distinct snap of webs firing. Spider-Man was already fighting. Inside, Peter, now suited up, threw himself at the hulking lizard. But Connors was relentless. One massive claw caught Spider-Man mid-swing, hurling him through a row of lockers. His backpack spilled free, the name written on it exposed. Peter Parker. The lizard's slit-pupiled eyes narrowed. "No father. No mother. You're all alone." Peter said nothing, launching back into the fight, only to be smashed again, the lizard's tail whipping him like a rag doll. Crash! Peter tumbled through the front doors, skidding across the lawn. The lizard followed with a thunderous roar, only to be kicked in the gut by Peter's powerful counter, sending the beast crashing back into the school. Walls shook. Windows shattered. The battle raged on. Hawk sprinted toward the library. Whatever reason the lizard had for being here, it wasn't his concern. Spider-Man could handle him. What mattered was Gwen. He found her just as she was being rushed down the stairs with the fleeing students. Gwen! Hawk, she cried, running into his path. What's happening? He opened his mouth to answer. Boom. Glass exploded above them. Spider-Man and the lizard smashed through the second-floor windows, locked in combat. With a feral snarl, the lizard's claws tore through the air, lunging straight toward Hawk and Gwen at the stairwell. Chapter 53, The Lizard, Taken Down in One Blow. The monstrous lizard. The web-slinging Spider-Man dangling behind him. And Gwen, frozen in shock. Hawk didn't hesitate. He yanked Gwen close, spun mid-step, and put his own back between her and the incoming claws. Smash! The lizard's strike sent him crashing down the stairwell, slamming through a bookshelf below. Wood splintered, books scattered, students screamed and bolted from the library. Hawk! Gwen cried. The lizard hissed, stepping down the stairs like a predator. Blood. Give me your blood. So it was him he was after. Hawk rose, brushing off the dust. He barely felt the blow, though his shirt was a mess. But, if the monster was after him, then why had that first strike aimed so squarely at Gwen? That wasn't paranoia, it was instinct. He'd considered grabbing Gwen and vanishing at supersonic speed. But in that split second, Hawk saw the truth, the acceleration would shred her body apart. Air resistance alone could rip her to pieces. So he chose to take the hit. Not because of fear of exposure, he didn't care if the world knew his strength. He'd already killed when needed, already risked being hunted by the military. This wasn't about hiding. This was about keeping Gwen alive. You okay? He asked, eyes still locked on the lizard. Gwen, shaken but unharmed, nodded quickly. Watch out, she gasped. Crash. The monster's tail whipped a desk across the room. Hawk met it head-on, a single punch reducing it to splinters midair. Get outside, Hawk ordered. Up on the wall, Spider-Man clung like a true arachnid. Careful. His strength, its way higher than before. Peter had fought him on the bridge. Back then, Connor's power was one thing. Now, it was triple that. Still, Hawk only gave a calm nod. Gwen bit her lip. You be careful too. I will. Hawk's smile was brief, but certain. She turned to run. But the lizard's eyes narrowed, muscles coiled. With a hiss, he launched straight for Gwen again. Damn it! Peter shouted, firing twin webs. The strands caught Connor's mid-leap, halting him just enough. You're asking for death, Hawk's voice turned cold. Boom. A sonic crack split the air. Hawk vanished, reappearing midair before the lizard. His fist, casual but merciless, drove into the beast's chest. Crack. Connor's ribcage collapsed inward. His mutated heart burst into view, beating frantically as his body was hurled backwards like a rag doll. Peter yelped, his webs still clung to the lizard's back, dragging him along for the ride. With a quick flip, he cut the strands and caught the ceiling just in time. But the lizard wasn't so lucky. Boom. 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 The monster crashed through an entire row of shelves before his body slammed against the second-floor wall, the impact cracking it deep. He lay pinned there, chest caved in, barely moving. Gwen, trembling, turned to Hawk, who stood protectively beside her. Why would Dr. Connors try to kill me? Upstairs, Peter landed amidst the wreckage, staring grimly. The lizard's green scales were paling, his chest shattered, his grotesque heart struggling to beat. One punch. That was all it had taken. Dr. Connors, the lizard, was already at death's door. Chapter 54, The Lizard, Bewitched by a Demon. By the time Hawk and Gwen reached the second floor, the monstrous lizard was gone. In his place lay Dr. Kurt Connors, human once more, though his chest was caved in and the damage irreversible. Blood dribbled from his lips, yet when his fading eyes met Hawk's, he forced a broken smile. Thank you. Hawk only raised a brow, silent. Beside him, Gwen's voice trembled with confusion. "Doctor, why did you try to kill me?" It made no sense. If Connors wanted revenge for the Williamsburg Bridge, his target should have been Spider-Man. If he wanted blood, he should have come for Hawk. Why Gwen? Connors chuckled weakly. His chest heaved, face pale, before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His voice fell to a dying whisper. "I don't know, maybe. I was bewitched by a demon. Sorry." With that final breath, his lone hand dropped limply to the floor. Connors was dead. Hawk's gaze lingered on the body for a moment before shifting to Spider-Man. "Well, aren't you leaving?" Peter, still shaken by how one punch had ended it, blinked. "What about you? You killed him." "Not me," Hawk said flatly. "What's that got to do with me? I'm not Spider-Man." "Then what's with the webs?" Hawk smirked. "I'm leaving." Without another word, Peter fired a line, vaulted through a skylight, and was gone. Gwen snapped out of her daze, realization hitting her. The cameras. She pulled Hawk toward the library security office. "Relax," Hawk said calmly. "It was a blind spot. All they'll see is Connors flying backward. Nothing of me. Maybe it was chance. Maybe fate. Either way, he hadn't planned it, yet fortune had kept his secret intact once again." Half an hour later, NYPD officers carried out Dr. Connors' body. Captain George Stacy himself arrived on the scene. "Gwen." He rushed from his car, wrapping his daughter in a desperate hug. "Thank God you're safe." "Dad." Gwen pulled back, glanced at Hawk, and quickly said, "It was Hawk. He protected me." George looked at him. This time, unlike before, he gave a small nod. "Thank you." Hawk replied with a polite smile. "It was the least I could do." Still, George's sharp eyes flicked between their linked hands, and his jaw tightened. He wisely turned away before his trigger finger twitched. After calling her mother Helen to assure her of her safety, Gwen rejoined Hawk, slipping her arm naturally through his. George noticed, lips pressing thin. He left before he did something rash. Within the hour, Midtown High announced classes were cancelled for the rest of the day. Students, who only minutes ago had been panicked, erupted in cheers and stormed out like a freed herd. Hawk only shook his head. Connors was dead. Whatever demon had whispered in his ear, the truth would die with him. The weekend came. Hawk holed up in his new apartment, linking Gwen's gifted phone hotspot to the used laptop he'd bought. Browsing quietly, he considered ways to sell the 5 alien weapons he'd taken during the Chitauri invasion. Money was tight. Even if he wanted to attend the graduation dance, he couldn't afford a tux. He reminded himself of something: Venom's darkest impulse in Spider-Man was only to buy a cheap suit. Compared to that, he couldn't allow himself to sink any lower. Just as he was searching online, a thump echoed at his window. He glanced up. There, clinging to the fire escape, peering inside, was Spider-Man. Chapter 55, Repay Kindness, Exact Revenge. The slimy walls, the damp chill, and the rancid stench of rust, sludge, and rot hung in the underground air. Hawk wrinkled his nose and promptly shut off his sense of smell. He could endure heat, and he could endure cold, but stink. No way. Especially this kind of stench that seeped into every pore. Ahead, Spider-Man led the way. "How'd you even find this place?" Hawk asked, watching his companion with curiosity. "Followed the lizards," Peter answered, his voice muffled through the mask. The stink was too much, even for him. "We're almost there. One more turn." He explained, back during the school battle, he'd noticed lizards crawling out of the sewers. Yesterday, with nothing better to do, he'd explored the maze of tunnels beneath New York. Hours later, he had stumbled on Connor's makeshift hideout. Now, he had dragged Hawk along to see it for himself. They rounded a corner, and the space opened onto a platform crudely lit by dangling wires glued to the walls with some unidentifiable muck. A few bulbs flickered, illuminating scattered lab equipment and a pair of laptops. "Where's the video you mentioned?" Hawk asked. "Here." Peter tapped the keyboard, and the screen flared to life. "This blood, it belongs to Hawk. I should call him." "No, he won't give it to me." "Gwen." "Yes, if I take Gwen, I can force Hawk to give me his blood." The footage showed Connors, filthy and sweat-soaked, muttering to himself like a man possessed. Finally, he sees 3 last vials of serum and plunged them into his arm. His screams warped into roars as the lizard re-emerged, the screen dissolving into static. The video ended. Hawk's expression twisted into something unreadable. So that was it. Connors hadn't targeted Gwen out of logic, but because in his broken mind she was the leverage to reach him. The serum fried his brain, Hawk muttered. Peter glanced at him. If Connors had actually called you, asked for your blood, would you have given it to him? Hawk frowned, thought about it, then nodded. If it wasn't much, yes. Peter's eyes widened. Why? You know your blood was probably the key that triggered his transformation. Even knowing that, you'd still hand it over. Hawk's gaze was steady. What he does with it is his business. Whether I give it or not, that's mine. Peter shook his head. I don't get you. You and I, we're not the same. You had parents, an uncle, and an aunt. I grew up alone. That's why you can be the hero, and I never could. I'm not that kind of good. A smile tugged at Hawk's lips. I'm not a saint either. But I live by one rule: repay kindness, and exact revenge. When I got fired from Oscorp, Connors didn't have to, but he gave me a recommendation letter anyway. No strings attached. Worthless now, sure, but back then, he helped me. So if he asked, 1 vial of blood, I could give it. I'd lose nothing. And whatever he chose to do afterward, that was on him, not me. Peter fell silent, thoughtful. Then Hawk glanced at him. What about you? You want a sample of my blood? I'll give you one. Peter jolted, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No. No, I don't want it. Suit yourself. Hawk chuckled, then glanced around the platform. Connors really lost it. He could have just asked. Instead, he made a mess of everything. Let's go. Peter frowned. What about all this? Burn it, Hawk said without hesitation. Connors is dead. Leaving this behind is asking for another lizard to pop up. I don't care either way, but burning it is smarter. You're right, Peter admitted after a pause. Then it's yours, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Hawk said with a half-smile, already turning to leave. Peter sighed. Once Hawk disappeared into the tunnels, he scanned the platform again. He'd need tools to torch it properly. He swung away. Unnoticed, in the corner of the platform, a faint red light blinked, and slowly faded to black. Chapter 56, If the IRS dares to rob me, I'll dare to rage. Hawk didn't dwell on the sewer incident. Back home, he hooked his laptop back onto his phone's hotspot and kept digging through forums and black market listings. The Battle of New York had been 3 months ago, and now, photos and clips of civilians showing off salvaged Chitauri tech were starting to surface online. Some posts even listed prices. The very site he was scrolling through now had shocked him at first. He thought it was a normal trading forum, until he stumbled onto a live auction for a kidnapped European girl. He only spared it a glance. First, like he told Spider-Man, he wasn't good. He wouldn't rush in to save strangers just because they were suffering. Back when he needed saving, no one came for him. So, he had learned. No more hero complexes. Everyone carries their own fate. Still, he wasn't evil either. He simply closed the window and moved on. Out of sight, out of mind. He studied listings for Chitauri rifles. The common soldier models were going for around $150,000 to $200,000 each. He had 4 of those. And the one from the squad leader. No exact listing, but Hawk pegged its floor at least $400,000. By his math. 4 times $160,000 is almost equal to $640,000. Plus the squad leaders at $400,000. About $1 million in total. He smiled. Round numbers felt nice. Without overthinking, Hawk drafted a post. Selling 4 nearly new Chitauri soldier energy weapons, plus 1 squad leader model. All 5, bundled for $1 million. Contact if interested. Click. Sent. He expected a long wait. Instead, before he even finished pouring a glass of water. Ding. A private message popped up. Can I see photos? Sure. Give me a sec. Dragging the wrapped bundle from under his bed, Hawk uncovered the gleaming alien weapons. He snapped a picture, sent it off, and returned to his seat. The reply was almost instant. Received. Looks very nice. Thanks. Interested? Of course. Hawk raised a brow. That easy. Then again, this was alien tech. A rarity. Every sale was one less on the market. Demand was guaranteed. The next message came. $1 million is fine. But it has to be in person. Hawk leaned back. His first thought, sting. The FBI or CIA loved fishing on black market boards. Was he chatting with some Fed grinning at his desk, already drafting the bust report? He considered. Then chuckled. So what? He'd already stormed Quantico. Was he supposed to fear the FBI? If it was a trap, fine. Let them try. He typed back. Fine. You pick the spot or me. You. I see your IP is in New York. I'm here too. Anywhere in the city works. Hawk smirked. So they'd traced his IP. Easy work, he wasn't exactly hiding. But if it were the feds, the door would already be kicked in with someone shouting, FBI. Open the door. He glanced at his door. Silence. No knock. No raid. Weirdly disappointing. Shrugging, he wrote. Galvin's in Glendale. Tomorrow morning. Works. Cash or check? Hawk actually laughed aloud. Cash, of course. Checks mean taxes. Especially that brutal windfall tax. Anything over $609,300, and the IRS took 37%. Meaning, if he accepted a $1 million check, Uncle Sam would skim off $370,000 for nothing. Highway robbery. Legalized theft. The buyer messaged back. You're not worried the IRS will notice when you file next year? They can try. This was his by right. Won through sweat and blood. He'd pay no tax on it. If the IRS tried to strong-arm him, he'd blow up their damn building before he handed over a dime. The buyer hesitated, then answered. Understood. I'll have my people prep the cash. $1 million ready. One last thing, how will I find you at the meet? You won't. Hawk's fingers danced across the keys. I'll find you. Good. Then it's settled. Settled. Chapter 57, Anya, my sister. Monday morning. Hawk had requested leave the previous Friday, so he rose early but didn't head straight to Calvin Cemetery in Glendale. Instead, he shouldered a golf bag, stuffed not with clubs but the 5 Chitauri weapons he intended to sell, and stopped by a little taco shop near an orphanage. The Mexican owner recognized him and blinked in surprise. Hawk, oh, it's the 10th, isn't it? Hawk only nodded and handed over coins he'd already prepared. A few minutes later, 2 freshly wrapped burritos were ready. Hawk thanked the men and left. About an hour later, after circling the nearby streets, he hailed a cab, clutching not only his golf bag but also a dozen extra takeout bags. Destination, Calvin Cemetery. Founded in 1849, spanning Brooklyn and Queens, Calvin Cemetery was old, too old. By rights, it should have been full decades ago. And it was. Until 1984, when it was sold off by the city. Privatized, renovated, and suddenly spacious again. No one asked too many questions about how so many plots had opened up in just 3 months. No one protested either. Now the cemetery even offered feng shui sections for Chinese immigrants and handled government burial programs. By the time Hawk arrived, it was 9 in the morning. The gate guard glanced at his papers, eyed the golf bag suspiciously, but waved him through. Hawk walked 15 minutes along familiar paths until he reached a modest grave. A girl's sweet smile beamed from the photo on the headstone. Anya. May 20, 1995, September 10, 2009. Hawk set the golf bag down beside him and carefully placed the food offerings in front of the stone. Then he just crouched there, staring. A faint smile tugged at his lips, the same one he wore every morning when his eyes fell on the photo framed by his bedside. After a while, he pulled out his phone, switched off so no one would disturb him, and laid it aside. Then he leaned back against the stone, eyes drifting toward the distant skyline. From afar, his profile and Anya's photo almost seemed to sit side by side, both gazing at the same view. At Midtown High. Gwen, do you know where Hawk went? Gwen froze, halfway to stowing her backpack when her counselor, Mrs. Snow, called. He asked you for leave, didn't he? Yes, but I just got a call from NYU, they're coming today. For Hawk. For Hawk. But I can't reach him. God, when he didn't have a phone, fine, but now he does and it's turned off. Worse than nothing. Gwen hesitated. She had a good guess where Hawk was. But should she say? NYU will finalize their list today. If Hawk doesn't show, he could lose his shot. All right. I'll go find him. I may need a pass. Of course. Hanging up, Mrs. Snow chuckled to herself. As expected. Gwen again. Meanwhile, Gwen slid her books back into her locker, grabbed her bag, and hurried to the lot. Her yellow Corolla roared to life, heading straight for Calvin Cemetery. At the gate, she explained herself and was waved in. She knew the way. Rounding a bend, she saw him, Hawk, sitting with one leg bent, the other stretched, left hand resting on his knee, back against a headstone. Anya's headstone. His gaze, distant and empty, snapped back into focus as her footsteps approached. He turned. She saw his faint smile and finally exhaled in relief, walking closer. She didn't ask about NYU, not yet. Her eyes lingered on the girl's photo, then on Hawk himself. Her voice was soft. Will you introduce her to me? Hawk's lips curved gently. His eyes warmed as he looked at the picture. Anya. My sister. Chapter 58, The Cheat Born from My Sister's Death. My real sister. We were both found outside St. Paul's Community Church in Queens by the priest. All we had on us was a slip of paper with our birth dates written down. The names, Hawk and Anya, the priest gave us. Anya loved hers. Leaning against his sister's gravestone, Hawk never asked Gwen how she'd found him here. He knew better, stupid question. His voice was low, as if afraid to disturb Anya's rest. Anya was happy. Always happy. Even with the heart defect, the surgeries, the hospital visits, she never stopped smiling. Lucky for us, being orphans meant the state and federal programs covered her medical bills. He glanced at Gwen sitting beside him, mimicking his posture, leaning against the stone. A faint smile crossed his lips. Sometimes I wonder if that's why we were abandoned. Easier to dump us and let the government pick up the bill. Gwen's mouth twitched, but she shook her head. There were no birth records. None. The church checked hospitals across the city, nothing. One doctor said we were probably home births. Not unusual here, especially in devout families. Some would rather risk mother and child dying than set foot in a hospital. Hawk shrugged. But that doesn't matter. They abandoned us. So be it. No need to meet again. At least our citizenship was legitimate. He continued. Some families came to adopt us. But once they learned about Anya's heart, they all backed out. Father Moses, the priest, didn't want us split up. So we stayed under his care until we were 4. He was our guardian. Hawk's smile faded. When he passed, we were sent to the children's home. And we grew up there. Gwen frowned. No adoptive family ever. Who would want us? Take Anya out of the system, her medical costs would crush them. I wasn't about to give her up. Foster homes were possible, but foster families only want the government checks. Kids just have to survive. That's all. Gwen had heard her father mention foster abuse cases before. She nodded, she believed him. Her eyes drifted to Anya's gravestone. May 20, 1995, September 10, 2009. Her chest tightened. Most of the graves here, weren't they from the Hulk abomination battle? A cold flicker passed through Hawk's eyes before he nodded. Yeah. Anya didn't die from her illness. She died that night. In the aftermath of their fight. Gwen's heart sank. So all your effort, all your training, it's for revenge. Hawk turned to her, his voice grinding like teeth. I repay kindness. I avenge hatred. Always. In his past life he was an orphan. In this one, too, but at least he had Anya. Her presence made this world bearable, even without a system. He'd never dreamed of ruling the world. He just wanted peace, a decent life. He studied hard, kept his grades sharp, earned a scholarship to Midtown High. His dream was simple: get a good job, earn money, heal his sister's heart. That September, 2009, their first weekend after he started at Midtown, he took Anya to Times Square. They snapped a photo. To him, it was supposed to mark the turning point of their lives. And it was. Just not how he imagined. That night, Abomination appeared. Then the Hulk. Two monsters, tearing the city apart. On TV, the battle looked exciting. Up close, it was hell, screams, blood, bodies. Civilians had no chance. Hulk dragged Anya through the crowd, desperate to escape. Then it happened. Hulk slammed Abomination into a building. The structure collapsed. Debris rained down. When the dust cleared, his sister was gone. That night Hulk lost everything. And that night, his cheat finally awakened. Envy him. Don't. It was bought with his sister's life. The hatred of a sister's death is irreconcilable. This hatred, Hulk will repay in blood. Chapter 59, Make Hulk and Abomination Mourn Too. Hulk's face was cold and sharp as his mind replayed the night of September 10, 2009. In his blazing blue eyes burned an unquenchable fire of revenge. Gwen watched the fury in his gaze but showed no surprise. She already knew. That same night, when she had asked her father George for help, she had looked through the list of casualties from Hulk's battle with Abomination. The photo of the girl, taken when Hulk had just entered Midtown, was there. Hulk had never spoken about her. But Gwen guessed the truth. And with Anya's features resembling Hulk's, it wasn't hard to confirm. But Abomination's already dead, Hulk, Gwen said softly. Hulk didn't answer. He remembered the movies, where Abomination was alive and well, sitting in a cell only to be sprung by some snowbound king for cage fights. He hadn't seen the later storylines, but he knew Abomination would eventually be redeemed. If not for his own tragedy, Hulk wouldn't have cared. But after losing Anya that night, the very thought sickened him. Utterly disgusting. The fire roared inside him, then he forced it down, rubbing his face until the fury vanished. When he looked back at Gwen, he even smiled. By the way, Gwen, why'd you come looking for me? The rage was gone, as if it had never existed. Gwen's heart tightened at how fast he could bury it. But she could see he didn't want to dwell, so she didn't press. She smiled faintly. NYU's coming to the school today. Mrs. Snow couldn't find you, so she called me. NYU. She nodded. She said today's the day they finalize their decisions. Let's go back. Hulk started to agree, then his eyes landed on the golf bag lying nearby. He turned to Gwen. You go ahead. I've got a meeting. Need to sell something. Gwen followed his gaze, saw the bag, then looked back at him. Their eyes met. She smiled. Okay. Then I'll wait outside for you. Fine. He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded, watching as she walked down the forest path and out of sight. Only then did he turn back toward the gravestone. Anya's smiling photo seemed to show a trace of worry now. Hulk smiled faintly, as though speaking to her. Don't worry. I'll be fine. And you'll be fine too. Wait for me. It won't be long before I come down to hell and bring you home. He inhaled, exhaled, and the softness vanished. Rising, he hooked the golf bag with one foot, caught it in hand, and walked away without a glance back. There's a saying, sorry for your loss. Bullshit. If you have the strength, make your enemies mourn instead. Abomination. Hulk. Neither would escape him. And beyond that, Hulk would find a way into hell itself and bring his sister back. One day. Soon. That vow burned in his chest as he left the graveyard. Not far down the path, he spotted a woman. She had a wild aura, golden hair pinned back, icy gray-blue eyes, and the kind of height and figure that turned heads. As his gaze met hers, she noticed. Their eyes locked. Confirmed. Hulk gave a slight nod. Her eyes brightened. She approached with a smile, extending her hand. Anna. Hulk shook it, feeling the calluses on her palm. Hulk. Releasing her, he swung the golf bag around, unzipped it, and revealed the faint glow of 5 Chitauri weapons inside. Anna's eyes lit up again, her hand reaching instinctively. But Hulk snapped the bag shut first. Money. Of course. She smiled and pressed a finger to the earpiece hidden by her hair, whispering in French. Moments later, a man in a black suit and sunglasses appeared, tall and imposing, wheeling a 20-inch carry case. Anna took it herself, waved the men away, then returned to Hawk and pushed the case toward him. 1 million. Hawk passed her the golf bag as he accepted the case. Click. The lid opened. Stacks of crisp Benjamins filled it to the brim. Hawk sucked in a sharp breath before he could stop himself. Not his fault, poverty ran deep. 1 million in cash wasn't something you saw every day. But he quickly steadied himself. No need to count or check for counterfeits. Anyone stupid enough to fake bills in a deal like this wouldn't live long against someone holding alien weapons. Closing the case, he stood. At the same moment, Anna finished inspecting the weapons. Well then. Hawk extended his hand. Pleasure doing business, Miss Anna. She smiled as they shook. Just Anna. Fine. Pleasure doing business, Anna. Pleasure indeed, Mr. Hawk. And now that we're friends. Her smile widened. I've prepared a gift for you. I think you'll like it. Chapter 60, Anna's Gift. Gwen sat in her car opposite the gates of the cemetery, worry clouding her eyes as she stared toward the entrance. She had known for some time that Hawk's sister had died in September 2009, during the battle between Hulk and Abomination. She had even guessed that Hawk's obsession with becoming stronger was tied to that night. Sure, the way Hawk trained, throwing punches day after day until he could kill Lizard with a single strike, made no sense scientifically. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that hearing it directly from Hawk's lips was different from simply guessing. And yet, his enemies were Abomination and Hulk. Abomination was one thing, dead already. But Hulk? Could Hawk really take him on? And if Hawk went after Hulk, wouldn't the other superheroes intervene to protect him? Could Hawk win? Gwen worried. Yes, worried, not about convincing Hawk to give up his vengeance for peace and love. Her lips curled in a bitter smile. Peace. Tell that to the feds after September 11th. If peace was enough, why did they strike back? Why keep fueling wars all over the world if they were so devoted to peace? She scoffed inwardly. She wasn't some naive girl brainwashed by public schooling, she was a top private school scholarship student who thought for herself. As her brows furrowed deeper, a figure appeared at the cemetery gates. Anna. The same elegant beauty who had just spoken to Hawk with warmth now walked with icy coldness. Her face was a mask, her steps sharp and forceful, a bodyguard carrying Hawk's golf bag at her back. Moments later, a crimson Porsche roared to life. Anna vanished down the street in a streak of red. The bodyguard followed in a black SUV. Soon after, Hawk emerged, wheeling a carry case toward her car. Gwen's eyes flicked to the SUV disappearing in her mirror, then back to Hawk. She quickly got out to meet him. Hawk loaded the case into the trunk. What's that? She asked, noticing how the weight made the car dip. Take a look, Hawk said, stepping aside. She shot him a quick glance, then popped the case open. Her eyes went wide. Yeah. Hawk grinned. That was my reaction too. She slammed the lid shut, scanning the area nervously before glaring at him. How? 5 weapons, Hawk said casually. You know which ones? Gwen froze, then blinked rapidly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Gwen, Hawk said, voice amused. I can't act, but you can't hide either. He didn't need to say more. The photo of Anya on his nightstand. The badly repacked bundle of weapons under his bed, different from his careful style. Gwen had seen them, panicked, and forgotten to put them back the way they were. Her lips parted, caught red-handed. A second later she slammed the trunk shut, cheeks reddening as she muttered, NYU's here already. We need to hurry back. Without waiting, she turned briskly, climbing into the driver's seat. Her ears burned pink. Cute. Hawk smiled faintly, but didn't press. He slipped into the passenger seat. Gwen hit the gas, and the car shot forward. On the way back, she kept her face stiff, refusing to look at him or say a word. Silent driving, in its purest form. Hawk leaned back, letting her simmer, while his own thoughts drifted. Anna. That gift she'd mentioned, what was it? The ride that should have taken 45 minutes was cut to 30 under Gwen's heavy foot. They pulled up outside Midtown High, and Gwen parked fast. The NYU reps are in the office already, she said. Got it. Hawk nodded and got out. As he walked away, Gwen raised a fist and mouthed, "Good luck." He smiled. Yeah. She stayed behind. This wasn't her place. An NYU meeting wasn't Berkeley's. Outsiders barging in would only look bad. Hawk knocked. "Come in. Mrs. Snow." He entered, scanning the office. Beside his counselor sat a well-dressed middle-aged man, posture immaculate. Mrs. Snow smiled warmly. "Hawk, this is Mr. Gary Cooper, admissions officer for NYU. Gary, this is the student I told you about." Hawk quickly stepped forward, offering his hand. "Mr. Cooper." "Hawk." Cooper shook it, smiled briefly, then grew serious again. "I've reviewed your scholarship application. Today, I have a few questions. Please, sit." Hawk nodded, taking a seat opposite. For the next hour, Cooper questioned him carefully, scribbling notes as Mrs. Snow watched with quiet anticipation. Finally, Cooper closed his notebook. He looked at Hawk for a moment, then stood, extending his hand with a smile. "Congratulations, Hawk. Welcome to NYU." Mrs. Snow gasped, covering her mouth, eyes shining. "This is wonderful." Hawk froze, then sprang up, gripping Cooper's hand. "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me," Cooper said, smiling knowingly. "Thank my colleague Anna. She was the one who put your file on my desk." Chapter 61, Gwen, the perfect partner. Gary Cooper didn't linger. As he explained, he still had to head to Trinity High in Manhattan that afternoon to review another student applying for a scholarship. Mrs. Snow personally walked him to the door, warmth written across her face. Hawk followed, though his thoughts were elsewhere, still turning over Gary's parting words. "Don't thank me. Thank my colleague Anna." He recalled the woman's words at the cemetery, "I prepared a gift for you. I hope you'll like it." So this was the gift? Hawk wondered. Back in her office, Mrs. Snow could hardly hide her excitement. "This is incredible, Hawk. I thought they'd take the file back and discuss before deciding, but he's already given you a spot for next fall." Hawk smiled faintly, setting Anna aside for now. "I didn't expect it either." "This is huge," Mrs. Snow continued, relief softening her voice. "You know how many strong candidates applied for NYU's law school this year. I pushed you to prepare because I thought they'd deliberate. For him to decide on the spot means you really impressed him." She calmed herself, then reminded gently, "But don't relax just yet. Gary will file the paperwork when he gets back. Only when the invitation letter arrives can we truly celebrate." Hawk nodded, though he knew from the certainty in her tone that such promises were rarely revoked. University admissions and high school counselors built reputations on trust. For a recruiter to go back on his word would be to burn bridges with every counselor in the city. No, Anna had ensured this. And she would want something in return. He didn't feel threatened. He wasn't some teenager raging against the unfairness of the world anymore. People with influence could steer admissions, that was life. He saw it for what it was, a transaction. Parents bought recommendation letters all the time, trading money or favors to secure their children's futures. This was no different. And every transaction was about consent. So Hawk would listen to what Anna wanted, then decide. Pocketing his phone after briefly glancing at her number, he stepped out of the building. Gwen was waiting. She had already heard the news. Her smile blossomed as she rushed forward, wrapping him in a warm hug. "Wow, this is amazing, Hawk. Congratulations." "Thanks." He hugged her back, then pulled away. "Yours should be coming soon too, Gwen." She beamed. "Berkeley already called. I had my online interview yesterday. The letter should arrive in a few days." Hawk blinked. "And you didn't tell me? You weren't at school today," she teased. Then her expression softened. "But yours happened today, right after you went to see Anya. Clearly, she's watching over you." Hawk hesitated. Gwen's words struck something deep. "That's my little sister," he said quietly. Later, with the weight of a suitcase full of cash in the trunk, Hawk rode home with Gwen instead of the school bus. On the drive, she asked curiously, "So, you've got $1 million now. What will you do with it?" "Get my license. Buy a car. And when prom comes, I'll get a suit and take you," Hawk said without hesitation. She blinked at how naturally he'd said it. "And after that?" "I only sold them because I wanted to make sure you had the prom you deserved." I didn't want it ruined by money problems. He chuckled. Call it old-fashioned if you want. Her eyes shimmered. Hawk, aren't you worried? Selling weapons like that, dangerous ones. People kill, Gwen. Not weapons. And those were my spoils. I have the right to do what I want with them. Her serious tone made him laugh softly. When they reached his building, he waved as Gwen drove off in her yellow Corolla. He was about to head inside when a voice called out. Mr. Hawk, wait. Across the street, a young man in a courier's uniform was rushing toward him. Chapter 62, From now on, you're my friend. When Hawk returned home, he wasn't just dragging a 20-inch suitcase, he also had a courier envelope in his hand. The delivery boy had handed it to him, saying it came by express from New York University that very afternoon. New York University. Dropping the suitcase aside, Hawk sat on the couch and tore open the envelope. Inside was an official admission letter, Law School, NYU, stamped and sealed, with a full scholarship attached. Damn. His brows furrowed. So this was real. Not just a promise, but already processed. A gift, with no strings attached. He grabbed his phone, scrolled to the most recent outgoing call, and hit redial. The line clicked, and a woman's delighted voice came through. Hawk. I received your gift, he said evenly. That's wonderful, but wait, the NYU letter isn't the gift. That was just a welcome present. Hawk froze. Oh. The true gift, Anna continued, is in the message I left you online. You haven't checked. Hawk muttered a quick, hold on, turned on his hotspot, and powered up his old laptop. The same underground forum opened. Same chat box. But now, a new line of text glowed on the screen, time-stamped just before noon. New Jersey. Lake Calver. Bruce Banner and Betty Ross will spend their Christmas holiday there this year. Hawk's breath deepened, the muscles along his jaw tightening. The Hulk. Is this reliable? Confirmed, Anna replied sweetly. So far, neither Bruce Banner nor Miss Ross has altered their plans. The cabin reservation remains in place. Her tone carried a smile. Do you like this gift, Hawk? Call me Hawk, he corrected, voice low. And yes. I like it very much. What do you want from me? Anna's laugh was light. This is what friends do, gifts without expectation. Unless, you don't consider me a friend yet. If this information proves true, Hawk said gravely, then from this moment, you have my friendship. He didn't bother guessing what power backed her. Probably Hydra. So what? He'd long since lost any illusions about Marvel's so-called heroes. If Hydra gave him what he needed, that was enough. Winners wrote history, losers were called villains. Simple. And Hawk had always lived by one creed. I repay kindness. And I repay grudges. Anna, he said, his voice steady, whatever you want, if I can give it, I will. As long as this intel is real. Anna, however, insisted. This is just a gift between friends, nothing more. He didn't press her. Instead, Hawk chuckled. Actually, there is something you might help me with. A trade. Please, she said, intrigued. I need iron meteorite. As much as possible. Before Christmas. How much? As much as you can get. I can't pay you. But name something you want from me, and if I can provide it, deal. There was silence. Hawk imagined her checking with whatever shadowy superior truly pulled strings. He didn't rush. He even put the phone on speaker and pulled up satellite maps, searching Lake Calver, New Jersey. Finally, Anna's voice returned, softer now, almost cautious. Really, anything. As long as I have it. Her breath caught. Then, slowly, she asked. Then, could we have some of your blood? Hawk arched an eyebrow. Chapter 63, Anna. Hydra's Anna. My blood. Hawk raised an eyebrow at Anna's cautious tone on the other end of the line. So. Hydra, huh? His mind turned, recalling that faint sense of being watched from the sky when he left Quantico after killing that mercenary. And then he chuckled inwardly. He'd said it before, he didn't care about factions. He cared about attitude. That was all. As long as it's just a vial, fine, Hawk said casually. Ah, Anna sounded surprised, as if she hadn't expected him to agree so quickly. But don't tell me you want a whole barrel, Hawk added dryly. Even if you drained me dry, it wouldn't be enough. No, no, Anna said quickly, just a single vial. A vial. Hawk smirked. That won't be enough. I'll give you 200 milliliters. When the iron meteorite arrives, send someone to draw it. Generous for generosity. He didn't lose out on trades with friends. After all, his true power came from the cosmos, his awakened microcosmos, his phoenix constellation. As long as his small universe burned, Hawk wouldn't die. Even if he was killed, he would resurrect in the flames of the phoenix's starfire. What was blood, compared to that? Still, he warned. Anna, with friends, I'm always generous. But don't get any ideas about cloning me. If you make a copy, that's the day this friendship ends. Anna hurried to assure him. Never, Hawk. You have my word. Satisfied, Hawk hung up, saved her number into his phone, and labeled it simply, Anna, Hydra. His contact list was pitifully short. Gwen. Mrs. Snow, his counselor. Peter, labeled Spider Freak. Anna, Hydra. That was it. If Gwen ever peeked at his phone, she'd instantly know Spider-Man's real identity. Hawk hadn't bothered to hide it. But he pushed the thought aside, focusing instead on the satellite map still open on his laptop. The Hulk. Back in those long days of 10,000 punches, Hawk had always prepared two paths. First, pray his cheat worked, that the cosmos was real, that his phoenix constellation would ignite. If so, he could avenge Anya with his own hands. Second, the lawyer's path. Study, work, become a judge. Find a way to bring justice through the system if his cheat failed. A long, uncertain path. But at least it was something. Now, though, he didn't need it. His strength was real. His cosmos burned. He could strike with his own hands. The only problem had been finding Hulk. Banner was slippery, a master at hide-and-seek. Even General Ross, with the full weight of the U.S. military, had failed to track him down. But now, Anna had given him exactly what he needed. This Christmas, Bruce Banner and Betty Ross at Lake Calver, New Jersey. Perfect. He remembered seeing Hulk during the Battle of New York, feeling that urge to rush in and avenge his sister. But back then, he'd just awakened the cosmos, hadn't ignited the Phoenix, and Hulk had been surrounded by Avengers, Thor among them. Charging in then would have been suicide. He'd waited over 1,000 days. What were a few more months? But now. This time, there would be no escape. Anya. Hawk whispered, staring at the glowing map. His eyes narrowed, burning with promise. This Christmas, I'll send Hulk to hell to keep you company. And tell Mephisto, if he dares lay a hand on you there, the day I set foot in hell, I'll burn it down around him. Chapter 64, This Christmas, Kill. Hawk had never felt time move so slowly before. But now, he felt it keenly. Christmas vacation. In the past, Anya had loved it. Every Christmas Eve, the children's home staff would scrape together cheap little gifts, and Anya would smile brighter than anyone. Because of her, Hawk had come to love the holiday too. But after September 10, 2009, after the night Anya died, he stopped. That Christmas Eve, he'd snuck into the cemetery to sit with her. Since then, Christmas had been nothing but noise and mockery to him. But this year? This year he longed for it with burning anticipation. Which, of course, made time crawl. The more you waited for something, the slower it came. So Hawk forced himself not to think about it, sticking to his normal rhythm. At last, 1 week before Christmas, Midtown High finally announced winter break. Hawk left school with Gwen. In truth, he wanted to head straight for New Jersey, to Lake Calver, to lie in wait for Hulk. But when Gwen's mother warmly invited him over, he had no excuse to refuse. Back at the Stacy apartment, George wasn't home yet. Gwen took Hawk upstairs to her bedroom. He was no stranger there now. He sat naturally at the edge of her bed while Gwen perched on her desk chair, phone pressed to her ear, laughing as she chatted with Mary Jane. A few minutes later, Gwen set her phone down, smiling, and turned toward Hawk. Mary asked if we had plans for the holidays. She thought maybe the four of us could go somewhere together. Hawk raised a brow. Four. Her and Peter. Hawk blinked. Seriously? Gwen grinned mischievously. Guess when? Today, right after Norman Osborn's funeral. And guess who confessed first? Mary. Hawk's eyes widened. No kidding. Didn't see that coming, huh? Not at all. Hawk chuckled, shaking his head. So this world's Peter hadn't pushed Mary away. A butterfly effect. He thought back to last Sunday, when Peter had shown up at his window, hollow-eyed, whispering about killing his best friend's father. Norman had died the same way as in the movies, impaled by his own glider after trying to stab Peter in the back. But here, Peter hadn't been caught by Harry. Instead, he had come to Hawk, spilling his guilt. Hawk had been exhausted from scouting Lake Calver that day, desperate for sleep, but he'd listened. He'd sipped soda while Peter talked himself hoarse, trying to lighten his load. And now, Mary Jane's confession hadn't been rejected. Peter had accepted. Hawk almost laughed aloud. Good for you, Parker. He told Gwen simply, that's good. Peter really does like Mary Jane. Of course, Gwen nodded, then narrowed her eyes playfully. Kind of like a certain someone. Caring, but pretending not to. Hawk met her gaze. Am I wrong? She teased. No, he admitted softly. Her smile blossomed. So you admit you liked me since the start? Yes. Thought so. She tilted her head, eyes bright. Because I liked you too. She leaned back, thoughtful. And that's how I know Peter's Spider-Man. If he wasn't, he never would have had the courage to accept Mary. Hawk only smiled faintly. Once again, I won't confirm or deny. Unless Peter chooses to reveal it himself. Doesn't matter. Mary will find out eventually. And once she does, she'll tell me. You know how she is. Then Gwen asked, so? Should we go? Mary thought we could take a trip during the break. 21 days off. A couple's getaway. Gwen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. But Hawk frowned. She noticed. What's wrong? I can't be sure yet, Hawk admitted with an apologetic smile. I've got something I need to do over break. Just don't know which day yet. Her brows furrowed. Something to do? Yes. If I asked what it was, would you tell me? Hawk's eyes met hers. She didn't blink. He hesitated, then nodded. If you ask, I'll tell you. Then I want to know, Hawk. Her gaze was unwavering. He fell silent for a long moment. Then finally, 2 words slipped out, low and sharp. Kill someone. Chapter 65, Gwen, then let's go to hell together. Hawk had never thought about hiding anything from Gwen. At least, not since they confirmed their relationship. He had no reason to conceal his power or anything else. Lovers shouldn't keep secrets. That was how he saw it. And it wasn't just his belief, it was a lesson burned into him after watching countless movies in his past life, where misunderstandings born of secrets destroyed relationships. Like he'd just said. If you ask, I'll tell you. So. He told her. Kill someone. Gwen's smile froze. See. I told you. You're not happy now, are you? Hawk chuckled inwardly. He wasn't disappointed, though. Gwen was beautiful and kind, of course she'd be shaken by this. If she had smiled happily instead, that would have been the time to worry. Then Gwen recovered, and her answer was just 2 words. Kill who? Hulk. Bruce Banner's back in New York. No. Then. I've got intel. He'll be spending Christmas in New Jersey. Hawk laid it all out for her. Her eyes widened. So all those weekends you went to Jersey were to scout the terrain, Hawk admitted, smiling faintly. I've been preparing, mapping out the battleground in my head. If Hulk tries to run, I already have multiple counters planned. This Christmas, Hulk would die. Anya had waited long enough in hell for him to avenge her. Hulk first. Abomination after. Hawk wasn't in a rush for Blonsky, he was locked down in Quantico under heavy guard. He'd deal with him in time. One step at a time. But Hulk. Hulk would die at Christmas. Then Gwen said it. I'm going with you. Hawk blinked, certain he'd misheard. What? I said I'm going with you. Her gaze was steady, her tone unyielding. Hawk laughed, shaking his head. Gwen, I'm going there to kill. I know. I'm still going with you. He stared at her. Don't joke. I'm not joking. If you're going to hell, then I'm going with you. Hawk froze. They looked at each other, silence stretching. Finally, he exhaled a laugh. You're worried I'll die? Gwen shook her head. I don't know. But I do know I won't just sit in New York and wait. It was so very Gwen. Hawk sighed. No. This isn't me asking, Hawk, Gwen said firmly. You know me. If I want to find you, I'll find you. So if you win, we come back together. If you die, I'll follow you to hell. Then she smiled softly. Honestly, ever since I found you that day in Maryland, by the waterfall, I think it was already decided. We were going to hell together, weren't we? Hawk couldn't help but laugh. You think hell's so easy to get into? I haven't even figured out where the damn entrance is. Stop deflecting, Gwen cut in, frowning. I'm not, Hawk said with a sigh, standing and moving in front of her. He looked down at her, serious now. He smiled faintly. All right then. We'll go to hell together. Gwen stood and threw her arms around him, her face finally breaking into a radiant smile. Good. Then hold on tight, or I'll get lost. I won't let go. Promise me. Swear it on Anya's name. That broke the mood completely, Hawk almost laughed. You really know how to corner me. Of course I do. She tilted her face up, smiling slyly. I know exactly how to handle you, Hawk. He sighed, helpless. Yes, you do. Then swear it. Do I really have to? Absolutely. Don't think I haven't seen enough movies. I know you try to knock me out and leave me behind. This is what happens when you date a girl who's too smart, Hawk thought wryly. Looking into her bright eyes, he sighed again. Together, down to hell. Together. Fine. He drew a deep breath, then solemnly swore on his sister's name. Now are you satisfied? Almost. If you agree to one more thing. What? Her smile vanished, replaced by a steady, serious expression. I know you don't want to be a hero. I won't ask you to. But Hawk, please, don't become a villain either. Try to be good. Try to be someone who can always face himself without guilt. Can you promise me that? Chapter 66, the upcoming Saint Seiya vs. Hulk battle. The small, cozy bedroom radiated warmth. Hawk and Gwen were still holding each other, eyes locked. Don't become a bad person, try to be a good one, Gwen's words echoed in Hawk's mind like an angel's whisper. He pressed his lips together. I've never wanted to be a bad person. I know, Gwen replied without hesitation, her arms tight around him, eyes steady. So keep it that way. Keep being good, Hawk. Good and evil, people define them by the majority's perception. Spider-Man was good because most loved him. Hydra was evil because most despised them. But there were those who hated Spider-Man too, just like there were those who admired Hydra. Good and bad shifted with perspective. But kindness, that was different. Kindness meant facing yourself without guilt, laying your head down at night without nightmares. Meeting Gwen's gaze, Hawk nodded. All right. Thank you. Her smile bloomed like sunlight, and she pressed her face into his chest. Just then, the door creaked open. Gwen, dinner's, oh. Helen froze in the doorway, catching the two mid-embrace. Gwen leapt back like a startled deer. Helen chuckled, eyes twinkling. Sorry, carry on. But Gwen, next time put up a do not disturb sign. Mom. Gwen groaned, face red, chasing her mother out. Hawk couldn't help but laugh, then followed them downstairs. Dinner that night was lively. Unlike his first time at their table, when things had been stiff, divided into separate portions, tonight was a family-style meal, filled with chatter and laughter. Gwen's younger brothers, 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon, dominated the conversation, excitedly debating where the family should go for their holiday trip. Helen smiled warmly as she listened, occasionally glancing at Hawk. Hawk, do you have plans this holiday? If not, you could come with us. Right, George. George looked up, stoic as ever. I don't mind. He wasn't against Hawk himself, just against the wild boar stealing his little girl. Objectively, Hawk had done well. Orphan or not, he'd clawed his way up, earned a full scholarship to NYU Law, and had a bright future ahead. As long as he didn't throw it away on idealism or charity law, his path to wealth and stability was assured. Still, George stayed gruff. That was his job as father. Hawk opened his mouth to politely refuse, but Gwen cut in smoothly. Mom, Hawk and I don't have time. Mary invited us to join her and Peter for a trip. We haven't decided on the details yet. Helen blinked. Mary? She's dating Peter now, isn't she? Gwen's eyes sparkled as she launched into the gossip, steering her mother's attention effortlessly. As expected, gossip knew no age limit. Helen eagerly joined in, and Hawk just sat back, amused. After dinner, Gwen walked Hawk downstairs, like always. I thought you said you'd get a license. Why are you still taking the subway? I'll do it after I get back, Hawk said with a smile. After Hulk is dead, after I've sent him to Anya, then I can think about everything else. Gwen nodded. So when are you going to Jersey? Don't know yet, Hawk admitted. I'm waiting for the call. If Anna hadn't called yet, it meant Banner and Betty's plans were unchanged. That was good, very good. He needed Hulk to show up at Carlfo Lake, the perfect battleground, secluded, quiet, with little chance of hurting innocents. Hawk clenched his jaw. Banner's fight once cost me my sister. I won't let my own fight take someone else's. Just then, his phone rang. Anna. Hawk raised an eyebrow, met Gwen's eyes, then answered. Hello. All right. Where? Fine. See you there. Chapter 67, A Quick Way to Make the Microcosmos and the Cloth Stronger. A few days later. At the Liberty Corner cruise port in Bayonne, New Jersey. After parking the car, Gwen opened the door and looked at the Statue of Liberty and the Manhattan skyline in full view. She let out a gasp of amazement, then turned her head toward Hawk, who was stepping out of the passenger seat. I've never seen the Statue of Liberty in Manhattan from this angle before. It's beautiful, don't you think, Hawk? It's all right. Hawk glanced at the statue, then at Manhattan across the port, and gave his evaluation. Hearing Hawk's flat response, Gwen opened her mouth as if to retort, but felt there was no point. Clearly, she shouldn't have asked him about beauty. So, she decisively changed the subject. What about that friend you mentioned? You're early. We agreed on 10, and it's only 9 now. Hawk's tone was calm. The night he had left Gwen's house, he got a call from Anna. After the call, Gwen casually asked who it was, and Hawk told her directly. Just as he had said before, if Gwen asked, he wouldn't hide anything. But when she learned it was Anna providing information, Gwen insisted on coming along with him. Hawk agreed. Which is why, early this morning, Gwen came knocking on his apartment door to get him up. They were supposed to meet at 10, but Gwen brought them here at 9. Fortunately, an hour wasn't too long. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10. At that moment, a plain-looking semi-truck drove into the port. After honking twice, it drew Hawk and Gwen's attention. Hawk turned his head and looked at the truck slowing down as it approached them. Inside, he saw the driver. Anna. A moment later, the truck stopped beside Hawk. Anna, with her blonde hair tied up high and wearing intellectual-looking glasses, hopped out of the cab and smiled at him. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hawk. Hawk smiled back. I'm very patient with friends, Anna. Anna's eyes fell on Gwen beside him. Her cold expression softened into surprise as she looked at Hawk. And this is Gwen, my girlfriend. Anna, my friend. Hello, Gwen. With Hawk's introduction, Anna smiled brightly, removed her gloves, and extended her right hand to Gwen. Gwen smiled and shook it. Hello. She had seen this woman before. But she recalled waiting in the car when Hawk met Anna. That time, Anna walked with a sharp air, her face cold as ice, like a thorn-covered mountain. It was hard to reconcile that image with the smiling woman before her now. Still, Gwen didn't say anything and pushed down her curiosity. After shaking hands, Anna turned back to Hawk. Hawk, check if this is enough. All right. Hawk nodded. Anna led him to the back of the truck, with Gwen following close behind. As the container doors opened, Hawk was greeted with the sight of a truck bed almost filled to the brim with iron meteorites. Gwen's jaw dropped. Anna patted the side of the container and smiled. Sorry, time was tight. I only managed to find 30 tons. If it's not enough, I can get more. Hawk's lips twitched slightly. Tight on time. 30 tons. And she could still get more. All right. No doubt about it, this was Hydra. In this world, only Hydra had the means to gather 30 tons of iron meteorites in just 3 months. Hawk's thoughts raced, then he looked at Anna and smiled. Enough. More than enough, in fact. I'm very satisfied, thank you. How many iron meteorites did it take to forge a cloth? Strictly speaking, what he wanted wasn't the meteorites themselves, but the silver stardust formed after grinding them down with Microcosmos. But even so, 30 tons of meteorites were enough not only to forge the Phoenix cloth, but also to leave extra for the next one. Anna, hearing his answer, looked even happier. She patted the truck again. Are you hauling it away yourself, or? Before she could finish, she saw Hawk had already moved. Her pupils shrank rapidly at the sight. Hawk stood before the truck, inhaled deeply, and stretched out his right hand. One by one, the 30 tons of meteorites inside vanished into thin air, as if pulled by an invisible force. From Anna's perspective, they simply disappeared. But in truth, Hawk's microcosmos projected itself like a slow-spinning black hole, pulling the meteorites into his inner cosmos. The Phoenix constellation burned brilliantly within him. There, the meteorites would be ground down by his microcosmos, turned into silver sand, then refined by the flames of the Phoenix into silver stardust, one of the 3 key materials for forging a cloth. It would take time, just like when he absorbed gamma-9 before. That was the essence of the cloth too, the longer the forging, the stronger it became, for the cloth was a vessel of constellational power. In just moments, all 30 tons vanished. Anna's eyes widened again and again in shock. Even Gwen, standing nearby, was stunned by the strange scene. Hawk finished and let out a faint sigh. A trace of weariness lingered between his brows. After all, in this world, there were no saints. If the Marvel Universe was a game, then his microcosmos system wasn't written into its code. He could burn his microcosmos to project it, but compared to the Saint Seiya world, it took far more effort. Still, Hawk already had ideas to solve this problem, both for strengthening his microcosmos and for enhancing the cloth's power. But those plans could wait until after the cloth was made. Exhaling another breath, the fatigue on his face faded quickly. He turned to the shocked Anna, extended his arm, and said, "Go ahead." Anna blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Hawk smiled. But no more than 200 milliliters. Anna understood instantly. Before her expression could change, Hawk smiled again. "I'll give you 400 milliliters. Chapter 68, Hawk needs to thank Iron Man. Under the sunlight, Hawk's blood, glimmering like starlight, slowly flowed out of his body and into the blood bag. He sat on a chair, squeezing a grip ball in one hand while gazing at the distant Statue of Liberty standing tall on Liberty Island. Anna stared at the blood bag as though it were a sacred relic, her eyes wide and unblinking. The blood shimmered like diamonds under the sun. At that moment, a phone rang. Anna pulled it out, glanced at the caller, apologized softly to Hawk, and stepped aside to answer it. Nearby, Gwen sat quietly, looking very much like someone keeping Hawk company during a blood donation. Her eyes followed Anna as she walked off to take the call. Then she leaned closer to Hawk and whispered, "So, you traded 400 milliliters of blood for a truckload of iron meteorites?" "Yeah." Hawk nodded slightly, then looked at her. "Do you think I made a profit or a loss?" Gwen opened her mouth. From a money standpoint, Hawk had come out on top, by a huge margin. Selling blood didn't pay much. According to last week's quote from a New York blood products company, 400 milliliters of blood fetched about $150. But meteorites? Gwen had just checked. Last week, a New York auction house sold a 35-kilogram meteorite for $210,000. By that math, 30 tons of iron meteorites were worth over $179 million. But Gwen frowned at him. "Your blood isn't ordinary, Hawk. Your blood. How about this?" Hawk smiled at her. "I won't sell blood. I'll return the meteorites to Anna, and tomorrow I'll just go find them myself. 30 tons isn't much. If I raid Osborne's and Stark's private collections, that should cover it. No need to sell blood. What do you think?" Gwen stared, mouth agape. A second later, she realized from the smile tugging at his lips that he was joking. She rolled her eyes and lowered her voice. "But your blood, aren't you worried Anna will?" She cut herself off when she noticed Anna returning from her call. Hawk knew what Gwen wanted to say. He chuckled. Relax. I told Anna, no cloning with my blood. And don't worry, this is the only time. Besides, selling blood is a lot more fitting for a good guy than robbery, isn't it? Gwen pressed her lips together. So the choices were, sell blood or become a thief. Forget it. Selling blood was at least honest work. Better than robbery. That's what she told herself. Meanwhile, Anna walked back with a touch of joy on her face. She looked at Hawk. Latest news, Tony Stark's private jet that landed in Bangalore yesterday has taken off. It's expected to arrive at a private airfield 30 kilometers from Culver Lake at 2 p.m. today. The 22nd. That was today. A spark flashed in Hawk's eyes. Confirmed. Confirmed. Anna handed him a palm-sized tablet. On the screen, airport surveillance showed Bruce Banner boarding the private jet. Hawk smiled. Then, as a thought struck him, he turned to Gwen. Good. I won't need to ask Helen for time off on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was on the 24th. He had expected Hulk to show up then. If that had happened, Gwen would have wanted to come along, forcing him to ask Helen for leave. On their way this morning, Gwen had even been racking her brain for an excuse. Now, problem solved. With Banner arriving today, they could finish quickly and be back in New York tonight. Gwen tilted her head curiously. But wait, Tony Stark's private jet. I thought he was missing. Yes. Tony Stark had gone missing, again. Last time was in the Middle East. This time, Los Angeles. Worse, his Malibu mansion had been blown up. All because last week, Stark publicly declared war on the Mandarin. Of course, Hawk knew this Mandarin was just an actor. The real Mandarin was too busy trying to resurrect his wife to bother with this. When Hawk heard the news last week, he'd laughed and dismissed it. Anna felt the same. Tony Stark might be missing, but Stark Industries hasn't stopped operating. This flight was probably arranged before the holidays. Still, we have a theory. What theory? Bruce Banner's early arrival could mean he's coming to help after hearing about Stark's disappearance. That's possible. Hawk nodded thoughtfully. Then he chuckled and shook his head, handing the tablet back to Anna. If I get the chance, I'll have to thank Tony Stark. If Stark hadn't disappeared, Banner might not have shown up until Christmas Eve. But with Iron Man missing, Hulk had come early. From that perspective, Hawk really did owe Stark a thank you. Anna smiled faintly, said nothing, and stored the tablet. She turned to the nearly full blood bag and hurried to remove the needle. As soon as it came out, the puncture in Hawk's arm healed instantly. He adjusted his sleeve and stood up. Anna, meanwhile, placed the blood bag carefully into a portable cryolock case, clicking it shut like it was a priceless treasure. Her face relaxed as the task was done. She looked up at Hawk. Thank you. You're welcome. I always treat my friends this way. Hawk smiled softly, then glanced at Gwen, took her hand, and walked toward the yellow Corolla parked nearby. Anna stood watching as they left. Gwen started the car and, though she already knew their destination, asked anyway. Where to now? Culver. Hawk turned to her with a smile. For revenge. Chapter 69, The Demon King Wearing Shackles. In just the blink of an eye, the yellow Corolla Gwen was driving had vanished from Anna's sight. At that same moment, a fiery red sports car approached from the distance and came to a steady stop in front of her. Anna's expression once again returned to its precise, cold sharpness. A burly man in black stepped out of the car. Deliver it to the base. Understood. Anna took the sunglasses pinned to her chest, put them on, and handed the password-protected case containing Hawk's 400 milliliters of blood to the man in black. She then slid into the sports car. A moment later, the engine roared, and the car disappeared from sight. Expressionless, the man in black carried the case into the port. Meanwhile, Anna, already out of the port area, dialed a number. The line connected. Anna. Sir, the exchange is complete, though there was a small complication. What complication? Gwen Stacy was there. The voice on the other end sounded surprised, then calm again. So, he does care deeply for Gwen Stacy. Yes, sir. At that moment, a third voice cut in over the line, filled with arrogance. Sir, then why don't we use Gwen? Shut up. No. Anna's rejection and the superior's rejection came at the exact same time. The third person froze. Then, after the superior barked, "Get out," hurried footsteps could be heard as he left. Once he was gone, the superior's voice returned. "Anna, tell me your reason for opposing." "Sir, if Hawk dares bring Gwen along, there are only two possibilities. Either he's a fool, or he's extremely confident. And I don't believe he's a fool. After all, after only a single call with us, he guessed we were." Anna cut herself off. Even though their organization reigned supreme in the digital world, untouchable and untraceable, she knew better than to casually utter its name. The superior chuckled, clearly having understood. "Spread the word, no one is to touch Gwen Stacy. Right now, our relationship with Hawk is very good. And more importantly, when a demon king willingly puts on shackles, the wisest course is to never tamper with them. Otherwise, what will emerge is the most terrifying demon king imaginable. Of course, we won't touch it. So, maintain this, Anna. For now at least, our cooperation is going well." "Understood." Anna nodded, hung up, and focused on the road, the sports car speeding toward Manhattan. In the opposite direction, Gwen was also driving her yellow Corolla, Hawk sitting beside her as they raced toward Culver Lake. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Hawk in the passenger seat, eyes closed. "What are you doing?" "Conserving energy." Still with his eyes closed, Hawk replied, "Adjusting my state." Hulk isn't easy to kill. Not only because Hulk had incredible regenerative powers, but because of his greatest flaw. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. In theory, Hulk was practically immortal. When Iron Man snapped his fingers, he died instantly. Hulk? He only lost the use of an arm. And not even permanently, just injured, needing time to recover. Luckily, this wasn't the comic universe but the movie universe. Which meant Hulk could, in fact, be killed. Thanos nearly did it. If Hulk hadn't been sent back to Earth by the Bifrost, he would have died right there. Even so, Thanos beat him so badly that Hulk refused to come out again, no matter how much Bruce Banner called for him. So, that, the angrier Hulk is, the stronger he gets, idea didn't quite hold up. Hawk went over everything he knew about Hulk in his mind. Gwen, thinking back to what she had found online these past days, nodded in agreement, then glanced at Hawk. So, he must die. Hawk opened his eyes, turned to her, and smiled. Hard to kill doesn't mean impossible. The method was simple. Suppress Hulk from the very start, overwhelming him before he could even get angry. End the fight before rage could build. Gwen said nothing, only gave Hawk a worried look. Meeting her gaze, Hawk chuckled. Actually, I did think of another way to kill Hulk. What way? Kidnap Betty Ross, force Bruce Banner to surrender. Hawk. Gwen's eyes widened in shock. Hawk smiled faintly. But I abandoned that idea. She exhaled in relief but remained curious. Why? The one who starts evil has no descendants. Hawk explained calmly. Besides, vengeance has a rightful target. It was Hulk an abomination who killed my sister, not anyone else. If I turned my wrath on others, how would I be any different from them? That was how he thought, and how he acted. Revenge was one thing. But he would not, and could not, lose himself in it. Of course. He paused, then grinned at Gwen. You're the one who told me to be a good man with a clear conscience. So I won't, and I don't need to rely on such schemes. I'll tell him why I came, and he'll understand why he has to die. Gwen, seeing his confidence and resolve, smiled softly. I believe in you, Hawk. Thank you. He smiled back. Once I've killed Hulk, then Mary Ann. Hawk. What? Don't jinx it. You said so yourself. All right, my bad. Seeing her stern expression, Hawk wisely admitted fault, then made a zipper motion across his lips. Satisfied, Gwen smiled and returned her focus to the road, speeding toward Culver Lake. 2 p.m. 30 kilometers north of Culver Lake, a private airport. From above the clouds, a Gulfstream jet bearing the Stark Industries logo descended, lowering its landing gear. Chapter 70, finally meeting Bruce Hulk Banner. The moment the plane touched down, the spoilers opened and the speeding jet slowed visibly. The cabin door opened. At the private airfield, leaning against a sky blue sports car, stood SHIELD agent Natasha Romanoff. Dressed in a tight combat suit that outlined her figure, she smiled as she saw the men stepping out with a duffel bag. Bruce. Natasha. Bruce Banner walked down from the plane and gave her a brief, friendly hug. After the Battle of New York, the Avengers had truly become friends. Tony's missing. Yes. As Natasha drove them out of the airport, she said to Bruce, who sat in the passenger seat, "Latest intel, Pepper Potts is missing too." Bruce inhaled sharply. The Mandarin? Based on current clues, yes, Natasha replied, shaking her head. But there are differing opinions in the agency on whether it's the real Mandarin. Bruce frowned, then asked curiously. What about the others? Steve. He went to the UK. You know, Agent Carter is in London. Thor. Wasn't he going to see Jane? He hasn't returned. Hawkeye. He's tied up on a mission in Europe. So I'm the only one free, huh? Bruce thought bitterly, then gave a wry smile. But I promised Betty. You know, this is my last chance to win her back. Since the Battle of New York, he had discovered the key to transforming. In simple terms, he had found a balance with Hulk. As long as he maintained it, he could control the rhythm of his transformations. Of course, he could control himself before transforming. But once Hulk was out, there was no controlling him. Hulk was simply too fierce. Still, that wasn't the point. What mattered was that Bruce believed he could now control it enough to try reconciling with his former girlfriend, Betty. Thanks to his role in the Battle of New York, he had helped defend Earth. The president had pardoned his crimes, and with S.H.I.E.L.D. backing him, he no longer feared Betty's father capturing him for experiments. This Christmas holiday was his chance to mend things with her. Natasha, seeing his troubled smile, quickly added, "We've detected some unknown energy at a battle site. You're the expert in energy fields. It won't take much of your time, and we've already located Tony's likely position." Bruce's eyes lit up. Where? Rose Hill, Tennessee. Tennies. Bruce hesitated, then asked, "Why not head straight there?" Natasha smiled and nodded toward the bag on his lap. "I figured you brought a gift. You'd probably want to drop it off at your cabin with Betty first. If it got damaged or lost in the trip, it'd ruin your mood." The logic. Bruce considered it and nodded. That makes sense. So first Culver to drop my things, then Tennessee. Natasha nodded. Yes. How's that plan sound? Good. Perfect. Thanks. No need. Natasha smiled. It was only about 30 kilometers from the private airport to the cabin Bruce had rented by Culver Lake. Natasha's driving skills were top-notch, and with a sports car, the short trip didn't take long. When the engine shut off, both doors opened. Natasha stepped out, removed her sunglasses, and admired the scenery, the mountains, the shimmering Culver Lake under the afternoon sun. This place is beautiful. Did you find it, or Betty? Betty. Carrying his duffel, Bruce smiled sheepishly. I know plenty of good spots in Barrett, but Betty didn't want to go there. She doesn't have the best memories of the place. Heh. It wasn't just Betty. Truthfully, no woman had a good impression of Barrett. Even the lizards there had to watch their backsides. Natasha smirked at the thought but didn't pursue it. Instead, she said, I'll wait outside. Bruce nodded and went to the cabin, entering the code and heading inside with his bag. Natasha turned to head back to the car to wait for him so they could soon depart for Tennessee. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure approaching from a distance. A young man. And he was clearly heading their way. It was Hawk. He had promised Gwen he would bring her along, but not directly to the scene. He had left her in a safe spot where she could still watch from afar, then came alone. Hawk had expected Bruce Banner to be alone. But Natasha was here too. As their eyes met, Hawk walked up to her. Natasha frowned. You are. I'm here for Bruce Banner. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you? How do you know Bruce is here? Her hand moved cautiously toward her waist, ready to draw her weapon. Hawk noticed but paid it no mind. Because Bruce had already stepped out of the cabin, bag put away. Bruce froze at the sight, Natasha tense, hand at her waist, and a young man standing before her, smiling faintly. Hawk's smile grew wider as his eyes met Bruce's. Bruce Banner. I am. And you are. Hawk. Anya's brother. Chapter 71, The Beginning of Hawk's Revenge. Anya. What does that even mean? Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff exchanged a glance. Hawk's eyes on Bruce grew calmer, and his tone turned even more level. September 10, 2009. Manhattan. That day, my sister and I were leaving Times Square after strolling around when Abomination showed up, and so did Hulk. Those two monsters fought, the whole block turned into chaos, and countless innocent people died in the shockwaves of that battle. Including my sister. When Hulk smashed Abomination into a high-rise, the falling debris crushed my sister. As Hawk spoke in that unnervingly calm, hollow voice, the initially confused Bruce and Natasha gradually pieced it together. Right. A victim's family member had come to settle accounts. Natasha thought as much and instinctively glanced at Bruce. Guilt crept over Bruce's face. He looked at Hawk, who was staring at him with that flat gaze, and opened his mouth. "I'm sorry about your sister." Hawk snorted. He was just about to speak when Natasha, frowning, cut in. Hawk, we're sorry about your sister, truly, but this isn't Bruce Banner's fault. It was Abomination's. Dr. Banner stopped Abomination. Hawk's eyes shifted to Natasha. His voice turned quiet and cold. So you're saying my sister's death was what you call collateral damage? What? Natasha blinked, then shook her head. What happened is heartbreaking. No one wanted it. Your sister's death was a tragic accident. Hawk's face didn't change. I'll deal with Abomination too. But my sister died because of Hulk. If Hulk hadn't thrown Abomination, that shattered debris wouldn't have fallen on her. She wouldn't have died on the spot. Hearing his voice slide from calm to icy, Natasha sensed something was off. Bruce spoke again, heavy with remorse. I'm truly sorry for your sister. If there's anything I can do to make it right, I will. He wasn't a bad person. He never had been. Otherwise, when Hulk first manifested, his first instinct wouldn't have been to run. Look at Abomination, he transformed and immediately acted like a tyrant. So the guilt was real, and so was the desire to make amends. Hawk listened and smiled. He looked at Bruce, a bright smile blooming. Make it right. You'll get your chance. Hand over Hulk. What? A life for a life. Hulk killed my sister. So Hulk pays with his life. Bruce froze. Natasha was stunned. Her eyes on Hawk changed, wary now. Did he hear himself? This guy. He might be a lunatic. Natasha shook her head, exasperated, and tugged on Bruce's arm, heading for the sports car. Let's. Boom. With a thunderous crack, a palm-shaped dent crushed into the car's chassis from afar, as though an invisible hand had pressed down on it. In an instant, the car crumpled under that force. Crack. Natasha's instincts kicked in. She drew the sidearm from the small of her back, racked the slide, and leveled it at Hawk, the lunatic. Hawk narrowed his eyes at the muzzle trained on him. The guilty have names and faces. Hulk killed my sister. Are you planning to shield a criminal, Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha's pupils tightened. He'd called her by name, and her affiliation. Who are you? Hawk ignored the question and turned his gaze to Bruce, whom Natasha had just pulled behind her. Seeing that, Natasha's voice hardened. And another thing, criminal. Dr. Bruce Banner isn't a criminal. He's been pardoned by the president. The president? A pardon. Hawk's lips curled in a cold sneer. What's that got to do with me? Did the victim's family, me, ever say I wouldn't pursue it? Natasha's expression shifted, posture tightening even more. Just then. Natasha. Bruce stepped out from behind her, pressing down the muzzle of her pistol. He pursed his lips and looked at Hawk, the young man who'd come to seek justice for his sister. Listen, kid. I'm truly sorry about your sister. But Hulk did that, not me. I'm a victim of Hulk too. Believe me, no one wants Hulk dead more than I do. That was the truth. At least right now, he felt that way. He'd been Hulk's first victim. Because of Hulk, he lost his position with the military. Because of Hulk, he lost the big Quantico house and his general's daughter girlfriend. Because of Hulk, he had to flee the shining beacon of democracy and hole up in a land where the air reeked the moment you landed. Standing before Natasha, Bruce spoke with earnest, heartfelt sincerity. Hawk chuckled. Dr. Banner, I know you are you and Hulk is Hulk. That's why I haven't laid a hand on you. I said the guilty have names and faces. So I'll say this one last time, bring Hulk out. This is between me and him. No. Bruce's face hardened. He shook his head. Kid, I can't do that. If Hulk comes out, I can't control him. Hawk sighed, head lowered. When he looked up again, the calm in his eyes had frozen into thousand-year ice. The next second. Boom. His figure vanished. Bruce Banner was blasted backward like a meteor, crashing straight through the cabin with a thunderous roar. Natasha's eyes knifed down to slits at the man now standing where Bruce had been. Stop. Wham. Hawk's kick sent her flying 5 meters. His voice was glacial. This is between me and Hulk. If S.H.I.E.L.D. interferes, I won't mind turning the entire organization into unavoidable collateral damage. Flat on the ground, Natasha stared in disbelief. Then, a low, guttural roar rolled out from the cabin's gaping hole. Through the breach, a hazy figure writhed amid the wreckage, the sound like something straining to break free. Sister. I'm about to avenge you. Expressionless at the threshold, Hawk drew a deep breath and snapped himself into peak condition. Inside the shattered cabin, the roars intensified. Obviously, Bruce could no longer keep Hulk caged. With the rip of tearing fabric, the agitated cabin suddenly fell silent. The next instant, a massive green figure filled Hawk's vision. Hulk. With a boom, Hulk, sporting that bowl-cut head, vaulted out of the hole. He bellowed his freedom and brought both fists down like hammers at the ant-like waif in his sights. Hawk. Hawk looked up. His right hand clenched. The ground at his feet spiderwebbed as he drove his fist up to meet the mountain-sized blow. Hulk's massive fist and Hawk's smaller one collided. In an instant, everything fell silent, as if the world had entered a void. But it was only an illusion. Less than a second later, a mountain-splitting crack erupted, and from the point of impact a shockwave exploded outward. Bang. The ground beneath Hawk fractured inch by inch, webbing out in all directions from his feet. Boom. From his leaping height, Hulk had meant to pulp Hawk. Instead, he was hurled backward, crashing through the cabin again like a rolling hill of green muscle. Rumble. The shockwave from their clash howled like a hurricane, tearing outward and flattening everything in its path. The cabin, closest of all, took the brunt. A wooden structure stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, the planks at the threshold ripped free, followed by the door, the bed, even the walls. Natasha, too, was swept up. 5 meters away, just as she pushed herself to her feet, the gale hit. Her cheeks visibly warped under the pressure, then her whole body lifted. Thud. The blast flung her in an arc, and she slammed down onto the roof of a yellow Corolla. Pure bad luck. The instant Natasha hit, all 4 windows and the front and rear windshields shattered. The roof caved in. From her hiding spot beneath the car, keeping her distance just as Hawk had told her, Gwen stared, mouth agape, at the Corolla her dad George had given her when she was 16. And at the woman now sprawled on its roof, as if fast asleep. Chapter 72, The End of Hawk's Revenge. The earth trembled. Winds howled. The lakeside cabin at Culver Lake, exquisite moments ago, became a pile of ruins in the blink of an eye as the shockwave swept through. The ground beneath Hawk's feet was already cracked like a spiderweb. From within the debris came a low, rumbling roar, growing louder, closer. Until... boom. A massive, pure green figure blasted free of the wreckage like a shell from a cannon, stamping the ground as it reappeared before Hawk. The next second, Hulk roared, splintering the ground beneath his feet with thunderous steps, and charged like a raging bull straight at Hawk. Hawk didn't hesitate. He kicked off hard, the shattered earth beneath him turning to powder, and streaked through the noonday light like a bolt of light, surging to meet Hulk head-on. Hulk. Roar. Thud. Thud, thud. Within Hawk's microcosmos, flames sprayed and flared. He turned himself into a projectile, slammed into Hulk's massive torso, and kept driving forward, hauling Hulk backward through the air. Hulk's bulk smashed through one thick tree after another along the lakeside. Enraged, Hulk hammered his fists down on Hawk's back again and again. Hawk's face flushed, the fire of his microcosmos burned brighter still. No fancy technique. No ornate moves. As he bulldozed Hulk toward Culver Lake, Hawk ate those blows and answered with his own, his right fist blurring as he pounded Hulk's waist, one strike after another. Hulk's eyes flared with fury. Hawk's eyes grew colder, like ice. Boom. Hawk drove Hulk straight into Culver Lake. They shattered the ice sheet in a crash, two thick pillars of water geysering upward. Using Hulk's bulk as footing the instant they hit the water, Hawk planted both feet on Hulk and, with eyes like winter, rained punches down beneath the surface. He'd chosen his battlefield during earlier scouting runs. Culver Lake. More precisely, the water of Culver Lake. Since awakening his microcosmos, Hawk had complete control over his 5 senses. Even underwater, he could close his own breathing and maintain full combat performance through the power of his microcosmos. Hulk could not. No matter how strong, Hulk still needed air. In the films he passed out from lack of oxygen in high altitude. In the battle against Thanos he still had to stick his head above water to breathe. So, Culver Lake would be Hulk's grave. Hulk clearly disagreed. With a single mountainous slap he knocked Hawk away and tried to surge up toward the surface. But Hawk moved underwater as fluidly as on land. A pulse of force rippled out, he flashed beneath Hulk, seized his leg, and dragged him deeper toward the lake bed. The whole of Culver Lake seemed to boil. Jets of water kept erupting from the surface, the ice split and shattered. Watching all of it, Gwen stood frozen. When she snapped out of it, she sprinted to the shore and peered into the water. A giant green body was easy to spot. Hawk wasn't. Even so, Gwen forced her eyes wide, tracking Hulk's limbs thrashing defensively beneath the surface, and finally exhaled in relief. In short, if Hawk were losing, Hulk would already be up top. But he wasn't. Hulk's posture was defensive. The advantage belonged to Hawk. As that thought formed, footsteps sounded behind her. Gwen started, turned, and saw the woman who'd been sprawled on her car roof moments ago. The tight-suit agent had come to, pale-faced, but on her feet, and stopped beside Gwen. Natasha also fixed her gaze on the churning lake, where water pillars kept spearing upward as if an apocalyptic battle raged below. She scanned for signs of Hulk while fishing a communicator from her pocket to call HQ. As for Gwen, since she hadn't arrived with Hawk, Natasha took her for a passerby. Then, thunk. Just as Natasha was about to place the call, her body jolted. She reached instinctively for the back of her head and turned. Gwen stood there gripping a length of wood she'd found who knows where, eyes showing 3 parts nerves, 3 parts apology, 3 parts resolve, and 1 part worry. What kind of pie chart expression is that? Flashed through Natasha's mind, then her eyes rolled back. The communicator fell from her hand, and she toppled to the side. And that was that. The Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff, felled by a high school girl not yet 18 with a single bonk. Who would believe it? Gwen yelped, dropped the stick, and caught the fainted Natasha. Biting her lip, she slipped her arms around Natasha's waist from behind and began inching her backward, trying to drag her out of the battle zone. She hadn't meant to hurt Natasha. But seeing Natasha with Bruce, and about to call in backup, she'd acted on instinct. That wouldn't do. Hawk was here to avenge his sister. That was righteous. So, Gwen knocked Natasha out, then focused on getting her clear, because if she stayed, the fight might hurt her. This was a duel between Hawk and Hulk. Hawk wasn't using dirty tricks, and he hadn't harmed innocents. So Hulk didn't get to either. 1-on-1. That was fair. Underwater. With a huge plume, Hulk gouged twin trenches across the lakebed like a plow tearing earth. Press the advantage, do not spare the routed. Thud. Hawk kicked off again, detonating another geyser behind him, flashed in front of Hulk, and drove a right straight into him. In that instant, Hulk, already sprawled on the lakebed, bowed under the blow. The lakebed collapsed further with a rumble, muddy clouds bubbled up, swallowing Hulk and clouding Hawk's view. The next second, the lakebed began to writhe, like a giant earthworm tunneling beneath it, rippling 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Trying to run. Think you can? Hawk sneered and streaked after the moving swell, smashing his fist down again. Hulk burst from the muck, eyes wide, bellowing, tanked the punch with his chest, and was blown back yet again. In that same instant, he flung something he'd yanked from the lakebed straight at Hawk. A surfboard, who knew how long it had slept below, furred with moss. Hawk didn't dodge. He met it head-on. Boom. He staggered an inch, the board split in two and whipped past him into the murk. That tiny hitch was all Hulk needed. Splash. The lake's surface erupted. A green head burst into the air, gulping mouthfuls of precious oxygen. Gwen, having just hauled Natasha to safety and gasping for breath, looked up and flinched at the sight. Then, half his body breaching the surface, Hulk paused, then, as if remembering something, roared down at the water. Hawk's hand clamped Hulk's right leg at the last moment. With a cold smile and a flare of microcosmos, Hawk poured power through the water, yanked Hulk down again, and slung him back toward the lake bed. Hulk, hurled under once more, spread his limbs and strained for the surface so close above. Too late. Boom. His back slammed into the bottom. As he tried to repeat the tunneling trick, Hawk was already there. One crushing punch flipped Hulk over before he could dig. Don't you know? The same technique won't work twice on a saint. Die. Hulk. Sonic fist. Thud, 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 thud. Below, the water churned like a storm. Above, pillars of water kept spearing skyward. One column after another erupted with booming reports from below. Gwen, back at the shore, stood stunned, watching each spout burst and fall. Then, with the final blast spent and the last water column collapsing, the boiling lake stilled, its surface calming visibly, second by second. By the time Gwen reacted, Culver Lake had returned to its former quiet. So, was it over? Who won? Eyes wide and unblinking, Gwen stared at the water, hoping, afraid of seeing anything but the result she wanted. Chapter 73, Hulk's Death and Banner's Survival. Culver Lake's surface had returned to perfect calm. So had the waters below. Muddy lake water washed over Hawk's body. Expressionless, he stared at the immense green figure lying motionless, half buried in the silt of the lake bed. Hulk. Yes. He was dead. The method was simple, exactly as Hawk had planned. Trap him underwater and drown him alive. Simple to say, not simple to do. Hawk cast an inward glance at his microcosmos. Inside, everything was in disorder. Even the Phoenix constellation that lit his microcosmos was dim and lifeless. There was no helping it. Hulk was truly strong. Ordinary people unleash terrifying strength in the moment of drowning. Hulk, whose power only grows with anger, all the more so. In his final thrash before death, Hulk had almost forced Hawk into the Phoenix's rebirth, one step from burning to ashes and being reborn. But Hawk had still won. He watched the still corpse on the lakebed, turning the truth over in his mind. At that moment, faint wisps of green light rose from Hulk's massive body, then streaked straight into Hawk. Hawk felt his microcosmos begin to rotate on its own, slowly, like a gentle pull guiding those green strands inward. As each filament flowed in, the shattered microcosmos bloomed with new life. This is gamma energy. His brows lifted as he looked down at Hulk. As the last of Hulk's strength was drawn into Hawk's microcosmos, the enormous body began to shrink. The glow on its surface faded. When the final trace of power vanished, the hulking corpse also faded away without a sound. And in its place lay Bruce Banner, motionless, life or death unknown, on the lake bed. Hawk's eyes flashed as he looked at the now unmasked Bruce. On the shore of Culver Lake, Gwen was still staring wide-eyed, holding her breath, watching the placid water without moving an inch. Then, boom. The surface burst open. Gwen's pupils tightened. The next instant, seeing Hawk break the surface and appear before her, she finally exhaled, tension melting into a radiant smile. She ran toward him as he strode ashore, carrying Bruce Banner in his arms. Hawk. Thud. Hawk's shirt had long since been torn to rags in the fight, and his slacks were ripped to shreds. He tossed Bruce aside onto the grass, then smiled as Gwen, tears turning to laughter, sprinted to him. A heartbeat later, he swayed and fell to the side. Holy. Hawk. Gwen froze, then rushed forward, catching him as he sagged. Her voice trembled. What's wrong? Hawk rested his head against her shoulder. I'm fine. Liar. Gwen looked at his pale face, on the verge of tears. He shook his head. Really, just spent. Really? Yeah. He nodded. The battle against Hulk, once he'd ignited the microcosmos, had drained him to the dregs. Underwater he'd been okay, still locked in combat. But the moment he hit the shore, the weakness flooded him from head to toe. However, after absorbing the gamma energy, the Phoenix constellation within his microcosmos began to glow again, and his potent self-healing went to work, scouring away the fatigue. He wouldn't bounce back to peak in the blink of an eye. But in moments the color returned to his cheeks. Seeing that blood rise back into his face, Gwen finally believed him and let out a long breath. Then, as if remembering something, she shifted her gaze to Bruce Banner lying on the ground. Perhaps because of his transformations, Bruce had prepared a shared pair of oversized shorts for himself, avoiding the embarrassment of returning from Hulk form with nothing on. Gwen looked at the dripping, half-naked Bruce, then glanced at Hawk resting on her shoulder. He's not dead. No. And Hulk? Hulk is dead. Hawk's answer was firm. His eyes fell on Bruce. But he isn't. Hulk was Hulk. Bruce Banner was Bruce Banner. When the corpse of Hulk faded and Bruce appeared on the lake bed, Hawk himself had been briefly surprised. Hulk died, Bruce didn't. The moment Bruce's eyes fluttered open underwater, he gulped several lungfuls of water and promptly blacked out again. Hawk had hesitated for a breath, leave Bruce at the bottom, or not. But he chuckled softly, breathing in the scent of Gwen's hair, and spoke in a faint, tired voice. The one who killed my sister was Hulk, not Bruce Banner. Just as he'd insisted from the start. If Bruce had killed his sister, he wouldn't have bothered talking, he'd have smashed him into 8 pieces with one punch. The guilty have names and faces. Hulk was dead. His score with Bruce Banner was settled. That was why he'd brought Bruce up from the lake bed. What about him? He choked out. Give it a bit, he'll wake up. All right. Let's go home. Hawk tilted his head, gauged the light, and said, if we leave now, we can still make your curfew. Gwen arched a brow, then shook her head. I don't think so. What's wrong? Our car got smashed. Supported by Gwen, Hawk saw the yellow Corolla, parked a good distance away, crumpled beyond saving. Not far from it lay Natasha Romanoff on the grass, sleeping like a baby. Catching his look, Gwen spread her hands, apologetic. I didn't want to knock her out. She pulled out her phone, I thought she was calling it in. So I bonked her. Hawk looked at her earnest, guilty face. He thought about telling her who Natasha was, then let it go and said instead, got your phone? Gwen fished it from her pocket. Yeah. Dial 1-646. Still bracing him with one arm, she tapped in the number with the other and placed the call. It connected quickly. Anna's voice came through on the other end. This isn't. Have your people bring a car. Anna was silent a moment, then, having caught on, she said simply, one moment, Hawk. 3 minutes later. A black Chevrolet SUV rolled up from a small side road and stopped in front of them. A man in a black suit stepped out. Mr. Hawk, shall we? Keys. Hawk cut him off. The man paused, then produced the key fob and handed it over. Hawk took it and passed it straight to Gwen, then, leaning on her, shuffled toward the SUV. With Gwen's help he opened the passenger door. Just before getting in, he glanced back at the suited man, who stood ramrod straight, hands folded before him. By the way. The man looked up. Sir. Natasha and Bruce can die, but not today. Understood, sir. A beat of stillness, then the answer came, deep and steady. Hawk said nothing more and eased into the passenger seat, reclining against it. Gwen shut the door, walked around to the driver's side, paused by the suited man, and said, thanks for the car. You're welcome. It's our duty, he answered quickly. She blinked at his nervous expression, then smiled, thanked him again, and got in. Hawk, you could be nicer, you know. They just brought us a car. All right. Hawk turned his head and managed a grin. Want to help me back out so I can kneel and thank him properly? She shot him a glare, ignored the joke, fired up the engine, spun the SUV in place, and headed toward New York. Oh, right, my car's still there. When they wake up, they won't be able to track us, will they? My score with Hulk is settled. But if they come looking for trouble, I don't mind settling a new one. That woman in the combat suit, she seemed like that. Gwen. Let me rest a bit. I'm exhausted. Okay. Hands folded, the suited man watched his Chevrolet disappear down the road. Then he drew out his phone, made a call, and reported Hawk and Gwen's departure, and Gwen's parting words. Silence answered him on the other end. After a while. Come back. Our relationship is good right now. Keep it that way. Understood, sir. And the car here. Leave it. If he didn't mention it, he either doesn't care, or he has plans. Don't meddle. Received. End of chapter. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. www.patreon.com/Eurodome. Thank you for your support. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, The Director and the Commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sun was setting in the west. Culver Lake was hushed, a breeze skimmed the surface, raising ripples and brushing the riverbank as it chilled Natasha, who lay unconscious on the grass, back to wakefulness. Natasha slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the orange-red sun. A second later, her pupils snapped into focus and she sprang from the ground, dropping into a classic combat stance. But no one was around. Only the yellow Corolla not far off with its roof crushed in, and, before what was now a heap of ruins where a lakeside cabin had stood, Bruce Banner, life or death uncertain, lying on the cracked ground. Wait. Bruce Banner? Natasha snapped to, hurried to Bruce's side, soaked head to toe, wearing only a very sturdy pair of shorts, and, after feeling a faint breath, pulled an injector from her pocket and, with a click, drove it into his chest. The effect was immediate. The moment she pulled out the needle, Bruce's closed eyes flew open. Then. Ah. Bruce shot upright with a terrified look, mouth gaping as he gulped air. Watching him spring back, Natasha let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. After a while, Bruce's breathing steadied, and the panic on his face eased. Natasha helped him to the base of a tree, sheared off 2/3 of the way up, by the shore. Once Bruce had settled against the trunk, she began to ask questions. What happened? Bruce didn't answer. Brow furrowed tight, he seemed to be forcing himself to remember. Natasha didn't rush him. She waited, and absently rubbed the back of her own head as a thought crossed her mind. She recalled, with crystal clarity, the eyes she'd seen just before blacking out. Because those had been a perfect pie chart pair of eyes. Who was that girl? Natasha wondered. Just then. Still frowning, Bruce looked down at both arms, squeezed the muscles, as if to confirm something, then looked up at Natasha. After a moment's thought, he said, low and firm, Hulk is dead. Natasha blinked back to the present, eyes widening. It was as if she hadn't heard, or couldn't bring herself to believe it. Because it was Hulk. Hulk is dead. Bruce repeated himself, then, piecing together flashes of memory, went on, he dragged Hulk to the bottom of the lake. Hulk couldn't shake him, he was suppressed, pinned on the lake bed. The guy seemed not to need air. He killed Hulk down there. But, he chose not to kill me. His tone was hard to pin down, and his feelings toward Hulk's killer were, too. How to put it? Did he hate him? Not exactly. No one hated Hulk more than Bruce himself. After the Battle of New York he'd reached a truce with Hulk, could even transform at will, but that didn't mean he'd accepted Hulk entirely. Given the choice, he would rather never become Hulk again. Hulk had destroyed the life he once had, cost him his girlfriend, and sent him into hiding in a place where even the air felt toxic. Now the dream had come true, someone had killed the Hulk inside him. From that angle, Bruce felt more like thanking the man than hating him. It's just gratitude. Bruce's brow knit with a strange feeling he couldn't name. One thing, however, was certain. Hulk is dead. Killed by that one called Hawk. I'm sure of it. He drew a deep breath, clenched his fists under Natasha's gaze, and found he could no longer sense the familiar twitch of impending transformation. A small part of him felt oddly hollow, as if something had gone missing. Natasha fell silent at his confirmation. At that moment, a shrill ringtone sounded from the grass nearby. Natasha started, then quickly got up and ran toward it. Sure enough. Her dropped phone. She snatched it up, read the caller ID, took a breath, and answered. Director. Natasha. S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion HQ. In the command center, Nick Fury, black coat, black eye patch, unmistakable, stood hands on hips. Hearing Natasha's voice come through clearly, he asked at once. How long to reach Tennessee? Estimated. Natasha opened her mouth, then looked at Bruce, who was leaning against the tree with a complex expression, part joy, part loss, part anger. She remembered. Director, Hulk has been killed. Fury's face froze. His single eye narrowed. Commander Maria Hill, standing nearby in S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical dress, also stared. What do you mean? Hulk is dead. Bruce Banner is dead. No. Dr. Bruce Banner is alive. Hulk is dead. Hulk dead, Bruce Banner alive. Both the director and the commander were thrown. Fury recovered, his dark features set. Report in detail. Understood. Natasha began from the top, meeting Dr. Banner at the airport, arriving smoothly at the lakeside cabin, Banner dropping off his bag and preparing to return to the airport for Tennessee, when a man named Hawk appeared, claiming he'd come to avenge his sister. She continued with how Hawk, who looked no older than 21, went toe-to-toe with Hulk, dragged him into the lake, and killed him underwater. She hid nothing, she even included how Gwen had knocked her out. Listening in the Triskelion Command Center, Fury and Hill were floored. When Natasha got to the part about being KO'd by a girl also under 21, the corner of Hill's mouth twitched. Fury's breath audibly hitched. Good grief. The Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D., a top-tier operative, knocked out by a teenage girl. You had to be kidding. Natasha caught the pause in their breathing. Apologies, Director, Commander. It happened too fast. I didn't think it through. Looking back, she had been careless. How could a random girl show up here, at this exact time, by coincidence? But she'd just come to after the shockwave, head still foggy, Gwen had no visible weapon and looked harmless. Result. A future black mark on her record. Thinking of that made Natasha a little melancholy. Then Hill spoke again. Do you believe the girl who knocked you out is working with the one called Hawk? Without question. Natasha nodded, then frowned slightly as she remembered something. But. Speak. Fury's voice was low. Natasha relayed what Bruce had told her. After killing Hulk, Hawk could have left Bruce to drown but chose to haul him up instead. And her own recollection. What Hawk had said. The guilty have names and faces. What was that? Hill hadn't quite heard her mutter. Natasha refocused. Commander, Hawk said from the start he'd come for Hulk, he came for revenge. So. Was that why he didn't kill Natasha or Bruce? Principled, in his way. Hill thought so. Fury clearly did not. Heh. Hands on hips, Fury let out a short, cold laugh. Natasha, you said he called you by name, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha blinked. Yes. That's fear. He doesn't want to make an enemy of us. Natasha fell silent. Hill glanced over, brows creasing, she didn't agree. They knew how tough Hulk was, couldn't kill him even from miles up in a glass cell. So what about a man who had killed Hulk? She was about to object when Fury spoke again. His name is just Hawk. Anything else we can use to find him? One moment. Natasha looked around and spotted a license plate on the crushed Corolla not far off. Director, there's a vehicle at the scene, likely theirs. Fury's single eye lit up. GW 521. Run it. He snapped the order to a nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. tech. On it. Keys clacked. Chapter 75, a S.H.I.E.L.D. director born to defy. As the World Security Council's direct agency jointly established by the Five Powers, S.H.I.E.L.D. wields enormous authority. Especially in countries under the Five Powers, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction often supersedes local law enforcement. As for within the Five Powers themselves, that's another story. Once the agents fed the plate number into the system, results began popping up in seconds. Vehicle owner, driving record. And within moments, Gwen Stacy's photo filled the main screen. Send it to Natasha. Yes. Ding dong. Hearing the alert, Natasha glanced at her phone and opened the newly received image. On screen. Gwen's sweet, smiling face. Director, that's her. Nick Fury gave a cool nod. Map her network. Find any Hawk connected to her. The analysts were already querying as he spoke. But Hawk's social account, none. Hawk's photos online, none. Hawk's DMV record, also none. Beyond a few textual mentions, there was nothing. Fury frowned. Wrong person. Unlikely. An agent turned in his chair. We built the graph from Gwen Stacy's connections. The only Hawk tied in is this one, male, 17, a senior at Midtown High in New York like Gwen. From classmates' public posts, he and Gwen appear to be dating. Fury's voice dropped. No photo of him. None. Worried he might have missed something, the agent reran a sweep before confirming, "Director, this hawk has no social presence. At 17 he should have a learner's permit at least, but there's no DMV record in New York." Good grief. What kind of atypical high schooler is this? Fury thought, then smiled thinly. Gwen Stacy's date is confirmed. Confirmed. Gwen Stacy, born May 21, 1995. Father George Stacy, NYPD. The agent pulled up Gwen's dossier, but didn't get far. Fury cut him off. Alert the New York Shield Ops Center. Have them. Hold it. Before Fury could finish, Maria Hill, standing at his side, stepped in, brows knitting at the director who issued orders like gunshots. "Director, what are you doing?" Fury looked at her. "He needs to be contained. We don't even know who he is yet. That's why we deploy." "No." "What?" "I don't agree." Hill met his single eye head on. "Until we understand who Hawk is, I won't authorize a rash operation." "Are you kidding? This is someone who killed Hulk. Charging in blind is how you manufacture a deadly enemy for S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, Hawk killed Hulk. But if Natasha's report is accurate, it was an act of vengeance. He spared Natasha and Bruce Banner. That suggests he has principles. Principles mean a line he won't cross. Maybe he isn't on the side of good, but at least he's not overtly hostile, he's neutral. Following Fury's plan and barreling in would be picking a fight with a powerhouse for no reason. So Hill refused, flatly. "We investigate first. Then we send an operative to make contact." "Contact?" Fury's single eye flashed. "Hill, he killed Hulk, our Hulk. That's a provocation. On that alone he requires strict control." He turned back toward the floor. "Notify." I said no. Expressionless, Hill addressed the agents who had half risen at Fury's order. "I'm acting deputy director and tactical commander. Without my authorization, no operations targeting Hawk." The staff looked at one another, then seemed to remember something, answering in unison. "Yes, ma'am." "Director Fury." Hill faced Fury again, voice firm. "Don't forget, the council hasn't lifted your suspension. Until they do, S.H.I.E.L.D. decisions go through me." "Yes." Nick Fury was under a World Security Council sanction. Reason? Simple. He defied a council order. Did he think crossing the five powers came without consequences? During the Battle of New York, the nuclear launch was a council decision, initially handed to S.H.I.E.L.D. to execute. And the result? Under council supervision, the director himself led the disobedience. He even shot down a S.H.I.E.L.D. jet. Good job. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. shooting down a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. What's that, mutiny? So even though the outcome was good to the council, Fury's spine looked unsubmissive. As the saying goes, if loyalty isn't absolute, it's absolutely disloyal. At first they wanted him fired as an example, remind S.H.I.E.L.D. who owns whom. But someone spoke up for him. Fury's old friend Alexander Pierce happened to be one of the 5 counselors. To keep Fury from being ousted, Pierce talked the others down. The compromise: suspend Fury's operational authority and have Deputy Director and Commander Maria Hill act in his stead. As for when that suspension ends. In a word, results. To date, the council still hadn't thawed Fury's clearance. He remained director in title, but functionally a mascot, a figurehead. He could sit in, he could talk, but he couldn't decide. Fury took in Hill's reminder and recalculated. "Still. You're signaling weakness to our enemies," he said darkly. Hill frowned, ready to reply, when a surveillance still abruptly popped onto the big screen. The analyst blinked, checked the source, then brightened, and turned to Hill. "Ma'am." "Report." Hill looked up, and focused on the image. "Where did you get this?" "Just uploaded online. NYU announced next year's scholarship admits. Hawk's on the list." I pushed the photo through our index. "Where is this frame from?" "Quantico." As he spoke, the analyst's fingers danced, and more frames rolled in. Shot after shot from Quantico's town cameras captured a figure in a cap, Hawk, projected onto the wall. At the same time, still on the line, but keeping quiet during the leadership spat, Natasha confirmed, "Identity matches, ma'am." Hill studied the capped figure. "When?" "July 5th. Hill frowned at the date, and something clicked. If she remembered right, something big happened at Quantico that day. The Quantico military base went haywire. Indeed, confirmation followed. Cameras showed Hawk in town during the day. Once the base erupted, he vanished from coverage. The next time his records pinged, they were in Maryland. So, barring surprise, Hawk was tied to the Quantico incident. Fury seized on it and turned to Hill. A man who flouts the military, provokes open conflict, and killed dozens of soldiers that night, and the commander still wants contact. Hill met his gaze, face unreadable. If Director Fury disagrees with my decision, you can appeal to the council. With that, she ignored him and addressed the floor. Continue. Yes, ma'am. Fury's eye glinted. He turned and left the command center. Moments later, back in his office, he pulled out his phone and dialed an old friend, the same one he'd called to check in when the base erupted. A man who rampaged through Quantico. Who laid hands on a SHIELD Avenger. This wasn't petty crime. It demanded a heavy hand. In short, Hawk must be brought under control. Under his control. Chapter 76, Nick courting disaster, Hawk running on empty. Nick Fury didn't think he'd done anything wrong. If he hadn't stopped that SHIELD jet from taking off, if he hadn't tipped off Tony Stark, a nuclear warhead would have gone off over New York City. And if that nuke had detonated, what would New York have become? A dead city. A ghost city. But the council didn't care about any of that. Their line was simple. We gave an order, you didn't obey. In fact, you led the disobedience. Yes, the outcome was good, but defying the order was still real. So, to the World Security Council, merely freezing Fury's operational authority, without firing him, was already generosity. Fury disagreed. He'd been looking for a way to unfreeze his clearance. Now he saw an opening. Hulk was a member of the Avengers under SHIELD, Hawk killing Hulk was a slap to SHIELD's face, and, by extension, the Council's backside. Maybe the Council wouldn't bite, yet. But that's only because the matter hadn't blown up. If it did, would the Council back Maria Hill's peaceful contact, or his strict containment? The answer seemed obvious. As for who could help turn this into a crisis, once he learned Hawk was very likely the same mysterious figure who wrecked the Quantico base, he had the perfect candidate. Thaddeus Ross. A hardliner with a very hardline backer. Any other general, after Hulk and Abomination tore up Manhattan like that, would be cooling his heels, if not dead. But General Ross. If anything, he got promoted. Joke's on you, local squids lean blue, Mideast squids lean red. And Ross is red to the bone, the Hawk of Hawks. His doctrine, solve it with force. As the saying goes. Gentlemen, I love war. That line might as well have been written for Ross. Others wouldn't dare blow this up. Ross would. Soon, the call connected. Fury, I'm in the mid. The perpetrator who attacked your base. Interested in a deal. Guarding his daughter at home to keep her from slipping out, Ross froze, then his voice turned grim. You've ID'd the perp? Yes. Interested. Terms. Ross didn't bite right away. Fury sat back down, his single eye gleaming with crafty light. My operational clearance is frozen. Ross chuckled. He knew. And he wasn't surprised, under him, a subordinate who defied a direct order would have been marched out and shot. So. Sorry, but. Latest update, he killed Hulk. Hold on. Ready to scoff at Fury's weak bargaining chip, Ross went stone still. The smile vanished. What? You heard me. Hulk is dead. He killed Hulk. Fury listened to the breathing on the other end. Ross said nothing, but Fury knew he'd hooked him. He went straight to it, unfreeze my clearance, and I'll give you the perp's identity. Then we run a joint op. After capture, he's under our joint custody, like Abomination. How's that? Ross alone couldn't thaw Fury's status. But Ross's backers could, for them, it might be a single word. And Fury wouldn't be shortchanged, joint custody meant Ross could run his research, and SHIELD could run theirs. Fury smiled to himself. Ross's thoughts were also spinning. Gamma absorption. Killing Hulk. If true, it meant the Quantico attacker was even stronger than Hulk, and more in control, not a mindless beast like Banner as Hulk. Capture him, study him. And the more Ross thought, the more excited he got, and the more he forced the excitement down. Name. No, no. Fury laughed. That's not how deals work. Unfreeze me first. Then we move together. Ross snorted. Does Maria Hill know? She does. Then why shouldn't I work with her? Because you won't. Fury didn't worry in the slightest. You and Hill aren't the same breed. Neither am I. Silence from Ross. After a moment. I need to think. Be my guest, but do it fast. We don't have much time. If Hill makes contact first. 30 minutes. Ross cut the call, closed his eyes, and dove into fast calculus. Fury hung up smiling as the busy tone beeped in his ear. Ross would say yes. He had no doubt. But you don't put all your eggs in one basket. That sly, dangerous light returned to Fury's eye. He brainstormed, opened his computer, and pulled up Gwen Stacy's file. On screen. Her photo. In Fury's eye, the glint grew stranger, and more self-destructive. Meanwhile, Gwen had just helped the weakened Hawk back to their apartment near Queensboro Bridge Park. Thunk. After easing Hawk onto the sofa, she arched her back with a wince, tiny fists thumping at her sore waist. Hawk, slouched on the cushions, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Mid-stretch, hearing that full-bodied laugh, Gwen froze. Oh. Hawk felt his heart skip a beat. Sure enough. She turned slowly, eyes narrowing at the weak boy whose cheeks were already regaining color. Her look turned oddly dangerous. Hawk. He coughed and made his voice frail. Cough, cough, what is it? Her brow arched. Her voice climbed a few notes. Hawk. Good thing he was just Hawk. If he had a last name, she'd have used both by now. Her face was very serious. You're fine, aren't you? You're faking it. I'm not, I didn't, don't say that. He reflexively denied, shaking his head, 3 denials in one. But that voice had plenty of strength. Gwen smiled. The kind that didn't reach her eyes. Then she turned and headed straight for the door. No hesitation. Shoot. Too far. In a blink, Hawk vanished from the sofa and reappeared at the door, blocking the exit. Gwen halted, then glared up at him. Move. No. Hawk's macro EQ might be shaky, but his micro EQ was online. No way he'd move now. Buy time and soothe her down. If he let her go now, who knew how long it would take to coax her back? Her face frosted over. Is tricking me fun, Hawk? It isn't. I'm sorry. My bad. He admitted fault cleanly. But I really wasn't lying. On the way back, I was wiped. That was true. Fresh out of the lake, a lone Chitauri foot soldier could have forced him into Phoenix rebirth. He went on, I dozed in the car and recovered a little. I meant to tell you, but you were so worried, helping me upstairs, it made me happy, so. Listening, Gwen's frost thawed. She shot him a sidelong glance. So what? I couldn't bear to let you stop holding me. Delivered deadpan. Her cheeks colored, then she rolled her eyes. Childish. Sorry. I shouldn't have fooled you. So are you still weak? Not. Weak. Weak. Reading her expression, he chose the correct answer, nodding gravely and dialing his voice back to frail mode. Gwen almost laughed, but kept a straight face as she slid under his arm again, supporting the boy who looked one breath from collapsing. If you're weak, then lie down properly. Come on, bed. Okay. Careful. Shoes off. Gwen. Lie with me for a bit. What? Just lie here. You know, I'm very weak. Just lie. Yeah. Fine. Wait, what are you? Eek. Chapter 77, The Army's Christmas Present. Christmas of 2012 didn't look much different from any other year. Stores along the streets looped cheerful carols. Snow fell from a gray-white sky. In the neighborhoods, kids packed up in little gangs, laughing and tearing around on this special day. All of New York soaked in the joy of the season. Families were either celebrating in restaurants or gathered at home around crackling fires, sharing the holiday together. Hawk was with family, too. As he did every year, he rode a bus near dusk to Calvary Cemetery, crunching over snow to spend Christmas with his sister. Helen had invited him to Long Island to celebrate with the Stasis. He'd declined. Hawk figured that, barring surprises, he'd marry Gwen someday. She'd be his only wife, and they'd be one family. But that was the future. And right now wasn't then. Most important. He had his own family. So he'd said no. From childhood on, he'd spent every Christmas with his little sister Anya. Even after she died in '09, he came every year at Christmas to be with her. Anya loved lively places, but her congenital heart condition meant she mostly watched from a distance. That already hurt Hawk enough. Leaving Anya to spend the holiday alone. Sorry. He couldn't. In the cemetery, just like last year, Hawk set out all of Anya's favorite food before her gravestone, then leaned against the stone and gazed into the distance. Feathery snow kept drifting down. Strangely. Though it had been snowing hard for nearly 2 hours, laying a soft white quilt over everything, the ground around Hawk, and around Anya's marker, stayed dry, as if it were a clear day. Like a tiger lying in a blizzard, yet its patch of earth as dry as summer. Eyes half closed, Hawk slipped his mind into the microcosmos. 3 days of rest had let his microcosmos fully digest the gamma power he'd seized when Hulk died, renewing it from the inside out. Clearly. His microcosmos had ascended. Gamma energy is a real force in the Marvel world. So by absorbing that very real power, his microcosmos had itself become just that much more real. Still far from a true saint's microcosmos, miles and miles to go. But even that sliver of added reality separated him from his former self like heaven from earth. Put it this way. Before, to kill Hulk he'd needed the lake to drown him. Now, he didn't. If he met Hulk again on land, so long as Hulk was the same as before, Hawk could beat him to death, straight up. No exaggeration. More importantly, within his microcosmos, Hawk raised his eyes to the heavens, the Phoenix constellation blazed, dazzling, searing, unmatched, and across that sky, several dozen new stars had appeared. Yes. Dozens. That was his second windfall from avenging Anya, besides gamma power. Not really an accident, either. Saints are forged in holy war. Every battle adds stars to a saint's microcosmos, power compounding with every fight. These new stars. Hawk meant to use them to light the dragon. The phoenix gives him the courage of undying and rebirth. The dragon would grant the dragon's ferocity and the dragon's guard. Brutal force and peerless defense. That's the dragon. The one saint who can be stronger without his cloth than with it. And, well, it's a dragon. A phoenix cries across the heavens. A dragon roars through the 9 skies. Hawk opened his eyes and glanced at the photo on the stone, Anya's smile, like she was smiling at him now. His own face softened. Hulk should be in hell by now. You've seen it, right? Don't worry. Abomination's next. He's almost due. Tell Mephisto this for me, if he doesn't take good care of you, when I get to hell I'm twisting his head off and using it as a chamber pot. Just like Mephisto did to Zarathos back in the day. What? Don't know Zarathos. You know Ghost Rider, the power he wields is Zarathos. After beating Zarathos, Mephisto twisted off his head and made it a urinal. Ghost Rider's power was something Mephisto granted with that urinal. Hawk's voice was gentle, as if that way Anya, down in hell, could hear him. Leaning on the stone, eyes closed, he rambled on about the year, anything that might amuse her, cheer her. At moments like this, Hawk was no longer taciturn. He was downright chatty. He even got to today's front-page news, Tony Stark's showdown with Extremis-enhanced Aldrich Killian at the tanker docks in Rose Hill, Tennessee, and that sky full of self-detonating Iron Legion fireworks. In life, Anya had loved that kind of billionaire gossip, like any other girl. Last night, at the tanker docks in Rose Hill, Tennessee, a once-in-a-lifetime curtain call and identity confession lit up the night. After thwarting the deadly plot of terrorist Aldrich Killian and his extremist soldiers, Tony Stark did something jaw-dropping. He ordered the remainder of the Iron Legion to climb into the sky and explode in a brilliant, priceless fireworks display. This morning at 7, Stark reappeared and told reporters. He murmured the lines he'd read in the paper. The cemetery was still, only Hawk's whispering carried on the air. If some timid passerby had wandered in and heard that voice by their ear in the cold, like a devil speaking from hell, they'd have sworn they'd seen a ghost. After a while, Hawk fell silent. Head against the stone, he looked like he'd drifted to sleep. As in years past, he meant to stay, spending Christmas here with Anya. Barring surprises, this would be the last time. Because by next Christmas at the latest, he'd find a way into hell and bring his sister back in broad daylight. Either Mephisto returned her, or Hawk turned Mephisto to ash. There was no third way. He didn't know how long he'd been there. The bustle outside the cemetery had faded to nothing with the evening. For a moment it felt like all of New York held its breath. But a faint patter began to creep in from far off, accompanied by a tremor underfoot. Boot steps. The clatter of treads grinding earth. Distant at first, then clearer, closer. His phone buzzed in his coat. He'd silenced, not powered it down, just in case Gwen called. Feeling the vibration, he opened his eyes and pulled it out. The caller wasn't Gwen. It was Anna. Hawk thought for a second, then answered. Hello. Hawk, we just got word, the military knows you're the one who broke into Quantico. They've locked your position and are already on the way. She'd barely gotten on the line before Anna's urgent words tumbled out. Translation. Still sleeping. They're here to collect you. Hawk's brows lifted. The five senses he usually kept damped down snapped open to full. Instantly. He heard armored cars thundering over asphalt. He heard the rattle of gear on fully kitted soldiers as they jogged. Anne. He hung up without replying, rose from the ground, expression blank, and looked up into the sky, toward the approaching roar of rotors and pulsing searchlights. Very soon. A gunship swept over the cemetery, its spotlight snapping on, pinning Hawk in a hard white circle and turning night to day. Whoop whoop whoop. Holding steady over the graves, the side door slid open. A soldier swung onto the mount of a metal storm array, the kind that spits hundreds of rounds a second, and leveled it at the men in the light below. At the same time. Boom. Two lead armored vehicles slammed the cemetery gates aside. Bristling with sonic cannons on their roofs, they plowed over headstones without a glance, growling to a halt in front of Hawk. Clack. Clack. More trucks rolled in behind them with federal troops pouring off. As the beams and cannons fixed into place, rifles were racked and readied, standing or kneeling, a forest of muzzles settled on Hawk. War. A spark away. Chapter 78, no sooner one wave subsides than another rises. The gunship overhead thundered. Searchlights turned Calvary Cemetery bright as day. Two sonic cannon APCs on the ground and the gunship-mounted metal storm in the sky formed a killing triangle around Hawk. Under the beam, the federal soldiers' weapons gleamed coldly. Hawk, standing in the cone of light, took it all in, and smiled. He smiled like he meant it. Then, after an ear-splitting squawk from the gunship speakers, Thaddeus Ross's voice rolled over the cemetery. Hawk, you are surrounded. The instant he got Hawk's dossier, Ross couldn't wait, he mobilized and sent forces straight to New York to seize him. Now, seated in Quantico's command center, eyes on the big screen that showed Hawk pinned under the searchlight, he spoke in a heavy tone, "You are under arrest on suspicion of endangering national security and breaking into a military installation." He felt vindicated. He'd considered sending in a special ops team, but once Hawk's location was fixed, he chose to roll in with overwhelming force. This wasn't Midtown Manhattan, it wasn't even a city block. It was a cemetery. He'd torn up Manhattan and gotten off scot-free, what's a graveyard to him? Ross meant to bag Hawk. So. No speeches. From Quantico, he piped his voice straight to the sky above Calvary. You have 10 seconds to surrender. Stand by. A rising whir answered him as the gunship's metal storm spun up, an industrial beehive that could turn a man into lace in a second. On the ground, both APC-mounted sonic cannons began to charge, their operators working the panels. Around Hawk, magazines slammed home, a few troopers shouldered rocket tubes and drew a bead. Hawk followed the sound of Ross's voice, tipped his chin up, ignored the blinding light, and fixed his gaze on the camera pods slung under the helicopter. It was like his eyes slipped through the lens and locked with Ross's back at Quantico. The corner of Hawk's mouth lifted. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried, clean as a bell, through the feed into the command center. Thaddeus Ross. I just remembered. I almost forgot about you, thanks for reminding me. Ross blinked, then realized why. Because Hawk, standing there in the searchlight, was gone. Wah. Boom. Screams followed. When the beam found him again, an APC with a sonic cannon was already cartwheeling through the air. The gunner's cry cut off as the vehicle crashed down and crushed him flat. The second APC went up almost as soon as Ross had processed the first. Open fire. Ross snapped, his pupils contracting. The gunship lurched sideways, the door gunner clamping both hands on the metal storm's grips. It roared. A black sheet of rounds poured at Hawk like a monsoon. Dirt geysered, headstones burst, shards flew. As for the soldiers, the stream chewed through on the way. Collateral. Fire. Fire. A panicked infantryman, watching Hawk flick a wrist and swat a comrade through the air like a fly, squeezed the trigger on his rocket. The streak arrowed in. Hawk turned. The warhead met him face on and blossomed hard, a white flare blew out, washing two unlucky troopers in fire. None of that mattered. Got him. The Rocketeer's face lit, and even Ross, watching remotely, felt a stab of triumph. But, as if before the grin could die on the soldier's lips, Hawk stepped through the flames, bare torso charred at the edges where his shirt had burned away. The trooper felt an explosion in his chest and reflexively looked down. Oh. A fist-sized hole. SH. Shoot. Shoot. From the gunship, the door gunner, staring down at the crystal-clear carnage, yelped, and hosed Hawk again. Hawk looked up. The storm drummed his skull, face, and exposed torso. Sparks spit. Skin unmarked. Come on. Those rounds couldn't get through Hulk. What chance did they have against Hawk after he'd absorbed gamma? Hawk drew a breath, glanced at the gunship, and the ground crazed under his foot as he launched like a shell. The pilot's blood ran cold, he yanked the stick to break away. Too late. Hawk tore through the fuselage. The gunship blew into a rising fireball and then slammed back to earth, skidding through rows of graves until the soil grounded to a stop. Ross stared at the snow of static across his wall of screens. On sight, the troopers were just as stunned, staring at something no human should be. Then a streak of light hit the ground and arrowed toward them, and survival instinct snapped them loose. They broke and ran, shrieking, wishing for two more legs. Some rushed the cemetery gates. One soldier, hearing fewer screams behind him and seeing the exit almost within reach, felt hope bubbling up. It froze on his face, his body with it. He looked down at the bloody hand in his field of view, and the little lump still thudding in its grip. That's my heart, he thought. And then he didn't think anything at all. He folded and hit the ground. By the time the original Spider-Man got there, he clung to a wall, staring, unable to believe his eyes. Ground plowed like by a tractor. Headstones shattered into gravel. Bodies everywhere, limbs, torsos, the wreckage of a fight. The mangled, burning helicopter, snapped in two like a toy. One overturned APC. Its jammed hatch kicked outward, and a soldier, head a mask of blood, clawed his way free, halfway. He stiffened, sensing something. He raised his eyes. Hawk stood bare to the waist in front of him, face like stone. The soldier's mouth opened. I only. Crack. His head burst like a melon. Peter's heart lurched. By the time he snapped back, Hawk was gone. Where did? Peter spun, scanning, then leapt, webbed a swing, and arced across the air. He landed lightly. Not far off, Hawk stood with one hand on the photo inset in a gravestone. Hawk's fingers traced Anya's face, the fire inside him had been stoked ablaze. Peter edged closer. Haw. Peter. Hawk withdrew his hand and turned, cutting him off. If someone tried to smash Uncle Ben's headstone, what would you do? Uncle Ben. Peter didn't hesitate. I'd kill him. This wasn't the tech-heavy or amazing iteration, this was the original Peter Parker, the one who hunted down the robber who killed his uncle and ended him without ever thinking about courtrooms. That was one reason Hawk liked the first Peter, reserved like him. Clear about debts and payback like him. Hawk nodded as if he'd expected nothing else, then pointed at the stone. My sister. Anya. So, are you here to stop me from taking revenge? Peter's eye twitched. He looked into Hawk's face, blank, but with an inferno burning behind the eyes, and said nothing. He just stepped aside. Hawk smiled slightly. Thanks. Do you need? Peter started to offer help, but Hawk vanished between words. The wail of approaching sirens jolted Peter back. Crap. This is bad. He shivered once, realizing the scale of what had just gone down. Mass update ends. Please keep reading and drop a monthly vote. Love you all. End of chapter. Chapter 79, The Disappearance of Hawk. Something had happened. New York City was in uproar again. Reporters with sharp noses for news had rushed back to their offices in the dead of night, and by dawn the headlines were already blazing. New York Times, military's Christmas night raid on civilian cemetery ends in massacre, Calvary Cemetery turns slaughterhouse. Wall Street Journal, another disaster from General Ross, Calvary massacre, a botched attempt to capture the Hulk. Global Observer, 77 dead, helicopter fireball, gravestones shattered, what was the federal military doing? There was no hiding what had gone down. By morning, countless citizens awoke to the papers, and especially those with loved ones buried at Calvary felt their worlds collapse. They rushed to the cemetery. But the place was sealed off by incoming reinforcements. Families screaming their kin were inside, demanding entry, were met with rifles raised, bolts chambered, and eyes hard. Orders were clear, anyone crossing the line would be shot. Couldn't beat the monster last night, sure, but bullying civilians? Easy. Army and people, one family. Not here. In the Union, soldiers didn't march in to save disasters. They marched in to suppress. The crowd seethed, unfurled banners, and locked eyes with the troops across the cordon. The mayor of New York was drowning. Taxpayers in Manhattan, remembering the last time the military had wrecked their city, started calling. The connected went straight to the Pentagon. The wealthy but not connected blew up the mayor's phone. One demand, fix it, or we'll fix it with a new mayor. The mayor cursed the army 1,000 times over. Reckless before, yes. But this reckless. Turn a cemetery into a battlefield, gravestones blasted to powder, memorials shattered. Unbelievable. Press conference, no euphemism, no sidestepping. He called out the Pentagon by name and demanded answers. The Pentagon. Silence. Washington. Silent. Quantico. Silent. At least, on the surface. But Gwen Stacy, still on holiday with family out in Long Island, wasn't calm at all when she saw the news. Calvary Cemetery. Last night. Hawk. She snatched up her phone and dialed his number. Phone off. Her stomach dropped. Then the TV in her room cut in. A glossy anchorwoman was already running footage and exclusives on last night's disaster. That was news, time-sensitive. If one channel flinched, another would run it and steal the ratings. Advertising waited for no Pentagon spin. And when the anchor flashed a $500 photo of Spider-Man snapped in Calvary that night, Gwen's mind leapt. Peter Parker. She called his number. Not off. It picked up fast. Gwen. Peter, was Hawk there last night? Did you see where he went? Silence, scratching. I only just saw the news myself. Hawk, last night, he was. Peter. Gwen's voice was sharp, nerves buzzing. He's okay, Peter muttered. By the time I got there, the fight was over. Her breath eased. Then Peter asked, puzzled, did Hawk tell you who I am? Gwen, calmer, let out a soft sigh. I'm not stupid. You've changed so much, and you're suddenly close with Hawk. Putting together your Spider-Man wasn't hard. Peter nodded reflexively. Where's Hawk now? His phone's off. I don't know. Peter. I really don't. He left too fast. He just asked if I meant to stop him, I didn't. So I stepped aside, and then he was gone. Peter hesitated, then asked curiously, wait, Gwen, I thought Hawk went to Long Island with you. Why was he at Calvary? Gwen bit her lip. He had a sister. Anya. Died of a heart condition back in '09. Buried there. Every Christmas, he spends it with her. So it really was a sister. Peter breathed. Gwen frowned. What do you mean? When he left, he asked me, if someone desecrated Uncle Ben's grave, what would I do? Gwen's blood ran cold. Anya's grave was destroyed. No, no, Peter waved quickly, though she couldn't see. The stone itself was fine. But what? One of the graves behind it blew open in the fighting. Dirt sprayed over. It cracked the mound a little, but the coffin never showed. Gwen's heart clenched. Heaven help her. Nobody understood better than she how much Anya meant to Hawk. If Anya wasn't resurrected, then even if Gwen married him one day, Christmas would always be for Anya. And now, Anya's grave was damaged. Not destroyed. Peter stammered. Just the backfilled soil, that's all. But to Gwen, soil or stone, what difference? She winced. Gwen. Her mother's voice carried from outside. Coming. She snapped back, told Peter quickly, if you hear from Hawk, call me, and hung up. Deep breath. Straighten. She went downstairs. And stopped. Oh. Very familiar. The woman she'd knocked out cold with a stick days ago, Natasha Romanoff, was standing at the door, chatting with her mother Helen, smiling. Helen beamed at Gwen. Natasha says you lent her the car. She's here to return it. Natasha turned with the same smile. Good morning, Gwen. Morning. Gwen forced the word out, then excused herself from Helen and followed Natasha outside. Her yellow Corolla, polished, repaired, sat waiting. Go on, Natasha said lightly. Check it. I didn't break your car. Gwen said nothing, slid into the driver's seat. Natasha slipped into the passenger side and shut the door. Gwen drew in a breath, looked at her. Are you here to kill me? What? Natasha blinked, then laughed and shook her head. Of course not. You didn't kill me, why would I kill you? You sent people after Hawk. Natasha shook her head again. That raid wasn't us. If last night hadn't happened, I wouldn't even be here. Last night had blindsided S.H.I.E.L.D. as much as the city. Maria Hill had been gathering intel, plotting a careful first contact. The army bulldozed in without warning. No risk assessment. No logic. Just smash. By the time Hill knew, it was already too late. So she'd done the only thing she could, called Natasha, just back from Tennessee, hadn't even slept yet, and told her to get to the one link they had left. Gwen Stacy. Natasha's smile faded. Her eyes hardened. Gwen. We need to know where Hawk is. If this escalates, no one can control what comes next. Chapter 80, Leveling the Ross Family Cemetery. Gwen stared at Natasha, face blank. I don't know. Seeing Gwen's steady gaze, Natasha lowered her voice. Last night wasn't us. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted you to, we'd have come long ago, no need to wait till now. Gwen ignored that. Are you here to arrest me? No. Before the word finished, Gwen pushed the door open and got out. Natasha stepped out from the passenger side as well, watching Gwen shut the driver's door. Thanks for bringing my car back, Gwen said evenly. Gwen. Gwen turned and headed back toward the house without looking back. Natasha watched her go, fell silent, then turned and slid into the black panel van parked nearby. The door shut, Natasha immediately opened a line to Maria Hill at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. Commander. How'd it go? She won't talk. Natasha reported it straight. She could, in theory, take Gwen in and squeeze answers out of her, but the memory of waking up after getting clocked with a stick, very much alive, pushed that option right off the table. I expected as much, Hill said. Don't press it. We've already found Hawk. Natasha blinked. You found him. Quantico. No. New Mexico. Natasha froze. Why is he in New Mexico? Because the Ross family cemetery has been obliterated. Natasha pulled up the fresh clip that just hit her phone. On screen, a sea of shattered headstones, graves blasted open like a shelling, coffins and splintered debris strewn across the grounds. The camera swung, what had been a lavish Ross manor now lay in ruins, a gutted husk. Natasha drew in a sharp breath. This. New York field agents confirmed it. Hawk's sister Anya's grave took minor damage, likely from last night's fight. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. Wrecked Ross estate, Ross family cemetery, this looks like Hawk's payback. Yikes. Natasha hissed under her breath, then frowned. Does General Ross know? He does. He's going to lose his mind. If it were her family plot in pieces, she'd lose it too. Still, serves them right. S.H.I.E.L.D. was still mid-risk assessment and first contact planning, and the army just charged straight in. Did they hear Hawk and think he was just another Hulk, a Bruce Banner they could chase into hiding? Not everyone runs from you. Now look, so cocky at the start, so miserable now. TSK. What's next? Dig up the first Ross who stepped off the Mayflower. Natasha's thoughts snagged. Wait, Commander, that's a long haul from New York to New Mexico. It's been, what, 6 hours since it happened? How could he get there that fast? To be precise, under 3, Hill said. And this isn't the part to fixate on. If I'm right, his next stop is Quantico. Revenge for Anya could be read one way. But after he leveled the Ross family plot, the pattern was hard to miss. Hawk repays blood with blood. If he'd go that far for a grave, why would he spare the men who backed last night's raid, Thaddeus Ross? They'd lost Hawk's physical trail again, but Hill was sure of the destination. Quantico. Natasha frowned. Then I. Stay put. Huh. Find a way to remain close to Gwen, Hill said, voice firm. Until this is over. Natasha's brows rose. Commander, you mean? Not sure yet. But we prepare for the worst. And this stays between us. No one else hears it. Understood. Understood, but... Natasha glanced around the van at the 3 shield techs quietly working. Hill seemed to read her mind. I handpicked this team with Victoria. They handle the perimeter until this wraps. Got it, Commander. Good. Hill out. In her Triskelion office, Maria Hill set the phone down and leaned back, fingers rubbing at a spike of trigeminal pain. She'd been about to order Natasha back, when a jolt of instinct made her pivot hard and leave Natasha with Gwen. Because if the army couldn't beat Hawk head-on, they might use Gwen as bait. It wasn't a hunch. It was the kind of ugly probability you learned serving in the military and running intel. The military will do anything to win a war. And this was a war. Back then, Hawk's girlfriend had been Betty Ross, Ross's own daughter. Swap in any other girlfriend, and Ross would have gladly helped her and laid the trap. Now Hawk had toppled the Ross family cemetery. So, guard against the worst. Also. Another name surfaced. Hill's eyes lifted toward the SHIELD director's office. Her gut said the Army surprise strike wasn't clean of Nick Fury's fingerprints. Among the 77 federal soldiers found dead at Calvary, 1 ID came back fake. Not Army. SHIELD. Only a handful inside SHIELD even knew about Hawk, and she'd already ordered 0 unsanctioned contact. Yet there he was, a dead SHIELD agent. And, how convenient, he was black. Hill strongly suspected Fury sent him. Why? Simple timeline. Yesterday afternoon, the World Security Council abruptly unfroze Nick Fury's operational authority. By nightfall, the Army launched a raid. No connection. Seriously. Her desk phone rang. Hill. Commander, we have a possible Hawk sighting. Hill stood at once and left the office. Right then, the opposite door opened. Freshly re-empowered Nick Fury stepped out. Hill didn't wait. She took the command elevator down to Ops. Moments later, she and Fury walked in nearly back to back. "Ha," Hill began. "Where is that damned criminal right now?" Fury boomed, voice back to full brass. He passed Hill with a smile. "Sorry. We're not in wartime." Hill's smile was strictly by the book. As deputy director and wartime commander, she outranked Fury only under formal wartime protocols. With his authority restored and no war declared, the director's word sat above hers. "Director," an analyst called. "Possible sighting in Maryland." "Put it up." A still from an ATM camera filled the screen. Hawk, a streak, almost a ghosted smear. Fury stared. WTF. "Anything else?" "No, sir." "Do we have a red on his obj?" "Sir," another tech blurted, eyes wide at a fresh feed. "Quantico just suffered an explosion. 5 seconds ago." Chapter 81, Swagger and Show of Force. After leaving Calvary Cemetery last night, Hawk flared his Cosmo to the limit and tore across the country at full tilt. His destination couldn't have been clearer. New Mexico, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross's hometown, the Ross estate and the Ross family cemetery behind it. Debts must be paid. If Thaddeus Ross dared to dance on his sister's grave, then Hawk would grant him his wish, by blowing up every grave in Ross's family plot. Preparation makes or breaks a job. Hawk had already done the legwork online, he always plans thoroughly. A family estate and cemetery. That sort of thing is public record. So with his Cosmo burning white-hot, he sprinted straight to New Mexico, leveled the Ross family cemetery, then pivoted and gunned straight for Quantico. It took him less than 3 hours to blitz from the east all the way to New Mexico in the west, and now, another 3 to rocket back from the west to Quantico in the east. Smashing the Ross family cemetery didn't cool Hawk's fury. If anything, it made it burn hotter. First, because Ross had tried to make a spectacle in front of his sister's grave. In Hawk's mind, that alone had already earned the man a death sentence, one even Jesus couldn't commute. Second, Hawk intended to finish this in one go, kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, and end future trouble before it starts. He can be kind when it's right to be kind, but he refuses to let anyone mistake his kindness for weakness and keep pushing their luck. He doesn't have Roswell time to play games with nobodies. He's busy. Vibranium. Finding an entrance to hell. And the Reality Stone. While keeping his sister Anya company on Christmas, Hawk had already been wondering whether he'd even bother going back to school after the break. He's got his New York University Law School acceptance in hand, and he's already completed the credits to graduate Midtown High. On paper, he doesn't have to go back, just show up on graduation day. He was seriously thinking about heading straight to Africa when the new term starts. Where's the time to waste on unrelated clowns? Hence, one heavy punch now to avoid 100 later. If he had to fight, he'd make it hurt so badly they'd never look his way again. Most important of all, Anya had given him a Christmas gift, Abomination's location. Right under Quantico, in the base's underground holding cells. Hawk had been debating whether to deal with Abomination first after the new year or go hunt down Vibranium. Now he didn't need to choose. Quantico had made the choice for him, and even handed him the perfect justification. So, from New York to New Mexico, then from New Mexico to Quantico, Hawk blistered the air. As he crossed into Maryland, he eased up just enough to fine-tune his state. Then he poured his Cosmo on again. 5 seconds ago. Hawk, carrying a 6-hour burn of anger, launched from the ridge behind the Quantico base. Hanging high over the installation, he drew breath, let his roar roll across the entire base, and hurled the strongest punch he had thrown to date. Thaddeus Ross. Come out and die. Boom. His right fist slammed out. In that instant, time vanished, space stalled. A fist shadow flew from his knuckles, as it knifed toward a 5-story block inside the base, time fractured, and even space itself crazed like glass. 1 second later. The instant that shadow kissed the face of the 5-story building, the whole structure cracked like brittle crystal. Boom. 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 Only when the building detonated did the sound catch up, a thunderclap that shook the entire Quantico Marine Corps base to the core. Months after the last incident, right beside the FBI Academy and a short hop from CIA Langley, the base's enemy attack klaxon screamed to life again. The block was collapsing. The ground was shaking. The 5-story building splintered at visible speed, even the surrounding earth looked as if something invisible had slammed down from the sky. The ground sank. Seen from above, centered on the collapsing building, a vast crater shaped like a fist had stamped itself into the base. A whine rose. Fighter jets knifed off the runway, banking toward the arcing figure dropping into the heart of the base. Target acquired. Request permission to fire. Permission granted. Copy. A pilot rolled his jet, loosed a missile from the pylon, and sent it howling at the free-falling target. Hawk, still in the drop, glanced at the incoming and lifted his right hand. Clang. What? The pilot's eyes bulged as Hawk palmed the missile and clamped it in his fist. Their gazes met through the canopy. Hawk smiled, wicked and bright. The moment his feet touched dirt, his hand clenched the captive missile. Boom. The warhead bloomed. Fire swallowed him and clawed into the sky. The pilot's face lit with relief. Did we? Thunk. A streak burst from the inferno on the ground and reached his nose cone in a blink. Perched on the jet's prow, face to face with the pilot, Hawk flashed that same crooked smile. The pilot's right hand dove for the ejection handle. Hawk's fist was faster. Crack. The cockpit glass burst, and so did the pilot's skull. The jet went limp, leaf tumbling as it fell toward the base fuel depot. Whump. The blast dwarfed the last. A column of fire roared upward, sparks fountained. The ground bucked. That fire dragon vomited out of the ruptured tanks and swallowed a dozen soldiers who were sprinting for safety with the look of men who just watched their mother die. As the fuel depot's inferno boiled, Hawk, already gone from the stalling jet, landed cleanly on the tarmac. A rumble rolled in. He glanced up, drab yellow tanks clattered forward out of the motor pool. A barrel recoiled, the whole tank shuddered, then the shell leapt from the muzzle and exploded at Hawk's feet, smoke and flame washing over him. As everyone knows, if there's smoke, there's probably no damage. While the crew scrambled to reload, Hawk stepped through the haze, bare torso gleaming, and in a blink stood before the tank. His left hand crushed the gun tube like chalk, his right fist punched into the glacis. It didn't knock the tank flying, the armor took his arm like tofu. In one breath, the arm was buried to the shoulder, his open hand locking onto a gaping, stupefied driver. A heartbeat later, Hawk yanked back. Wet, tearing, butcher shop sounds ripped through the compartment. A head, carved by 1,000 blades, squeezed out through a hole the size of a fist. For him, tank armor was tofu. For everyone else, it wasn't. Inside the tank, the remaining crew stared, brains white noise blank, replaying the image of a man being dragged through a fist-sized hole. Their minds snapped. Truly snapped. A hiss split the air. An air-to-ground missile took the moment and slammed into the tank's hull. The tank jumped in place, wrapped in flame. Hawk's chin tipped up. Another fighter streaked past. Smarter this time, it fired and immediately peeled away, afterburners howling. Rumbling again. From the tank barn, more drab yellow armor rolled out, fanning into firing positions. Every barrel tracked one man. Overhead, 3 fresh fighters screamed onto the scene and, without hesitation, fired first. 3 more missiles fell. Then the earthbound thunder, the tank's guns hammered, shells snapping downrange in quick succession. Hawk snorted. Another hiss. Triple thunder. Fire. Craters. Scorched earth. And boom. One tank crumpled with a deafening report and hurled backward into a barracks block. The barracks went up, too. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Hawk ghosted through the armored line, a blur among beasts of steel. You thought he'd keep face-tanking shells? Dream on. Moments ago he'd taken hits on purpose, just to show them how hard he was, to make the point, your weapons don't work on me. Now that the point was made, it was time to show force. No, time to flaunt it. Swagger and show of force, loudly, unmistakably. Through this one battle he would carve a simple truth into their bones. He is not the Hulk. Killing you is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. So, Hawk went to full power. Swagger and show of force. Chapter 82, When Money Falls Silent. Buildings were collapsing. Inside the Quantico military base, as streaks of black light pierced through one side of buildings and out the other, structures began to crumble one after another. People were screaming. In the chaos of the base, especially in the family housing area, countless men and women, faces stricken with panic, screamed as they evacuated. Even the sky seemed to weep. All across the base, pillars of fire shot upward, painting the air a fiery red. The earth trembled. As the collapsing buildings crashed to the ground with thunderous roars, the immense impact split the ground with cracks. From the moment Hawk entered to now, barely half an hour had passed, and this military base, set in the heartland of the Federation, already looked more like a battlefield than Afghanistan. Armored vehicles priced in the millions lay scattered, burning and twisted into scrap. Tanks priced in the tens of millions had their barrels snapped, they too burned and died where they stood. Even fighter jets priced in the hundreds of millions of dollars. There were no fighters left at the base, every jet that had taken off ended up the same as the armor and the tanks, exploded and reduced to scrap. Obviously. When violence speaks, money falls silent. Ah, God. Fire, fur. Boom. Expressionless, Hawk slapped a terrified, shouting soldier who was firing at him and sent him flying. He glanced down at the chalky marks the bullets had left on his skin, then looked up at the rest of the troops facing him. To be precise, at the soldiers who were tossing down their weapons and turning to run. Hawk cast them a sidelong glance, felt the round striking his back, and in the instant he turned, his figure vanished from where he stood. Ah. Shut up. Hawk spread the fingers of his right hand and squeezed lightly, expressionless, bursting a soldier's head. Ignoring the blood spattering his body, his eyes remained flat as he watched yet another group fling away their guns and bolt. He didn't chase them. He might have been on a killing tier, conservatively, the base's economic losses in this half hour were already in the billions of dollars. But Hawk could say in good conscience that he was still holding to his line. He killed only those who tried to kill him. After half an hour of contact, the base's troops had clearly figured that out. So once the APCs were aflame, the tanks were exploding, and the fighters were done for, when it came their turn, aside from a few who'd lost their heads and fired at Hawk, most only shouldered their rifles without even flipping the safeties. Thus, when Hawk appeared before them, they gratefully took the out, drop the weapon, scream, turn and run. In a word, surrender and you won't die. And in fact, Hawk made no move against those who threw down their arms and fled. He didn't want to rack up needless kills. This worked. Everyone understood without saying. He had come to Quantico today to do three things. Thaddeus Ross. Abomination. And to flaunt his might. And now, after Hawk cut down another dozen soldiers who had actually fired on him, the gunfire around the base faded for good. Everywhere he looked, all he saw were the backs of soldiers who had dropped their weapons and were scattering in all directions. Clearly, the show of force was sufficient. Two tasks remained. So Hawk thought as he tore a bloody uniform off a fallen soldier and used it to wipe the blood from his face. Expressionless, he strolled, almost leisurely, toward the base's command center that sat within his line of sight, through a landscape of fires and ruins. By now, almost no building in the base was intact. Only the command center still stood. A fighter jet had even been on course to crash into it. Seeing that both jet and building were about to be lost, Hawk had kicked the aircraft aside. That wasn't mercy. It was because, as anyone who's eaten a proper meal knows, your main dish comes out last, and you eat it last. The people inside weren't fools. When they saw Hawk boot that jet away, they realized he planned to save them for last. They didn't sit and wait for death. They tried to run. Too bad they couldn't. With all five senses open to the limit, Hawk gave the VIPs in the command center no chance to escape. The APCs and tanks that died less than 50 meters from the building's front steps were proof enough. Even so, the command center wasn't an island. Far from it. In front of the building, dozens of soldiers formed a human wall, leveling the equalizer of all men at Hawk. Tap. Tap. Amid the base's noisy silence, Hawk wiped the blood from his face as he walked toward them, each step ringing clear. Every time his foot fell, it left a bloody print. Prints from far to near, until the footsteps ceased. He stopped before the command center's doors, finished wiping his forearms clean, then casually dropped the bloody uniform at his feet and set his right boot down on the star-spangled patch. The thud of the uniform hitting the ground made the door guards flinch. Seeing Hawk's boot on the Stars and Stripes emblem broke their nerve entirely. They kept their equalizers trained on the bare-chested men before them, hands in pockets, muscles like iron. But they didn't dare fire, no matter how the VIPs screamed in their earpieces. They weren't stupid. If they hadn't been slow and ordered to protect those big shots, they'd already have run with the rest. Besides, they'd seen it with their own eyes. Drop your gun and the men wouldn't touch you. So, fire. Are you crazy? Who risks his life for a monthly paycheck? They were soldiers for capital, not soldiers of faith. They just hadn't found their chance to. Right then, Hawk eyed the human wall blocking his way, guns so in sync they didn't even have the safeties off, and let out a soft chuckle. Heh. Clatter. Ah. Oh God. Help. As if rehearsed, the human wall broke the instant he chuckled. The soldiers dropped their weapons in perfect unison, then shrieking and howling, they scattered like smoke on the wind. A faint breeze passed. The command center's door stood open. The VIPs inside were dumbstruck. Hawk laughed. Unabashed, delighted. Ha ha ha. Watching the feed on the big screen, Hawk standing below, laughing with his back to the carcasses of APCs, tanks, and men, the faces inside went from ashen to trembling. Not with rage. With fear. They had realized that to Hawk, their lives were no more precious than those of the soldiers outside, and certainly not more precious than the millions spent on APCs, the tens of millions on tanks, or the hundreds of millions on jets. At least, not in his eyes. As they shook under his laughter, Hawk stopped grinning on the screen. His gaze went glacial as he stared at the command center camera, like he could see them through it. The next second, his voice, stripped of all emotion, entered their ears. Either you hand over Thaddeus Ross, or I go in there and kill you. You have 1 minute. 60. 59. Hawk didn't give them time to react. He began the 60-second countdown at once. Killing isn't the point. He would kill, and also break their will. Most of all, he would convince himself. When the minute ended, if they hadn't delivered Ross, he could tell himself they were shielding him, and then their deaths would be on them. It didn't matter what others thought, so long as he was at peace with himself. Gwen had said it, be someone who can face your own heart. So Hawk thought. Soon. As he stood hands in pockets blocking the command center doors and hit the last 20 seconds of his count, shouting, sobbing, cursing, and scuffling broke out inside. Hawk arched a brow. The corner of his mouth lifted into something very close to a sneer. He didn't stop counting, but when he reached 8, he chose to halt. Not because he'd decided anything, but because the big shots had decided for him. Thud. The once high and mighty Thaddeus Ross, who looked every bit the upright man, the same man who had turned Manhattan into a battlefield in his hunt for the Hulk, was shoved out by other upright men just like him. The gray-haired Ross misstepped, fell on the stairs, and tumbled down with an involuntary scream, coming to a stop at Hawk's feet. Ross struggled to rise. At that moment. Thud. Arg. Hawk lifted his right foot from the uniform and set it on Ross's head. With a slight press, he pinned him face down again. Hawk bent at the waist a little, eyes narrowed, looking at the gray-haired man under his boot. Thaddeus Ross. Arg. Ross's pallid face flushed crimson as he roared, palms braced on the ground, trying to wrench himself free from under Hawk's foot. Unfortunately. It was futile. Chapter 83, Ross, dead. Abomination, dead. I almost forgot about you, Hawk said. If you hadn't hounded the Hulk, Abomination wouldn't have come to New York. If Abomination hadn't come to New York, he wouldn't have become Abomination. Then there would have been no battle between Hulk and Abomination. And without that battle, my sister wouldn't have died. Hawk pinned Ross under his boot, holding him immobile as he spoke in a low murmur. The next second, he smiled. Lucky for you, it doesn't matter that I forgot. Hawk's smile thinned as he looked down at the general underfoot and spoke gently, thank you, for reminding me you were part of this. Ross, who had been struggling, seemed to understand something in that instant and went still. Hawk's eyes turned to ice. Why? Squelch. As Hawk's right foot came down, a watermelon-red spatter spread out beneath the sky-blue sneakers he'd worn for years, cheap, under $30, but treasured. Thaddeus Ross. Dead. No speeches. Hawk had never intended to hear any, he didn't even bother giving Ross the chance. Death was enough. Why waste words? Behind him. Maria Hill, who had raced from the Triskelion and finally arrived, found her gaze fixed on those sky-blue sneakers, now stained where they had crushed Ross's skull. Hawk lifted his foot and wiped the sole back and forth on the discarded uniform, then turned from the headless corpse to the newcomer. A face with sharp planes, clean lines. Icy blue eyes, Hawk keen. A precisely tailored, perfectly fitted dark shield field uniform. A name rose in Hawk's mind. Shield. Maria Hill. Hill drew a breath and met Hawk's gaze. Hawk. That's me. Hands in his pockets, Hawk gave the woman who dared to walk in alone while he was in full war god mode a small smile. What do you need? You've killed General Ross. Next. He deserved it. Hawk narrowed his eyes, cutting her off. Ms. Hill, if it were your sister, what would you do? Hill paused, then looked at him again. Ross is dead. What are you planning to do now? Now. Yes. Hill held his gaze. She'd been cursing Nick Fury the entire way here. They'd watched every moment in S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawk punching tanks, kicking jets, parading his power. By rights, Fury should have been the one to come, not her. Whatever strings got him reinstated, once he was back in the chair and no wartime status had been declared, her authority was beneath his. But what happened? Fury vanished. Wouldn't pick up calls, wouldn't answer messages, no satellite ping. Fantastic. With the director missing, Hill had no choice but to step in. Still. She was now certain Fury's reinstatement and Ross's, perfectly timed, intel on Hawk were linked. Odds were Fury handed Hawk's info to Ross in exchange for support. Too bad. Ross was dead. Hill's thoughts flicked to the headless body beneath Hawk's feet, then away. Because, gross. Hawk listened to her next and shook his head with a light smile. Ms. Hill, what happens next doesn't depend on me. It depends on you. Hill looked at him. Ross is dead. You can walk away. Not enough. What? Hand over abomination. Hawk's face didn't change as he shook his head. He'd understood her subtext. Ross is gone, leave it here, pretend today never happened. But not a chance. Ross was dead, abomination wasn't. Hawk glanced toward the VIPs crowding the command center doorway, neither in nor out, and said flatly, same deal, 1 minute. Either you bring me abomination, or in 60 seconds, I come take him. The words had barely fallen before the VIPs broke into a panic. Where the hell is he? In the lower cells. Release him, get him out. Move, move. We don't have time, 30 seconds. Listening to their tear-edged voices, Hawk snorted and looked back at Hill, shaking his head. I'll bet these are the ones who backed Ross's attack, puffed up, saw me as an ant. Now I'm at their door, and they're terrified I'll treat them like ants. Hill studied him. Are you going to kill them? It depends. For example, if they don't touch me, I don't touch them. If they do, I strike back. Hawk smiled. See, Ms. Hill. You're standing right here, perfectly fine. As he spoke. Tum. The ground shuddered. The earth split, and a towering brute, uglier even than the Hulk, forced its way up from below with a grinding roar. Abomination. But as the locks on the cell failed and he smashed free, ready to roar his return, he froze. Everywhere he looked, burning APCs, exploding tanks, shattered fighters, endless rubble, and corpses. What? Apocalypse already? He blinked, baffled, then his gaze caught on a small, human ant with his back turned. A cruel smile crept across his face. If Hulk fought on a counterpunch in self-defense pattern, Abomination's was rage and ruin without restraint. Hulk's host was a scientist. Abomination's host was a soldier who wanted one thing, to get stronger, then stronger still. So, Abomination, attack. He roared, charged a few steps, then launched himself high, shadow blotting out the sky. He meant to end that little ant in the most brutal way, under his heel. Slowly. Messily. Hawk didn't move, eyes still on Hill. Hill saw the leap in the corner of her eye, the looming weight like a storm front rolling in. As the monster descended, the already cracked ground shattered in a drumbeat of fractures. She felt the pressure crush down and forced herself not to buckle. And still. She didn't flinch, watching Hawk. Their eyes held. The wind howled. Hawk felt the gust of killing intent at his back, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The next second. He turned. He punched. Boom. Abomination's chest detonated, and the creature shot backward like a fired shell, slammed into a burning tank, and, tangled with it, tumbled and crashed away in a roaring avalanche. Until. Crash. He landed among ruins, and 3 blazing tanks he dragged in his wake came down from the sky. In the face of fire, all are equal. The hulking body vanished under the sheets of flame. Sizzling filled the air. Abomination. Dead. He died the moment he appeared. No banter, 1 punch, and gone. Hawk had killed Hulk, a creature who couldn't even beat Hulk. If Hawk took him seriously, if he traded 300 blows, what would that say? That he didn't respect the Hulk. Or didn't respect his own Cosmo. Unlike Hulk. Even as Abomination burned, he didn't change back. After all, Bruce Banner was overexposed to gamma radiation and thus birthed the Hulk. But Abomination. Emil Blonsky shoved gamma serum straight into his major artery. In short, Abomination and Blonsky had long since fused into one. Abomination was Emil Blonsky. Emil Blonsky was Abomination. Hawk, having thrown his punch, didn't spare the corpse a glance. He looked back to Hill. Between the two, she interested him more. Hill replayed the effortless kill in her mind, but kept her face composed. And now? What do you think? Hawk slid his hands into his pockets again and met her gaze, calm. Hill held his eyes, gears spinning. Hulk is dead. Abomination is dead. Ross is dead. The 3 men tied to your sister's death are all gone. Yes. Then go home. Hawk burst out laughing. It was a cutting laugh. Hill's heart lurched. The clump of dignitaries at the doorway, stuck between in and out, shivered at the sound. Chapter 84, I'll be waiting for you in New York. Heh. Go back. I stormed all the way from New York to New Mexico, dug up the Ross family's graveyard, and then sped all the way here. You think I came here for fun? You think I've got nothing better to do? This war was started by them, not me. When the war begins, they decide. But when it ends, that's not up to them. That's up to me. Hawk's laughter cut off abruptly. His icy gaze swept over the group of men in suits and uniforms crowding near the doorway, the so-called big shots. Normally, these people should have been majestic and commanding. But right now, they were terrified. They were restless. Heh. You only realize the snot's dripping once it hits your mouth. You only swerve once your car hits the wall. You only regret when the knife is already at your throat. But this isn't regret. This is knowing you're about to die. Hawk took in their ugly appearances with cold amusement before turning his gaze back to Maria Hill standing in front of him. There are only two possible endings here. May I hear them? Of course. Hawk smiled slightly. Compared to the pitiful big shots groveling in the corner, his impression of Maria Hill, who stood unflinching even under Abomination's oppressive aura, wasn't too bad. Hawk looked at her, his voice calm and eerie, utterly devoid of emotion. Since I'm already here, killing one is killing, killing two is still killing. Killing 500, 5,000, even 50,000, it's just a matter of numbers. Maria Hill's limbs chilled at those words, her heart sinking. Hawk continued. After killing everyone here, I'll move on to the Pentagon. Once that's done, I'll go to the White House. In short, they started this war, so there can only be one victor. Either they kill me, or I kill them. Ms. Hill. Hawk's smile returned as he asked softly, what do you think of that ending? His gaze once again swept toward the big shot stuck at the doorway, frozen in place, unable to move forward or back. His words hadn't been loud, but not soft either, just enough for all of them to hear clearly. So. They froze. They collapsed. They begged. Before death, all are equal. At this moment, these once dignified men sat on the ground, snot and tears streaming down their faces, pleading as Hawk's gaze swept over them. Their words amounted to 2 points. The attack on him had been Ross's doing alone, it had nothing to do with them. And they begged Hawk to spare them, promising he'd never see them again. Hawk said nothing, instead watching their disgusting display with interest. He had no doubt, at this moment, if survival meant offering up their elegant wives to his bed, they would do it without hesitation. After all. A glossy surface, corruption beneath. That's the Federation. That's capital. Perfectly normal. As Hawk savored their pitiful state, Maria Hill finally spoke again, breaking free from her shock. And the second ending? What second ending? Hawk looked at her, feigning surprise. I suddenly realized I don't really like that one. I think this ending works just fine. Maria Hill held his mocking gaze. May I hear it anyway? Fine. Hawk thought for a moment, shrugged, then said, when a war ends, the victor can demand reparations from the loser. As soon as the words left his mouth. Even before Maria Hill could respond, the big shot's eyes lit up. Reparations. We'll pay. No matter how much. Shut up. Hawk's icy glare swept over the noisy, groveling crowd. At once, they trembled like quails. Hawk sneered, then turned back to Maria Hill. But I don't want that ending anymore. Her brows furrowed. Why? I don't like it. He shrugged. After today, I doubt I'll stay in the Federation. Since I'm leaving anyway, why keep them around? Better to finish it once and for all, wipe them all out, clean out the Pentagon, and while I'm at it, kill that guy in the White House too. I don't like him either. His tone was casual. But Maria Hill's heart pounded. Because. There wasn't a hint of joking in his face. Clearly, Hawk meant every word. As he turned to walk toward the big shots, Hill's face paled. Then she sucked in a sharp breath, rushed forward, and spread her arms in front of them like a mother hen shielding her chicks. Wait, Hawk. His brow arched as he looked at her. Maria Hill's voice was hurried. This won't reach the outside world. Really? Yes. She nodded firmly. And it was true. Though Quantico had just been engulfed in battle, few knew the details. SHIELD had intervened at once, cutting all signals and communications. So apart from locals, the Pentagon, the White House, and SHIELD itself, no one else knew what had happened. To the people in D.C., today was just another ordinary holiday. Hawk pondered her words, then shook his head. Not enough. Reparations, Hill pressed. You said it yourself, this was war. They lost, so they pay. His eyes slid past her to the trembling men behind. Their eyes darted away in fear. Clearly, they were terrified now. After a pause, Hawk smiled faintly. How much? How much do you want? Heh. He scoffed. I want $1 trillion. Can they afford that? Hill's mouth twitched. Hawk shook his head. His tone was flat. 1 million. Question mark. Each. Maria Hill turned her head to look at the 30-plus men trembling like quails behind her. 10 minutes later. Hawk glanced at the tablet Maria Hill handed him, showing his updated Stark bank account balance. He looked at the big shot staring at him with desperate, pleading eyes after wiring the money. Get out. Yes. We're going. Move, move. Thank you. In the blink of an eye, 33 men shoved and stumbled over each other, scrambling out of sight. Soon. The massive military base was empty save for 2 people. Hawk handed the tablet back to Hill. She hesitated, then asked, You never planned on killing them, did you? Hawk slid his hand back into his pocket, chuckled lightly, and said nothing. You should go. What about you? I'll stay here for 1 hour. His tone was calm as his gaze flicked toward the surveillance cameras by the entrance. In that hour, you're free to throw whatever weapons you can muster at me. Of course, everything has a price, if you can pay it. If you don't move within that hour, then don't blame me for not warning you, stay away from me from now on. If it happens again, I'll flatten Washington, D.C. With that, he glanced at Hill. You can go too, Ms. Hill. Maybe SHIELD wants to try in that hour as well, since you're already here. Maria Hill shook her head quickly. This is an internal federal matter. SHIELD only handles world peace. Hawk chuckled, closed his eyes, and said no more. Seeing that, she turned and ran toward the nearby SHIELD jet. By the time she was boarding, she was already on the phone with the Pentagon. As the aircraft lifted into the sky, the enormous Quantico base truly fell silent, devoid of people. The sun set in flames, wreckage and rubble scattered across the charred battlefield. Hawk stood amidst the ruins, hands in his pockets, eyes shut in meditation. Apart from the crackling of fire, the base was utterly silent. Soldiers outside the perimeter watched with bated breath. Time ticked by. The quiet stretched on. Before long, the hour had passed. Then. Ring, ring, ring. A phone on the ground before Hawk began ringing. He opened his eyes, bent down, and picked it up. Hello. Hawk. Gwen's gentle voice flowed from the other end. As always, busy. Almost done. Then hurry home. Don't forget, tomorrow we're practicing driving. All right. Good. I'll be waiting for you in New York. Okay. Chapter 85, Phoenix Cloth and the Reality Stone. The call was brief. After a few simple questions and answers, they hung up. Hawk lowered the phone and seemed to ponder something. Then, as if struck by a thought, he lifted his gaze to the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce the reddened clouds and the atmosphere itself, locking onto a high-definition communications satellite. Through that satellite link. SHIELD Operations Command. Maria Hill had already returned there. Arms folded, her expression was steady, though unease churned beneath it as she stared at the big screen, at Hawk, who seemed to be staring right back through the satellite feed. She worried the call might be taken as a threat. In truth, it wasn't a threat. It was a concession. Leave. Go back to New York. Pretend none of this ever happened. They had little choice. At the Pentagon, a few hawkish generals had blustered about dropping a nuke on Hawk. But if it worked, fine. What if it failed? Who would bear the cost of failure? Told they'd take the fall if it didn't work, the Hawks fell instantly silent. They could act tough, they refused to take the blame. After all, if they made a move, Hawk would really kill. They didn't dare gamble. More importantly, they couldn't. A headless General Ross lay on the floor like a dead dog. That image was still right in front of them. None of the Pentagon brass wanted to be next. So playing dead was the only option. But even if they played dead, Hawk was still inside the Quantico base. So the Pentagon turned to Maria Hill. Hill looked up at the screen again, at Hawk, whose eyes through the satellite seemed to meet hers, took out her phone, and dialed. Hawk, still gazing skyward, heard the phone ring again. He put it to his ear. "Hello. Hawk." "Reason." His tone was calm. "You get one chance to explain, Ms. Hill." Hill hurried on. "The car, returning it." Hawk's brow twitched. Under the satellite's clarity, every flicker of his expression was visible. Steeling herself, Hill quickly explained that Natasha Romanoff had gone to New York to return Gwen's repaired car. She also added that, after Hawk left New York, to prevent the military from seizing Gwen as leverage against him, Natasha had stayed behind as a precaution. She left out only her suspicion that Nick Fury had colluded with General Ross. She had no proof yet. But she would find out. So Maria Hill told herself. Hawk listened in silence for a moment, then lowered his gaze from the sky. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Relief loosened Hill's chest. Then she seemed to think of something. "I can arrange a plane to fly you back to New York." "All right. Thank you." Hawk considered, then didn't refuse. After hanging up, he took a long breath and looked at the only intact building left on the base. He slid his right foot back. As it touched down, the flagstones beneath shattered. A heartbeat later. Boom. His right fist drove forward. In the instant it struck, windows throughout the building burst outward in a wave. In the blink of an eye, cracks raced through the structure and it collapsed in on itself. As the thunder of falling concrete and a plume of dust rolled out, Quantico's last whole building was gone. The base was now nothing but ruins. Watching through the satellite feed, Hill's brow twitched. In the Pentagon, hawkish generals felt a chill crawl through their hearts. In a secret room, Nick Fury, fresh from SHIELD HQ, watched the same scene, an odd light flashing in his single eye. Half an hour later, the SHIELD jet lifted off from Quantico once more. Only when it had completely vanished from sight did the soldiers waiting outside the perimeter edge back onto the grounds. Everywhere they looked, the earth was split. Buildings had caved in. Charred APCs, tanks, jets, and bodies littered the base, an apocalyptic tableau. But the thing that drew the most attention was a massive corpse lying amid the rubble, burned to a blackened husk. Hiss. That is Abomination. Where's his head? Where's Abomination's head? A few soldiers, braver now that Hawk was gone, approached the corpse and stared at the headless Hulk, trading uneasy looks. Then they seemed to think of the same thing, and all lifted their eyes toward the direction the SHIELD jet had disappeared. High above the clouds, Hawk lounged on a soft sofa, eyeing the scorched, grotesque Abomination head sitting before him. He shook his head, grabbed it by the horn, and tossed it into a trash bin. He'd thought about bringing it to his sister's grave as a gift. But his sister had always been timid. When she was little, even a mouse would send her scrambling into his arms. A gift this ugly would probably make Anya cry. So, forget it. Don't make Anya cry. Back then, if she cried, he could soothe her. She was alive. Now she was in hell. If he made her cry, he couldn't get to her in time to comfort her. So Hawk told himself. Yet the thought of his sister still waiting in hell made the urge to go there and bring her back burn even hotter. After the battle at Quantico, Hawk had a clear, complete sense of his current power. In a word, no one on Earth can defeat me. But invincible on Earth. Enemies from the heavens. The Lord of the Hell Dimension, Mephisto, wasn't some mortal being. He was a god. A dimensional god. Hawk wasn't yet qualified to take what he wanted from a being like that. Even with his microcosmos, as real as it was in the Marvel Universe, it wouldn't be enough. In the world of Saint Seiya, Mephisto would be on par with Hades. A saint just awakened, no cloth, not even a sixth sense, and he's going to fight Hades on entry. That saint would have to be brain damaged. So, the cloth is the key. And I still need the reality stone. With it, I can make my microcosmos truly manifest in the Marvel Universe. Only then, and only then, can I go to hell and bring my sister back. His thoughts flashed in order. He had a plan. The cloth was the key. He already had 2 of the materials, only the last one remained, or orichalcum, known in Marvel as vibranium. Once he had vibranium, he could assemble the Phoenix cloth. Even if his microcosmos wasn't yet fully projected into reality here, wearing the cloth should give him enough power to fight Thor. After all, the Reality Stone story plays out in Thor 2. That should be next year. In the back half of the year. So Hawk mused. Just then, the cockpit door opened, and a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stepped out. Sharon Carter. She was about to speak when her eyes fell on the hideous head in the trash bin. She paused, slightly stunned. Mr. Hawk, that head. Not keeping it. Hawk followed her gaze to the bin and shook his head. Too ugly. I'd just make my sister cry. Sharon chuckled. True. At first, she couldn't make sense of what Hawk had done today. But after reading through his file, she saw it differently. You're a good brother, Mr. Hawk. Heh. Hawk gave her a look and a short laugh. I'm not. If I were, my sister wouldn't be dead. The dam opened. Sharon eased into the sofa opposite him. It isn't your fault, Mr. Hawk. If your sister knew you avenged her, she'd be happy. Hawk looked at her, saying nothing. A tiny jolt ran through Sharon's heart. She blinked. What is it, Mr. Hawk? Did I say something wrong? No. He shook his head and looked away. So you agree with what I did? Professionally, no comment, she said with a smile. Personally, I do. Though if I had a brother and I died, I'd want him to live happily, not drown in hatred. Hawk's gaze settled on her again. Their eyes met. He smiled slightly. I don't like that. Forgiving enemies is God's business. I prefer sending them to meet him. Understood. Sharon blinked, then nodded thoughtfully. With a light, joking tone, she added, then I hope I never end up on Mr. Hawk's bad side. Hawk laughed and looked at her. If people don't mess with me, I don't mess with them. Got it. Her brows arched, she smiled again and shrugged. So, once you're back in New York, any plans? Hawk seemed to recall something and looked at her. Driving lessons. Driving lessons. He nodded. And then moving his sister to a new place. He had money now. A lot of money. Half an hour later. The S.H.I.E.L.D. jet touched down smoothly at an airfield on the outskirts of New York. As Hawk stepped out of the cabin, he immediately saw her by the repaired yellow Corolla, a girl in a yellow coat, arms folded, smiling at him with warm eyes. He descended and walked over. Their eyes met. I'm back. Gwen beamed. Home. Home. Come on, get in. Am I driving? No. You don't have your license yet. If you get caught, George will haul you straight into court. Will you plead for me? Hawk. When you do something wrong, you take responsibility. You should stand in court and admit your mistake. Chapter 86, A New Home for My Sister, and for Hawk. Is it hard to get a driver's license in the Federation? Not really. Compared with getting a license back in the East, where you have to pass tests like reverse parking into a bay, hill starts, and right-angle turns, the Federation's licensing is hilariously easy. Put bluntly, if you can shift gears, turn, and hit the brakes, you can get a license. Of course. First you need a car, because in the Federation you bring your own vehicle. The examiner sits in your passenger seat and decides if you pass based on your habits and proficiency. So, outside the Manhattan DMV, Gwen waited at the entrance. When she saw the yellow Corolla turning in from down the street, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. Hawk unbuckled and got out. The examiner who'd overseen his test climbed out of the passenger seat as well. Gwen stepped to Hawk's side and, eyeing the examiner scribbling on his evaluation sheet, asked in a low voice. How'd it go? Should be fine, Hawk murmured back. He wasn't totally sure. When he'd made a U-turn on 19th Avenue, a reckless guy had run a red light. Hawk had hit the brakes. Truth be told, he'd wanted to stomp the gas and send that idiot flying. But he hesitated, then glanced at the examiner's expression. Oddly enough, it looked like the examiner would have preferred he did run the guy over. Maybe Hawk was imagining it. While Hawk and Gwen whispered, the bearded white examiner finally stopped writing, then looked up at Hawk. Mr. Hawk. Hello. People who follow the rules should yield to those who don't. Figures. Hawk thought, then met the examiner's eyes, eyes still faintly regretful that he hadn't sent the guy flying, and nodded firmly. I'll remember that. Catching the meaning in Hawk's eyes, the examiner smiled and handed over the sheet. Congratulations, Mr. Hawk. Thank you. Hawk's eyes brightened as he took the evaluation. With this paper, he could walk into the Manhattan DMV branch next door and get his license. Gwen was even more enthusiastic than he was. Don't ask why. Because usually it's the boyfriend driving the girlfriend out on dates. So, if others have it, she wants it, too. Sure enough. When they came out of the DMV with his brand new license, still warm from the printer, Gwen practically shoved Hawk into the driver's seat. Before Hawk had a license, she drove. Now Hawk had a license, if she still drove, what did he get the license for? So declared Gwen, righteously. Hawk had no comeback. By the time he opened the door and got back in, Gwen was already buckled into the passenger seat, smiling sidelong at him. Drive, Mr. Chauffeur. The corner of Hawk's mouth twitched. She was clearly happier about his license than he was. He said nothing, buckled up, and eased the car from the curb. Where to? Weren't you going to St. Mark's Church? Mm. Then let's go. Okay. Hawk merged into traffic. Huh. Looks like today's the last day of the break. Gwen had just pulled out her phone to take a photo of Hawk holding his new license when she blinked at the date. Winter break always feels shorter than summer. It didn't seem like they'd done much of anything, and yet, blink, it was gone. It had been almost half a month since she'd picked Hawk up at the airfield on New York's outskirts. He'd come back on December 27th. It was now January 7th. Not January 7th, 2012, but January 7th, 2013. A week earlier, Hawk and Gwen had both turned 18, the legal marriage age in New York City. Sadly, neither of them dared go. Gwen might have. Hawk didn't. He worried that if they walked out of City Hall together, George, sharpshooter Stacy would appear behind him and empty 8 rounds into his back. Of course. Hawk wouldn't die, but George might. So, to avoid tragedy, Hawk didn't elope with Gwen on the very day they officially became adults. Half an hour later. St. Mark's Church. Near 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, founded in 1799, St. Mark's was steeped in history, a well-known New York landmark. But Hawk wasn't here to sightsee. He was here to move his sister. Calvary Cemetery was no longer an option. It had been nearly half a month since the military wrecked the place, and the grounds were still a mess, shattered tombstones everywhere. Crowds kept showing up to protest. Too noisy. Besides, the night he returned, Hawk had already decided to find a new resting place for his sister Anya. After all, he had money now. And since Gwen lived in Manhattan, and NYU was in Manhattan, he'd be moving there sooner or later himself. No reason for him to move to Manhattan while leaving his sister in Queens. So he'd spent the past days searching online for cemeteries in Manhattan. Eventually, he found the St. Mark's Church graveyard. It was small, but quiet and shaded by trees. New York's first mayor was said to rest there. So it was a good place. Unfortunately, like Trinity Churchyard, St. Mark's had limited space. To avoid packing the dead in shoulder to shoulder, they'd essentially stopped taking new burials. But this was New York City, where money clears the path and rules step aside. Ding. Thank you for your generous donation, Mr. Hawk. God bless you. I hope he blesses my sister. He will. The priest, all smiles, stood with a POS terminal on a patch of open ground in the cemetery, shaking Hawk's hand warmly. After agreeing on a time to go to Calvary tomorrow, Hawk left the church with Gwen. The beaming priest stood at the entrance, waving as they got in the car and drove off. Watching him in the rearview mirror, Gwen's mouth twitched. That priest sure is warm. He'd better be. Having found a new home for his sister, Hawk was in a great mood. He chuckled. Believe it or not, if I donated $5 million, that priest would pry up the first mayor's grave and give the spot to my sister. Faith. Long gone. After the Vatican led by example in its tastes, what faith was left? God had already run off with his heaven dimension. Gwen couldn't help laughing, then remembered she was still a believer and thumped Hawk with a small, mock-angry fist. Don't talk nonsense. God can hear you. Didn't you say you'd go to hell with me last time? Hawk glanced over with a smile. What, regretting it? Gwen rolled her eyes, turned to face him, and said seriously, I'll go to hell with you, but I'll also drag you back out and up to heaven. Hawk cut her a sidelong look, said nothing, and shrugged. He decided not to tell her the cruel truth that, in this world, a heaven dimension might exist somewhere, but not on Earth, die here, and hell is where you end up. Seeing he stayed quiet, Gwen just smiled and looked forward again. Then she blinked as Hawk turned into the streets of a neighborhood near the church. What are we doing here? Buying a house. Hawk parked by the curb and nodded toward a middle-aged woman in a sales suit standing before a for sale sign. He glanced at Gwen, who looked a little stunned. If his sister was moving, he'd be moving too. And right now was a good time to buy. Because of last year's Battle of New York, prices, especially in Manhattan, had been trending downward. By year's end, they'd fallen nearly 30%. Since the start of this year, prices were still slipping, but the drop had clearly slowed. Give it 3 months and they'd likely rebound. The house Hawk was eyeing was classic American suburban style. A broad lawn on either side of the front walk, sturdy, non-slip stone slabs forming a path from the door to the street. On the right, a garage big enough for 2 cars. The garage connected directly to the first-floor hall. Beside it stood a small shed for lawn tools. From the outside, it was a bit like the White House in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Only this one had orange exterior walls. Inside, the space wasn't just big, it was huge. A massive, open living area. A fully outfitted kitchen with a large island. An expansive primary bedroom with a walk-in closet. A luxurious primary bath. After touring all 3 floors with the agent, they returned to the first-floor living room with its giant fireplace. Gwen stared at the hearth, imagining a snowy night, a roaring fire, and the 2 of them falling asleep wrapped in a blanket on the rug. Hawk noted her expression and looked to the agent. How much? As we discussed on the phone, $12 million, paid in full. All right. Hawk nodded at the price, took out his Stark Bank card, and handed it over. Charge it. Chapter 87, A Father's Death, Irreconcilable Hatred. The Palm Community, East Village. In Manhattan's East Village. This was prime land, scarce and expensive. Before the Battle of New York, a luxury home like this one, 6,000 square feet of usable space, floor-to-ceiling custom windows, high-end materials, and a full Stark smart home system, would have been listed at $20 million. So, $12 million. A bargain. When Hawk said, charge it, the female agent nearly had an out-of-body experience. Gwen, who had still been lost in visions of snowy nights by the fireplace, snapped out of it. She stared wide-eyed at Hawk as the agent accepted his card. Hawk's expression was calm. Just as he had said before. Since awakening the microcosmos, money no longer mattered to him. If he wanted it, money was just a number. Where there's power, fist, there's money. That was the truth. And with the fat commission ahead, the agent eagerly thumped her chest, promising the transfer would be done within 3 hours. She sped off in her Porsche toward the housing bureau. Hawk and Gwen turned back into the house. Then, Hawk found himself cornered. Pressed against the wall, he blinked at Gwen, who had planted both palms on the wall and was staring into his eyes. What is it? Hawk. Her pretty face was serious. What exactly did you do at Quantico? Hawk chuckled. I thought you'd never ask. It had been half a month since Quantico. Hawk had wondered if Gwen would ask what had happened. But she hadn't. And Hawk wasn't the gossiping type, so if she didn't ask, he didn't say. He thought maybe she never would. But now. Gwen dropped her hands, shrugged. I wasn't going to. But clearly, I can't avoid it anymore. She'd known before Quantico that Hawk had $1 million. That, she understood. She'd swallowed the $200,000 he donated at the church earlier. But $12 million? Unthinkable. Her father George could work 100 years on the NYPD and still not earn that much. The answer was obvious. Hawk hadn't had this money before Quantico. He came back from there with it. So it had to have come from what happened at Quantico. What happened there? She actually didn't know. When Hawk had gone, Natasha hadn't told her anything beyond, we found him. Even then, Gwen had kept the call short, only urging him to come home. Later, Natasha gave her an address. When Gwen reached the airfield, Natasha was gone. So Gwen waited for the news to reveal what had happened. But the news never came. Washington's reports were all sunshine and song. Nothing about Quantico. She'd assumed it was just a skirmish. But now Hawk casually whipped out 12 million. No skirmish could explain that. Her eyes locked on him. What did you do that day? Why would they give you so much money? Hawk opened his mouth. But Gwen arched a brow, cutting him off. She stepped back, frowning. You robbed the base's vault. Of course not. Hawk shook his head firmly. If I had, it would have been cash. You think they'd deposit it straight into my bank account? I only blew up their vault. That's all. Gwen nodded slowly. Then you. War reparations. What? They started a war. To make me stop, they had to give me a step down. That money was reparations. Hiss. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath, staring at him in shock. Only 4 words echoed in her head. War reparations. How much did they pay you? 33 million. What? Her voice cracked. That much. Is it? Hawk grinned. 1 million each. 33 people. 33 million. Honestly, I think I asked too little. He should have stuck with 1 trillion. He sighed, then shrugged it off. What would he do with that much? Even after today's spending, 14 million, he still had 16 million left. Enough for him. No, for him and Gwen. That was plenty. More than money, Hawk preferred fists. As long as his fists were strong, money would follow. He smiled at Gwen's stunned face. I should thank Ross. Gwen blinked, suspicious. Why? If not for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to demand reparations. One matter didn't excuse the other. He was glad Ross had given him the opportunity, but angry at what he'd done. So Ross died, and Hawk even desecrated the family cemetery. No need to tell Gwen that. She was too kind-hearted. Instead, Hawk squeezed her hand, changing the subject. Come on. Where? We didn't look carefully before. Let's go see our house properly. I like the master bedroom's closet. Need any changes? No. She shook her head, glancing at him sidelong. She knew he was dodging the topic. She knew him. She knew the Federation military. To wring reparations from them, Quantico must have been catastrophic. That was why it was so tightly covered up. But Hawk was safe. That was enough. As she followed him up the stairs, her left hand in his tightened unconsciously. Hawk felt it, glanced at her. What's wrong? Nothing. She smiled brightly, so bright the room itself seemed to glow. But where some smiled, others wept. Betty Ross was weeping. 10 days had passed since her father's burial, yet in her DC townhouse she still cried endlessly. She'd just been celebrating rekindling with her ex, Bruce Banner. Then came the news. Her father was dead. Beheaded. Worse, she still hadn't been told how he'd truly died. Military accident, they said. Nonsense. She knew he'd been killed, brutally. She wasn't stupid. She was a scientist. The moment she saw the body, she knew. Someone had crushed his skull underfoot. The question was, who? Since the funeral, she'd pressed her father's friends again and again. But they all clammed up, repeating, military accident. Just as she was about to break, one contact sighed over the phone, promising to visit after work. In the living room, Betty stared at a photo of her father on her phone, silently swearing. She would make his killer pay. No matter who it was. A father's death, irreconcilable hatred. Just then, the doorbell rang. She wiped her swollen, red eyes and hurried to the door. And there. Oh, Betty. Nick Fury stood at the threshold. Seeing her haggard face, his tone carried a trace of grief. You need to stay strong. That's what Ross would have wanted. Closing the door, Betty faced him. I will, Mr. Fury, after you tell me who killed my father. Fury sighed. Quantico has been sealed under the highest clearance. I know. She ushered him to the sofa, poured him lemon water, then sat beside him, teeth clenched. No one at the Pentagon will tell me. But Mr. Fury, I deserve the truth. He was my father. Fury gave a bitter smile, glancing around the empty room. Bruce isn't here. He went shopping. Betty frowned, thinking he was dodging, and pressed on. Mr. Fury, who was the killer? The killer was. Fury paused, looking at her strained, tearful face. A flicker of conflict crossed his features. Betty didn't hesitate. With a thud, she dropped to her knees before him. Mr. Fury, please. You're the only one willing to tell me who it was. Get up. Fury rose at once, trying to lift her. But she stayed rooted. Her voice broke. Mr. Fury, I beg you, tell me who killed my father. You. Fury's dark face shifted. At last. A long sigh. Ah. Chapter 88, Those Who Choose to Accept, and Those Who Refuse. By the time Bruce Banner came home with grocery bags, Nick Fury was gone. Betty sat dazed on the living room carpet, knees tucked beneath her. Bruce quickly shut the door, hurried over, and gently helped her onto the sofa, his heart aching. Betty. She blinked back to focus, saw Bruce, and without a word, leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. Bruce froze for a moment, then felt the wild urgency in her kiss. He didn't resist, he gave in. With a thud, they tumbled from the sofa onto the rug, clothes slipping away piece by piece. Do you love me, Bruce? Of course. Really? I swear to God. Then you'll help me avenge my father, won't you? Yes. His dazed eyes sharpened suddenly. But Betty didn't give him time to think. My father's dead. Avenge him, Bruce. All right. I will. Bruce sank into her. Betty's face lit with joy. She wrapped her arms around his neck, lips close to his ear, whispering between ragged breaths. Then, my love, become the Hulk again. Hulk? Bruce's eyes snapped wide. What did you say? Become the Hulk again. Hulk is dead. But you're not. What? His disbelief met Betty's twisted expression in the flickering light. The one who killed my father is the same one who killed the Hulk. Don't you want revenge? Bruce's mind flickered back, Hawk standing before him. Betty drew a breath, locking her gaze on him. You do know who it was, Bruce. He killed my dad. Avenge him. Nick Fury hadn't given her a name. But before leaving, he'd told her, her father's killer and Hulk's killer were the same men. She had once asked Bruce who killed the Hulk. He hadn't answered. She hadn't pressed. Back then, the Hulk's absence had been a relief, the general had no more reason to keep her from Bruce. But now was different. Now she desperately wanted Bruce to be the Hulk again. Only then did she have a chance for vengeance. Her eyes shone with fervent hope. Tell me, Bruce, you can still become the Hulk, right? Bruce met her gaze in silence. Betty's eyes brightened. Like Gwen understood Hawk, Betty understood Bruce. Silence meant not impossible, but that there was a way. Her heart raced. She clutched him tighter, pleading. Bruce, I've lost my father. Help me avenge him. Holding her trembling body, Bruce clenched his teeth, shook his head. I'm sorry. Betty froze. In a rush, she sat upright, staring at him with tear-swollen eyes. Bruce. Betty. Bruce scrambled up, looking down at her where she'd fallen back to the rug. He gave a bitter smile. Hulk is gone. He had made peace with it. Losing the Hulk had its downsides, but more upsides. In short, he could finally live as a normal man. That was good. Bruce wasn't wild by nature. He was a scientist. Now, as an ordinary man, he could return to a lab, draw a good salary, and pursue his work. In fact, he already had plans. Stark Industries had a gamma lab in Jersey. Though Tony was developing treatments, he'd promised Bruce could use the facility. So, in theory, another exposure to gamma radiation might trigger the mutation again. That was why he had hesitated when Betty asked if it was possible. But he didn't want to. He'd worked too hard to regain normal life. Betty. Bruce gripped her shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. Yes, there might be a way. But whether it works, I don't know. Hulk was born of an accident. Maybe I'd succeed, or maybe I'd die. If you insist, I'll try. Just say the word. Their eyes locked. Betty saw the determination in him, his face saying clearly, if you ask, I'll do it. She collapsed, sobbing into his chest. Bruce held her silently, arms tight around her. After a long while, her tears ebbed. Her eyes were redder, more swollen. But calmer. She took the tissue he handed, dabbed her cheeks, then asked quietly, how did my father really die? Bruce hesitated, then told her. She hadn't known. But he did. When she'd first received the news, he'd been there. He'd taken care of her as she fainted in grief. And he'd called Fury. Fury had told him the truth. Just like with him. Hawk had taken revenge swiftly. In one day, he stormed from New Mexico to Quantico and stomped General Ross's skull. Bruce remembered hearing it, and feeling a flicker of dark satisfaction. After all, Ross had hunted him once, driven him into hiding in that stinking slum in Barra de Tijuca. So learning Ross had died chasing another man. Bruce had felt relief. Betty listened to it all, her tone flat when she asked again. Who was it? Betty. Bruce frowned. No weapon can touch him. Anne, forget it. Let it go. He'd wanted to say Ross brought it on himself. But out of respect for the dead, he stopped. The military already gave in. I know. But the military knows who he is. And you do too. Her voice was calm. She lifted her eyes to him. I just want to know his name. Don't worry, Bruce, I won't do anything. I can't. Bruce sighed. Hawk. Hawk. His surname. I only know him as Hawk. Bruce shook his head. He killed the Hulk because his sister died in the crossfire of Hulk and Abomination's fight. Just before Christmas, he found me, killed the Hulk, but spared me. If Ross hadn't gone after him, then Ross. Bruce trailed off. But he knew he'd said enough. Even the military had chosen to bury the matter. Not just because Hawk was strong. But because Hawk was right. When they couldn't crush the enemy with force, they suddenly became very reasonable. Betty smiled faintly. Don't worry, Bruce. I only wanted his name. All right. Bruce sighed. Seeing her face softening after hearing Hawk's name, he asked, Are you okay? Betty smiled again, stood. I'm tired, Bruce. All right. He stood too. Let's go to bed. She shook her head. I want to sleep alone tonight. Please. He didn't mind. He nodded. I'll walk you up. Okay. He saw her back to her room. At the door, he almost said something, but seeing her already turned away in bed, he shook his head, turned off the lights, and closed the door. The moment it clicked shut, Betty's eyes snapped open. Calm no more, her gaze burned with fury. Hotter. Brighter. Hawk. The New Yorker. Anya. Just wait. I will avenge you, father. I swear it. Chapter 89, Phoenix as the main, Dragon as the support. Manhattan. East Village. Palm Community. A yellow Corolla pulled up the slope and into the garage of the orange-walled villa Hawk had bought a month ago. As Gwen steered the car in, the automatic garage door slid open, revealing another vehicle already parked inside, a sleek black Audi A8. Hawk had bought it right after moving here. Since then, Gwen's Corolla was rarely touched on school days. Don't ask why. Because Hawk's pride wouldn't let him hitch rides with his girlfriend, while Gwen couldn't care less. By now, the A8's passenger seat was molded perfectly to Gwen's figure. Gwen got out, grabbed the grocery bags from the Corolla's trunk, and headed through the side door into the living room. From the backyard came the steady, thunderous rhythm of fists pounding. She glanced over. As expected. He was at it again. Her lips curved in a smile. Dropping the keys and bags on the counter, she picked up a towel from the coffee table and strolled out to the back. There in the yard, the heavy bag hung from the old tree, groaning under Hawk's relentless assault. Bare-chested, muscles rippling, Hawk's body steamed with rising white mist, like battlefield smoke. Gwen leaned against the railing, quietly watching. Then Hawk unleashed his 10,000th punch of the day. Boom. The bag shuddered, split open, and stuffing spilled to the ground. Gwen arched a brow. That's number 10. Or 11. 11, Hawk replied, glancing at the wrecked bag. She tossed him the towel. Go shower. I'll cook. Mom taught me a new recipe yesterday. All right. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, smiling faintly as he followed her back inside. Gwen carried the groceries to the kitchen. Hawk climbed the stairs to the master suite. Under the shower's spray, steam rose from him like smoke columns. Within the haze, faint shapes of a dragon and a phoenix flickered. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into his microcosmos, lifting his gaze to the starry sky within. What he saw, once lit only by Phoenix, was now joined by a second constellation. Phoenix, wings spread to the west. Dragon, head raised in the east. The constellations stood side by side, like two guardians watching over one another. Yes. The dragon had awakened. Back at Calvary Cemetery, he had traced its outline. But only 5 days ago did he truly ignite it. After returning from Quantico, he had felt the time was right. He delayed his trip to Africa to light the dragon first. Sharpen the blade before the battle. And when it flared to life, he knew he'd chosen wisely. The microcosmos defined a saint's power. The stronger the cosmos, the stronger the saint. And with Dragon's constellation burning beside Phoenix, his cosmos expanded with real, tangible strength. Not illusion, truth. His once narrow cosmos, barely fitting Phoenix's star chart, now easily contained both, and still had room. But Phoenix remained the core. Phoenix was first. Phoenix was his heart. Yet now he also bore the dragon's might, its fierce power, its shield of protection. And more. Lighting Dragon brought him to the threshold of something greater. At last, he had glimpsed the gate of the sixth sense. He hadn't even known where it was before. Now he saw it. And seeing it meant he could reach it. Push it open, claim the sixth sense, and ascend his cosmos once again. So while digging for intel on Wakanda Online, he also tried to press forward toward that gate. But the sixth sense was visible, yet untouchable. As for Wakanda, he couldn't wait until summer. In a few days, he'd ask his advisor for leave, then head to Africa. He already had his admission letter for NYU's fall semester. The last term didn't matter much. Many classmates were the same, those with offers were already leaving. Some worked jobs to save money. Some visited their future campuses. Some simply stayed home. The school didn't mind, as long as graduation in June and the prom afterward weren't missed. Later. When Hawk came down freshly dressed in the clothes Gwen had picked out for him the past weekend, she had breakfast ready. His eyes lit up. Wow. Well? Gwen asked with a smile, seeking his verdict. He grew solemn. Honestly, what would I do without you? Then don't lose me, she shot back, mock serious, before grinning. Now eat, and tell me how it tastes. He sat. She resumed copying recipes onto cards, a tradition passed down through families here. Cards to be kept, copied, and one day given to a daughter. By the way, Hawk said between bites, you're leaving for Berkeley next week, right? Gwen nodded. 2 months. Back at the end of May. Perfect timing. While she toured Berkeley. He'd tour Wakanda. Perfect. After breakfast, they tidied up, then stepped out front. Today's job, mowing the lawn. A joke, but true, here, leave your grass uncut and you'll be fined. Same for hanging laundry outside. Some states even fined for planting vegetables. Luckily, the previous owner had left a mower in the shed. As Hawk pushed it out, Gwen checked it over with practiced hands. Again, Hawk couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, what would I do without you? She looked up at him, eyes steady. For the last time, don't lose me. The mower coughed to life. Though Gwen lived in an apartment, her grandfather had been a farmer. She knew her way around machines. So Hawk, under her direction, cut the lawn. The neighbors peeked out. Some shut their doors. Others brought out their own mowers. Soon the whole community hummed with engines. By the time Hawk finished the 2 front lawns, it was nearly 11. Gwen had plans to shop with Mary that afternoon. As she backed the car out, Hawk called with a smile, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. She nodded, waved, and drove off. Hawk turned to clean the mower. But suddenly, the gate of the sixth sense shuddered violently. An instant later, A surge of power roared from him as he snapped his gaze toward the direction Gwen had driven. Chapter 90, Gwen, who loves hot cocoa. Gwen, where are you? I just left Hawk's place. Oh. Don't get the wrong idea. The city told Hawk yesterday to mow his lawn or get fined. He couldn't do it, so I went over this morning to show him how. Driving out of Palm Community, Gwen was on the phone with Mary, who she had plans to meet for shopping that afternoon. Mary chuckled. Our neighborhood hires people for that. Palm Street's so upscale, don't they? They do, but he wouldn't. Why? He said, save where you can, spend where you must. Mary blinked in surprise. But then she thought about Hawk's school days, 3 sets of clothes, yelling instead of using a phone, walking everywhere, and decided that actually sounded perfectly like him. But Hawk's frugality wasn't the real topic. Mary brought it back on track. So when are you coming? Should I grab us a table at Mrs. Noyer's bakery? Yes, please. I'll be there in half an hour. Gwen loved hot cocoa. And Mrs. Noyer's bakery made the best in the whole city, or at least, Gwen thought so. She hung up, thoughts full of that hot cocoa, and pressed the gas. Behind her, a plain Toyota sped up too. She notice us? No way. It's too soon, and this road's straight. Then why'd she speed up? Doesn't matter. Stick to the plan. Once she hits the bridge and crosses into Queens, we box her in. Remember, the boss wants her alive. $1 million for her alive, $500,000 if dead. Don't screw it up. Got it. Got it. But those last voices came from the radio in the front seat. They weren't one car. They were 3. Sure enough. As Gwen's Corolla neared the Manhattan Bridge, 2 more Toyotas slid in from the sides. By the time she reached the bridge, the 3 had formed a triangle around her. Once off the bridge and into Queens, the car to her left swerved, accidentally clipping her. Gwen gasped, braked. That Toyota stopped too. The other sped ahead. A middle-aged woman got out, looking apologetic. Gwen stepped out, sighed at the dent. The woman quickly claimed full responsibility, urging Gwen to pull over to the side while she called her insurance. Distracted, Gwen agreed. They stopped on a side street. But as Gwen reached to turn off the engine, screech. Another Toyota blocked her from behind. Her stomach dropped. Robbery, or kidnapping. She slammed the locks shut, reached for her phone. Bang. Another car slammed in from behind. The masked men inside stumbled out, 4 of them in cartoon masks, guns drawn. But then. Crunch. A sleek black Audi A8 plowed into the Toyota's rear. Its driver's door swung open. Hawk stepped out, clad in a tight black t-shirt. The masked men froze, then cursed and pulled their triggers. Bang. 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 4 bullets hit Hawk, face, chest, arm. Clink, clink. They flattened and fell to the ground. Hawk glanced down at them, then vanished. In a blink, he stood before one of the gunmen. His hand seized the man's head, twisting sharply. Crack. The skull snapped. Another gunman turned. Ah. Crack. He dropped too. The others didn't last any longer. In 3 breaths, all 4 lay broken on the pavement. Gwen stared, stunned. The Toyota ahead roared, tires spinning smoke. But it didn't move. Hawk's hand gripped its trunk like it was nothing, fingers punched into the metal. Shit. Go, go, go. The woman driver panicked, slamming the pedal. Hawk raised a brow, then let go. The Toyota shot forward like a rocket. Smash. It slammed into a wall, airbags exploding, the woman instantly knocked unconscious. Hawk strolled to Gwen's window, tapped. She stared at him blankly, still clutching her phone. Gwen. You there? I got your hot cocoa ready, Mary's voice chirped from the line. But Gwen just gawked, images replaying in her mind, Hawk shrugging off bullets, snapping necks, holding a car still with one hand. Hawk leaned down, smiling, and plucked the phone from her. Mary. Hawk. Gwen's busy. Pack her cocoa to go. What? He hung up, eyes twinkling as he looked at Gwen. So, cocoa. Didn't you say you don't even like it? She blinked. Hawk. Mm. He teased, the police captain's daughter getting sloppy. Or just too distracted by Coco. Her face flushed. She hurried out of the car. There's still one more car, she blurted. What? There were 3 Toyotas. We've only seen 2. He smiled. They ran. She stiffened. But. Don't worry, Hawk said softly. They can't escape. Before she could ask what he meant, sirens wailed in the distance. Closer. Closer. W-E-E-O-O-H, W-E-E-O-O-H, W-E-E-O-O-H. Bang, bang. Freeze. Hands up. Now. Chapter 91, IRS Special Certification. Hawk and Gwen turned their heads. At the edge of the alley, a man and a woman in police uniforms stared wide-eyed at the 4 corpses sprawled on the ground, each with their necks grotesquely twisted. Their hands shook as they drew their pistols, leveling them at Hawk and Gwen. Gwen quickly called out, "My father is the captain at the 19th precinct." At the precinct, George received the report from Queens and raced to the scene. The area was already sealed off when he arrived. The moment he stepped out of his patrol car, he spotted Gwen and Hawk standing together, answering questions from Queens detectives. Gwen. Dad. Hearing his voice, Gwen's face lit up as she turned toward him. The other officers greeted George respectfully, saluting as he passed, but George ignored them. He strode straight to Gwen, tense and worried. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Gwen shook her head, then glanced at Hawk and added, "Hawk came just in time." George turned to Hawk. He didn't speak, just gave a small nod. Hawk smiled faintly in reply. Then the Queen's precinct captain, Alan, called over to George from inside the cordon. "George." George squeezed Gwen's shoulder and went to meet his old friend. "What happened, Alan?" "Looks like attempted kidnapping." "Kidnapping?" Alan nodded, gesturing to restraints and tape taken from one of the Toyotas. Then he added with a smirk, "By the way, Gwen's boyfriend, he's something else." George blinked. "What do you mean?" "Look." Alan pointed at the 4 bodies. No gunshot wounds. All necks snapped by hand. George's face shifted, eyes sliding toward Hawk outside the tape. Gwen noticed and nudged Hawk. "Dad's curious about you." "It's fine," Hawk said easily. His power wasn't luck or a gift. It was 1,000 days of relentless training, 10,000 punches a day. The so-called system had only given him a chance, he'd been the one to seize it. Why hide? He wasn't the type to play meek and live in the shadows. No, he'd shine in the open. George met Hawk's eyes across the cordon. Hawk simply smiled back. Then a detective ran over with intel. Abu Lumble. Demon Gang. Out on bail 2 weeks ago. The others too, all Demon Gang. The unconscious woman sent to the hospital is his wife. Alan frowned. "Coming after you, George?" "Not likely," George said. "I handle homicides. Organized crime isn't my division." Alan grunted. "Then who were they after?" "Gwen." He checked his watch. "Let's head to the hospital, see if the wife wakes up." George agreed. Meanwhile, Gwen introduced Hawk formally. "Uncle Alan, really, I'm fine. Hawk protected me." Alan chuckled, then suddenly asked George, "She's 18 now, right? Just 3 years till she's done with college. Tell me, how big is her wedding fund?" George's jaw clenched. Wordlessly, he tossed his car keys to Hawk. Hawk caught them effortlessly. "Take Gwen home." "All right." Hawk and Gwen got into the patrol car and drove off. Alan raised a brow as he watched. "Not bad. He from Berkeley too?" George shook his head. "NYU Law." Alan's eyes lit. "Law. Perfect. Lawyer if he wants money, politician if he wants power." Then his tone sharpened. "But, have you checked his background?" "Yeah." "Orphan." Alan inhaled sharply, staring at the gleaming Audi A8 parked nearby. "An orphan, but driving an A8. You sure?" "He moved recently. From Bridge Apartments to Palm Street in the East Village." Alan's jaw dropped. Bridge Apartments were infamous low-income housing. Palm Street was for the rich. Unbelievable. George said quietly, "All I know is, the money for his house checked out." Alan frowned. George smirked. Because the IRS hasn't come knocking. Alan went silent. That was the ultimate test. If the taxmen weren't after you, then your money was clean enough. That night, George came home. Hawk and Gwen were on the couch with Helen, watching Desperate Housewives. "How is it, Dad?" Gwen asked immediately. George shrugged off his coat and poured a drink. "She didn't make it." Gwen froze. "Dead." Hawk's eyes flickered faintly. "Good. No need to finish her off." Helen, already briefed, looked at George with worry. "Why would anyone target Gwen? Were they after you?" "Alan's still investigating. But for now, stay cautious. Don't go out alone. 2 officers are stationed downstairs. Let them escort you if needed." Helen and Gwen both nodded solemnly. Hawk rose. "Mr. Stacy, I'll head out." George looked at him. "Thank you. No need. Protecting Gwen is my responsibility." Hawk smiled. Gwen walked him to the door. Across the street, a police cruiser idled, comforting in its presence. "Be careful, okay? Don't worry." He waved, then turned toward the subway. Once out of sight, Hawk stopped, drew a deep breath, and unleashed all 5 senses. End of chapter. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. www.patreon.com/Eurodome. Thank you for your support. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 92, Top-Tier Outside Support, Anna. What does New York look like deep in the night? Manhattan's dazzling lights. Brooklyn's glowing streets. Queens falling silent. Though most New Yorkers hurried home after dark, the city was still the world stage, always alive with its own nightlife. Bars in Manhattan throbbed with music and chaos. On empty streets, street racers howled past. Near Morningside Park, a luxury sedan pulled up. A streetwalker slid into the car with a smile, her body already moving into position before the vehicle even drove away. In a nearby alley, 3 muggers stared wide-eyed, lifeless, sprawled in filthy puddles. Thud. A 4th, who had bolted but returned out of loyalty, fell just as quickly, his skull snapped like his friend's. Sewage splashed. Hawk stepped forward just as it was about to hit him, appearing at the alley's mouth in a blink. He flared his nostrils, caught a scent, and crossed the street without pause. Across the way stood a weathered 6-story building. Hawk looked up, his gaze locking on a window on the 3rd floor. Inside, 3 voices whispered urgently. "Shit, fuck, shit. Stop swearing. I just heard, Roy's dead." "Really?" "Yeah, he's done. If his wife pulls through, she'll rat us out once she learns he's gone." "True. So what now? Maybe we just shoot her. Dead's 50 grand. Split 3 ways, still good." "You're crazy. Alive is 100 grand. Idiot, alive's impossible now." Hawk smiled faintly. "Found them." He glanced once at the limp security camera nearby, then entered the building. Climbing the stairs, he stopped at a door on the 3rd floor. A heartbeat later. Crash. The lock shattered. The door swung open. The 3 men inside froze, drinks and cigarettes half raised. And then it was over. 2 heads rolled across the floor, their bodies spurting red. The last man collapsed, trembling violently. His bladder let go, the sound of liquid pattering embarrassingly loud in the silence. Hawk's eyes cut toward him. "Hold it." The sound stopped immediately. The man raised his pale face, lips shaking. Don't kill me." "Name." Hawk wiped his hands with a towel. "Who hired you?" The man's muddled brain cleared in an instant. His thoughts raced. "Don't say it. If I keep quiet, maybe I live. But if I talk, I'm dead." Criminals knew best the value of leverage. With his comrades gone, he was the only bargaining chip left. His fear faded. Courage returned. He stood, meeting Hawk's eyes with forced bravado. "You want the name? Let me walk out, and I'll..." Snap. His world spun. His eyes caught sight of a headless body gushing blood on the floor. The clothes looked familiar. Wait, that's... Pain flared. Darkness swallowed him whole. Thud. His body dropped. Hawk shook his head, unimpressed. What a fool. An hour later, Hawk was back on Palm Street. Sitting in the living room, he pulled out his second phone, the one Gwen had given him after Quantico. He dialed while studying a driver's license. David Simmons. The man who had thought himself clever enough to negotiate with Hawk. The call connected. Hawk. A delighted voice answered. Anna. Good evening, Anna. Not disturbing you, am I? Morning, actually, she said with a smile, pulling her curtains open in a Parisian manner. It's 7 a.m. here. Right. Hawk cut straight to business. I need you to look into someone. Focus on his bank accounts. See if there's a transfer of $100,000. If yes, trace the sender. No problem. Name. David Simmons. From New York. The same man Hawk had overheard earlier boasting about advance payment. That was all Hawk needed, a trail to the employer. Anna jotted it down. Got it. How soon? The sooner the better. All right. I'll update you as soon as I have something. Thanks. Of course. Hawk hung up. In Paris, Anna lingered on his name. After Quantico, the organization had marked Hawk as someone they must recruit. And since she had been his first point of contact, her own status had risen. Just yesterday she had been wondering for an excuse to reach out again, relationships needed maintenance, after all. Now Hawk had contacted her first. Perfect. She smiled, looking at the name on her notepad, then quickly placed another call. Hawk trusted her. She wouldn't disappoint him. The next day, Hawk returned to school by bus. Gwen was absent. After the kidnapping attempt, she and her younger brothers were staying home under police watch until things calmed down. Mary Jane was waiting instead. She dragged Peter along, eyes sparkling with gossip. Hawk. What happened? Kidnapping. Is it true? Who did it? Do you know? Hawk blinked, caught off guard by the machine gun questioning. He glanced at Peter, silently pleading. Peter gave an apologetic smile. His meaning was clear, Mary decided what was big or small. And this counted as big. Poor Spider-Man. Already domesticated, Hawk thought grimly. He sighed, then said, Didn't you two take jobs? Mary at the diner, Peter back at the Daily Bugle. Mary rolled her eyes. Gwen was attacked. Of course we're here. Fine. It was a failed kidnapping. The culprits are still at large. Gwen's safe at home. That's all. Happy. Mary frowned but nodded. Good. I've got to see my counselor. Hawk slipped away, heading to request leave. No issues there. With credits secured and college admission in hand, leave was practically automatic. And right as he stepped out of the office. Ding. A text from Anna. He opened it, reading the name she'd uncovered. His brows rose sharply. Only one thought filled his head. If you cut the grass but don't pull the roots, spring winds will make it grow again. Chapter 93, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintains world peace, not one family's peace. Anna's text was short. Just one name. Betty Ross. The moment Hawk saw it, he knew. Daughter of Thaddeus Ross. Wife of Bruce Banner. Yes, wife. That had been in the papers when the semester began. The Daily Bugle, always obsessed with gossip, had run a piece with a photo of Bruce Banner and Betty Ross registering their marriage at New York City Hall. Peter had brought the paper to school, it was one of the small perks of his part-time job at the Bugle. Hawk had skimmed it and dismissed it at the time. After all, his enemy was Thaddeus Ross, not Betty. Like with the Hulk. He had killed the Hulk, but spared Bruce Banner. Debts should fall on those who owed them. No need to drag others in. That was how Hawk had once thought. Now he understood. The phone rang. Anna's voice followed the text. Hawk, sorry it took some time. The money trail led through a black market broker, but we got him to talk. The employer was Betty Ross. Are you sure? Certain. 5 days ago, Betty Ross wired $200,000 into the broker's account. He contacted David Simmons from there. We even have recordings of their calls. Want them? No. If you're sure, that's enough. Absolutely sure. I also sent you Betty's current address in Jersey City. Thanks. Anytime. He pocketed the phone, his expression calm. Lesson learned. He had once believed in fairness, no collateral vengeance. But Betty Ross had shattered that illusion. If he hadn't recently ignited the dragon constellation, if his cosmos hadn't evolved and granted him that glimpse of the sixth sense, Gwen would have been taken before he even knew what was happening. And if he couldn't get her back? That thought alone chilled him. No more. From now on, family sticks together, all of them. As he walked out of the building, Peter approached, but froze when the killing intent radiating from Hawk made every hair on his body stand on end. Hawk suppressed it with a smile. Peter. Still here. Where's Mary? She went to check on Gwen. And you? Peter hesitated, then said, I was going to offer help. But you probably don't need it. You've already figured out who's behind this, right? Hawk nodded. Peter sighed. All right then. If you need me, call. I'm heading to see Harry. He's not himself lately. Hawk raised a brow. Harry? Didn't he say Felicia Hardy helped him secure Oscorp? Who knows? He sounded off. Peter gave a wave. Call if you need me. Sure. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Peter vanished into the trees, then moments later Spider-Man swung skyward on a strand of webbing. He hadn't asked what Hawk would do about Betty Ross. He already knew. She was as good as dead. Hawk understood. If anyone had tried to kidnap Aunt May, Peter would have done the same. No exceptions. Hawk smiled faintly, then flagged down a cab. Jersey City. Lincoln Park. Got it. The cabbie grinned in the mirror. A good fare. He floored it across the Hudson. 45 minutes later, Hawk stood before Lincoln Park, eyes shifting to the upscale apartment building across the street. Betty Ross's residence. The phone buzzed again. Hawk, Victoria Hand, Shield. This situation. Fuck off. He hung up without waiting. Inside Shield's New York command center, Victoria Hand scowled at the cut connection and immediately called Maria Hill. Hawk's already found Betty Ross. So soon. Hill's frown deepened. Didn't I tell you to keep her under watch so she wouldn't do anything stupid? She's been quiet since moving to Jersey City. Her account's in Stark's banking system. Without Tony's new authorization codes, we couldn't check transfers. We thought she'd let it go. Hill pinched her forehead. Where's Hawk now? Upstairs. Hill shot to her feet, her voice cracking. Betty. At home. And Bruce. Still at the lab. Hill fell silent. Do we just watch him kill her? Hand asked tightly. Hill exhaled slowly. Can we even stop him? And don't forget, it was Betty who struck first. Ross came after him, and he killed Ross. Now Betty's turn. Hand clenched her jaw. Hill's tone hardened. Shield keeps the peace of the world, not the peace of one family. Hawk's lived quietly since Quantico. If Betty Ross stirred this, I won't risk Shield playing chicken with someone who follows one rule: don't provoke me, and I won't provoke you. Hand said nothing. She couldn't argue. Meanwhile, at the Lincoln Park apartments, Hawk reached the 10th floor. He stood before Betty Ross's door. He raised a hand to push it open. And the door swung open from inside. Chapter 94, Betty Ross, entering the game with her life. Hawk's raised hand froze midair. Betty Ross, dressed in simple loungewear, opened the door. Her face calm, she glanced at him, then stepped aside. Come in. As if she had been expecting him. Hawk lowered his hand, studied the woman before him, no fear, no trembling, only the composure of someone facing death, and chuckled softly. Then he stepped inside. The door closed behind them. Betty walked toward the bar. Drink? No. I'm in a hurry. Her steps faltered at that. She inhaled deeply. Then may I have one last glass of whiskey? Hawk considered. Fine. Thank you. She retrieved a bottle, poured herself a measure, and lifted the glass. Her eyes were steady, her expression calm. But the slight tremor in her hand betrayed her heart. No one truly faces death without fear. Not even Hawk. Early choices decide later ends, he said flatly. You killed my father. Betty met his gaze, her voice level. I only sought revenge. The same way you avenged your sister. Hawk gave a dry laugh. Exactly. Which is why you get this, your final drink. Thank you. She sipped again. I'm curious, Hawk asked coldly. What was your plan? Kidnap Gwen, force me into suicide. No. Betty's eyes darkened. Kill her. Record it. Send it to you. Hawk arched a brow. Madness. A lunatic scheme. But madness carried no immunity here. He smiled faintly. A clever idea. If you couldn't kill me, you'd kill the girl I love. Even if I came for you, Gwen would already be gone. Yes, she admitted. But you ruined it. She drained the glass, set it down, and looked at him with a self-mocking smile. She's lucky. Her luck is your misfortune. Indeed, Hawk replied coldly. In a blur, he appeared before her, seized her throat, and slammed her against the wall. His grip tightened, then loosened just enough. Your last words. Betty gave a chilling laugh. I'll wait for you in hell. Hawk's lips curled. I'll be there. My sister's still waiting for me. His hand snapped shut. Crack. Betty Ross's face froze in a mask of venom and hate. Then her body collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Hawk's eyes shifted to a wedding photo hanging nearby, Bruce and Betty, smiling in their finery. He studied the corpse, then chuckled coldly. So this is your play? Enter the game with your life. Fine. I'll grant you that chance. Because Betty couldn't kill him. She had gambled instead that her death would ignite Bruce Banner. Banner might not avenge a father-in-law who once hunted him. But a wife. A wife's blood could fuel vengeance. Perhaps she had even hoped to be pregnant, to bind Banner further. But Hawk knew she wasn't. He suspected she had intended to wait for that, until impatience or despair drove her to act now. It was a gamble. And Hawk wanted to see if Bruce Banner would take the bait. Because a part of him regretted killing only the Hulk. The Hulk was dead, but Banner still lived. Who knew if he could transform again? Now, Hawk would find out. He left. Hours later, Banner returned home. And froze. Betty's body lay cold on the floor. It was as if a hammer struck his skull. His mind went blank. Victoria Hand, who had followed him upstairs, stood in the doorway. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tracked everything by satellite, but she had waited until Banner arrived. Betty. Banner collapsed beside her corpse, clutching her in his arms, wailing. Victoria stayed silent, watching him sob from morning light until dusk fell. Only then did she approach, guiding him aside as agents carried the body away. Condolences, Bruce, she said softly. His head lifted, red-rimmed eyes blazing. Who? What? Who did this? Victoria met his gaze. Hawk. She explained everything, Betty's black market deal, the failed attempt on Gwen, Hawk's retaliation. At first Banner's fury burned like wildfire. But as she spoke on, the fire faltered. It was the truth. Betty had struck first. Hawk had simply answered. Bruce fell silent, his eyes hollow once more. Condolences, Victoria repeated quietly. Banner did not respond. His gaze had locked on the wedding photo, hanging above the empty room like a cruel reminder. Chapter 95, Nick Fury. Yes, Betty was pregnant. A few days later. Hawk drove the freshly repaired black Audi A8 from Gongrong Insurance, with Gwen in the passenger seat, toward JFK Airport. Today was Gwen's flight to California, where she would visit UC Berkeley. Originally, George had wanted to take her. He'd even brought it up at dinner the night before, only to be firmly rejected by Gwen. Hawk parked, pulled her luggage from the trunk, and together they walked arm in arm toward the entrance. Will someone be meeting you there? He asked. Relax. Berkeley's sending someone. All right. If you're worried, you could always come with me, Gwen teased, eyes bright. Maybe someone will try to kidnap me again. Hawk only looked at her silently. After a pause, he replied flatly, there won't be. You sure? Yes. This was the first time, and the last. Betty Ross's scheme had failed. No one would dare try again. At the gate, as they waited for boarding, Hawk handed Gwen a slip of paper with a number written on it. "What's this?" "Your protection in California. You'll probably meet her as soon as you land." Gwen blinked, then laughed softly. "I was joking, Hawk." "I wasn't." His tone was deadly serious. "Just in case." She frowned. "I thought the kidnapping case was over." "It is. But one loose end remains." Betty Ross was gone. But Bruce Banner was still alive. That was the uncertainty. "Hawk." Gwen clasped his hand gently. "Don't let your heart turn restless. Bruce Banner is innocent, for now." The official line was already clean. The FBI announced they'd killed a rogue officer linked to the kidnappers. NYPD had no idea what to make of it. Gwen, though, knew the truth. Hawk hadn't hidden it from her. She knew Betty Ross had used her marriage as part of a revenge plot. And Gwen had felt no sympathy. Only contempt. She was kind, but not naive. A would-be murderer deserved no tears. Bruce Banner, though. That was different. He was just another victim of Betty's manipulation. If Betty really loved him, she'd have wanted him happy, Gwen said then, echoing her thoughts now. Not drag him into this. Hawk had almost killed Banner along with Betty. Gwen had stopped him. She had said the same thing, Betty deserved her fate. But Bruce. Bruce was pitiful. "Please, Hawk. Wait. If he really falls into her trap, if he comes after you, then I won't stop you. But don't stain your hands yet." Hawk met her eyes. Then smiled faintly. "All right. We'll wait." Moments later, Gwen's flight began boarding. She hugged him, kissed him lightly, and left. Half an hour later, her plane pierced the clouds. Hawk turned away, walked to the airline counter. One ticket to Paris. In half an hour. From there, he'd fly straight to Africa. He already had a car waiting at the airport. Meanwhile, in Jersey City, a funeral was being held. Few guests attended, but every one of them carried weight. Pepper Potts arrived first, dressed in morning black. "Bruce. I'm sorry. Tony wanted to come, but Dr. Zhao won't let him travel during treatment." Bruce forced a wan smile. "He called me last night. I understand." Then Sharon Carter came, bringing Steve Rogers' condolences. His aunt's condition worsened, she explained. Bruce only nodded. "It's fine." Later Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton came. But mid-conversation, their phones buzzed with urgent alerts. Bruce spared them with a tired smile. "Go. I'll be fine." One by one, they left. The funeral ended. Sunset painted the sky. Bruce stood alone before Betty's grave, staring at her smiling photo. A shadow approached. "Condolences." Bruce turned. The black coat. The eye patch. "Nick." Fury nodded slightly, his single eye resting on the headstone. "Too young. Too reckless. I thought marriage meant she'd finally let go." "Marriage?" Bruce gave a bitter smile. Fury exhaled, patted his shoulder. "A shame, especially for the child she carried." Bruce stiffened. His head snapped up, eyes wide. "What did you just say?" "The child," Fury said, surprised. "You didn't know." "Last week, when she came to Shields Hospital, they found she was a month pregnant." Fury frowned, realization dawning. "Of course. Hand and the others are all peace-first types. Naturally, they wouldn't tell you." Bruce stood frozen. Silent. Chapter 96, A Life for a Life. Nick Fury's words struck Bruce like lightning. He froze. Then slowly, his gaze lifted back to the headstone before him. On it, Betty's picture smiled at him, radiant, as though she were still alive. Bruce said nothing. An hour later. Back at his apartment, Bruce carried a cardboard box filled with Betty's belongings from the bedroom to the living room. He carefully removed their wedding photo from the wall, set it gently against the wall, then sank to the floor, staring at it blankly. A chime broke the silence. His phone. It was an email from Nick Fury. Attached, a SHIELD medical report. Bruce opened it. Read it. Said nothing. Then dialed Fury's number. The line connected. "Bruce. You were part of her plan." Or was this plan yours from the start, Nick? What? Fury faltered, a pit forming in his gut. Bruce's eyes never left the photo. Betty knew the man who killed General Ross was the same one who killed the Hulk. I assume you told her that. What? I'm not stupid, Nick. Bruce's voice was calm. Too calm. My IQ may not be genius level, but it's higher than yours. And right now, I almost wish it weren't. On the other end, Fury breathed heavily for a few seconds. Then, I don't understand what you're. Betty couldn't have been pregnant. Not with me. Fury stiffened. What? I was exposed to lethal levels of gamma radiation, Bruce whispered. His eyes darkened. I can't father children. So tell me, Nick, what was your real reason for forging that report? Betty refused your plan, didn't she? Fury fell silent. Then laughed bitterly. Yes. You're lying, Nick. What? Again, I'm smarter than you. Bruce's tone turned sharp. When I was hunted by Ross, I learned to hear lies, even without seeing a face. And you just lied to me. Bruce, You're pathetic, Bruce cut him off. She refused your proposal, yet you went ahead anyway. Why? He pulled out a second phone, opened the video files. Betty's last recording began to play. Betty sat on their couch, calm, her eyes steady. Bruce, if you're watching this, I'm already gone. I'm sorry. I thought about forgetting everything, starting over with you. I really did. But I couldn't. To me, my father wasn't a monster, he was the best man I ever knew. I loved you. But I couldn't forget him. Her voice trembled, then steadied. When I resolved to act, Nick Fury approached me. He suggested pregnancy. That it would bind you to avenge me. I refused. I could use love to chain you, but I would never use a lie. She paused, tears in her eyes. Bruce, whatever choice you make, remember, I loved you. On our wedding day, I married you out of love. Goodbye. Forever yours, Betty. The video ended. Bruce exhaled slowly, then spoke into the phone. You didn't expect her to leave me a message, did you, Nick? Fury's silence said enough. Finally, Fury sighed. He's too dangerous, Bruce. Someone has to stop him if he ever loses control. Natasha and Barton can't. Rogers won't. Stark is stepping down. Thor's gone. That leaves only you. Only the Hulk. So yes. Betty's death is tragic. But it means you must step up. Bruce chuckled darkly. You're such a hypocrite, Nick Fury. Bruce. Don't pretend this is about justice. You're terrified. Terrified Hawk will discover it was you who leaked his location to Ross. Terrified he'll crush your skull the way he did Ross's. So you tried to twist Betty's grief into your weapon. And when she refused, you forged that report. Fury didn't deny it. His voice was flat. Bruce, you're mistaken. Stop. The only reason you're still on this line is because you're scared I'll tell Hill and the others the truth. Relax. I won't. You can slam the phone down in rage now. A click. Silence. Bruce dropped the phone, unmoved. His eyes returned to Betty's frozen smile in the video. Her words echoed, I loved you. And he knew what he must do. Actually. He whispered, I wasn't lying when I said the Hulk is dead. He is. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. But I think I can bring him back. For a price. He touched the wedding photo. One life, for one life. Betty, I hated the Hulk. He ruined everything. But now, nothing matters anymore. You're gone. So I'll trade my life for his. Wait for me in hell. I'll be there soon. In the darkened apartment, Bruce murmured to himself, eyes on her image. End of chapter. Check out my Patreon for plus 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics. www.patreon.com/Eurodome. Thank you for your support. Comment. One comment. Vote. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, either you hand it over, or I'll take it myself. The vast African savanna stretched endlessly. A jeep roared across the plains. Inside, Hawk gripped the wheel with one hand while glancing into the rearview mirror. A cheetah sprinted after the vehicle, closing in fast. With his other hand, he held a phone, speaking casually with Gwen, who was still in California visiting UC Berkeley. Today marked Gwen's 15th day in Berkeley. And Hawk's very first day in Africa. Why so late? 15 days earlier, when he'd been at Paris airport, ready to transfer onto a flight to Africa, the news came in, rebel forces had seized the airport. A grim update. And worse, this happened 3 times. Each time Hawk rebooked to another small country's airport near Wakanda, rebels struck there too. It was as if the region had its own twisted matchmaking system. In the end, 4 neighboring African states around Wakanda all plunged into chaos. Still, after the setbacks, Hawk finally made it. He smiled faintly. Some storms on the road, but the result is what matters. Rah! The cheetah behind him leapt, slamming onto the jeep. Hawk ended the call with Gwen, turned, and smacked the beast's skull with one open hand. The predator yelped, flying off the roof and tumbling to the ground, stunned. Satisfied, Hawk pressed the accelerator and sped on. Ahead lay Wakanda. To outsiders, it was a poor tribal state, a patchwork of clans. At its core, though, ruled the Golden Tribe, with King Chaka at its head. On the surface, Wakanda looked primitive, appearing at the UN only to beg for aid. In truth, it secretly hoarded vibranium and grew stronger in silence. Hawk knew better. The jeep screeched to a halt outside a small village of 30 or so tents. Tribesmen emerged, lean, malnourished-looking, carrying wooden spears. The eldest, holding a decorated staff, approached and greeted him in flawless English. "Outsider, welcome to Wakanda. Are you here to trade?" The clan acted well, their job was to fool foreigners, pose as a starving people selling cattle or sheep. Hawk smiled. Yes. Yesterday, Shining merchants bought more than 100 head of livestock. We have about 50 left. How many do you need? A ton. The elder blinked. What? A ton of vibranium, Hawk said calmly. The men froze. His companions exchanged confused glances. Vibranium. What's that? Hawk checked the time on his phone, then looked the elder in the eye. It's 4 o'clock now. You have until 7 tomorrow morning. Either you hand it over, or I go in and take it myself. And if I go in, the consequences are on you. Without another word, he returned to the jeep, reclined his seat, folded his arms, and closed his eyes. Outside, the Wakandan exchanged uneasy looks. One opened his mouth to whisper, but the elder silenced him with a sharp glare. Later, they retreated to a tent, resuming their act as simple tribespeople. Children peeked curiously at the jeep. Their performance had fooled the UN for years. Aid money poured in, convinced Wakanda was impoverished. But Hawk wasn't fooled. Night fell. The tribe lit bonfires, laughing and singing, eyes constantly flicking toward the jeep. They whispered in English, careless. He's still in there. Yes. Switch to Wakandan. Relax, he can't hear us from that far. Still lying down. Since afternoon, hasn't moved. Where's Lun? He went home. Hawk's lips curved faintly in the dark. He'd heard everything. He let them play their little game, while his consciousness sank into the cosmos within. Between the dragon and phoenix constellations, the elusive sixth sense shimmered before him. Dawn. Hawk stepped out, stretched, checked his phone, then began his daily regimen, 10,000 punches. In a nearby tent, 2 Wakandan peeked through a hole, whispering about the strange outsider boxing the air. Soon, footsteps approached, the elder, Lun, returned with more warriors, ready to drive Hawk away. But just then, another jeep appeared on the horizon. Its driver came into view. Bruce Banner. Chapter 98, The Evil Saint Seiya arrives at the gates. Bruce Banner parked the jeep in front of Hawk, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. Hawk, just finishing his last punch, looked calmly at the men now standing before him. At the gate of the Wakandan village, tribesmen gathered, exchanging uneasy glances at the scene unfolding. Their eyes met. Hawk broke the silence first. Dr. Banner. Hawk. Banner looked composed, no anger, no madness, just calm. He even smiled faintly, as though greeting an old acquaintance. His gaze drifted around the landscape. This place, the view is beautiful. Beautiful enough to be a final resting place, he added in his mind. Though Wakanda looked poor and desolate to the outside world, its surroundings were indeed pristine: grasslands, lakes, forests untouched by modern industry. A rare natural paradise. Hawk caught the hidden meaning in his words and chuckled. "I thought you'd given up." "I had." "Then why change your mind?" "Betty left me a message." "Oh." Hawk nodded knowingly, then shrugged. "You could have waited until I came back to New York." Banner shook his head. "Not New York." "Why?" "Too many people." "If we fought there, what if another Hulk appeared?" "Ha." Hawk laughed once, then let his smile fade. He looked Banner in the eyes. "So here." "Here." "Fine." Hawk's lips curved into a faint smile. The next instant. Boom. Hawk vanished, only to reappear where Banner had stood. Banner's body, bent like a cooked shrimp, shot backward like a cannonball. Crash. Thud. Boom. He plowed through the earth, gouging a trench 50 meters long before lying still in the dirt. When the dust cleared, Banner lay motionless, lifeless. Dead. Hawk stood in place, face blank, staring at the corpse in the distance. If Banner sought death, he would not stop him. He would grant it. But time ticked on. Banner's body cooled. Still, no Hulk emerged. Hawk frowned. Did I misjudge him? Was he really just here to die? Strange. No matter. Vibranium came first. Turning away, Hawk's eyes shifted toward the Wakandan village. Above the tents, alarm bells rang out. Dozens of Wakandans stood ready, spears in hand, led by the elder from yesterday. "It's 7 o'clock, Hawk said evenly. Vibranium. He tossed his phone into the jeep, rolled up his sleeves, and strode forward, his calm voice carrying across the clearing. He stopped 5 meters from the elder, eyes like blades. "Hand it over." "Never," the elder barked, slamming his staff into the ground. Clang. The ornate stick shimmered, transforming into a metal spear. Behind him, the others followed suit, their wooden spears reshaping into gleaming vibranium weapons. The elder struck the ground again. Wakanda. Forever. Their war cry thundered like an earthquake. Then, the elder charged, spear aimed at Hawk's chest, with 30 warriors at his back. Like a herd of enraged boars. Hawk chuckled. Good. Let God be my witness, they attacked first. He bent slightly, lips curling. Boom. The sonic boom cracked the air as Hawk vanished. The elder's body tore apart in midair, reduced to bare bones before his followers' eyes. The shockwave blasted the rest into the air, scattering them across the ground. Thud thud thud. They fell like dumplings into boiling water, but quickly regrouped, clutching their spears. One cried out, staring at the skeletal remains. Lun. Lun is dead, Hawk said coldly. Your choice. The survivors roared in unison. Never. Wakanda forever. Kill. They charged again, spears raised. Hawk said nothing. He drew back his right fist. Then. Flash speed fist. In an instant, 345 blows exploded forth, fist shadows filling the air. When the last echo faded, silence fell. No warriors remained standing. Only blood. Broken bodies strewn across the grass. But their vibranium spears remained intact, glinting in the morning sun. Hawk picked one up, tested its strength with both hands, but without burning his cosmos, the weapon did not bend. As expected of vibranium. He tossed it aside, then vanished again in a burst of sonic thunder. The blood on the grass flowed toward Banner's corpse in the distance. Hawk reappeared before the hidden gates of Wakanda. This time, soldiers stood ready, clad in blue armor, vibranium spears in hand. In front were more than 20 warriors riding massive rhino-like beasts, towering and snorting uneasily. At their head was a bald woman, neck adorned with golden rings, Okoye, commander of the border tribe, Wakanda's first true line of defense. She raised her spear, pointing it at Hawk. Wakanda. Forever. Charge. Chapter 99, Before Wakanda, the Demon Hulk returns from hell. Rumble. As more than 20 massive war rhinos thundered forward, the ground itself trembled. Invader, die. At the front, Okoye, golden rings around her neck, leveled her vibranium spear and roared. Wakanda. Forever. Behind her, the border tribe warriors followed close, clad in blue armor, spears raised, surging like a tide toward Hawk. Expressionless, Hawk watched them come, a flood meant to drown him. Then he moved. No flashy technique. No unnecessary flourish. He didn't even have a cloth yet. Techniques like Phoenix's wings rise from ashes. Still beyond reach. But soon, perhaps soon. His step cracked the ground, right arm a blur, faster than sound itself. To the eye, it was one punch. Flash speed fist. Boom. The air split with a blinding sonic blast. A funnel-shaped shock wave ripped outward. The first to fall was Okoye, her face caved in, her head bursting like a melon, her body collapsing headless from the saddle. The rhino beneath her met the same fate, its skull pierced clean through. Behind them, row upon row of Wakandan warriors were shredded in the storm of blows. The aftermath was carnage. Limbs scattered. Blood pooled into streams, flowing downhill. Hawk lowered his fist, watching the slaughter without a flicker of hesitation. If Flash Speed Fist does this much, he murmured, what about Phoenix's wings? The thought almost made him smile. It was the most satisfying fight he'd ever had. For once, no restraint. No doubt. No hesitation. Only battle. He turned then, eyes falling on the golden dome shielding Wakanda's true city. The last barrier. He stepped forward, vanishing just as the river of blood reached Bruce Banner's body lying cold in the trench. The blood soaked him, thickening, darkening, until it became black as ink. Banner's heart, once still, twitched. Thump. Meanwhile, Hawk reappeared before the golden shield and struck. Duang. Ripples spread across the barrier, only to fade, restoring calm. He narrowed his eyes. Flash Speed Fist. Duang. 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 Wave after wave spread across the golden dome, absorbed without effect. Vibranium, energy shield. Hawk hissed. Extravagant. Utterly extravagant. Vibranium spears, vibranium shields, now even their energy barrier was powered by it. Inside Wakanda's command chamber, King Chaka, clad in the Black Panther suit, watched the live feed grimly. His identity. Found it. Princess Shuri's fingers flew across her console, pulling up Shield's sealed records, Quanticut massacre footage flashing above. One punch breaking tanks. One punch toppling towers. 1 foot crushing General Ross. The data's thorough, she muttered, frowning, but it makes no sense. 18 years old. And this strength. His energy signature, unknown. She shook her head. Science couldn't explain him. Then, alarms blared. Shuri's eyes widened at the new readings. Energy spike detected at the merchant tribe ruins. Strong, still rising. She compared the pattern. Hulk, she whispered. Then corrected herself. No, not Hulk, but close. Very close. She switched the feed. On screen, blood, bodies, and suddenly, a black colossus. The Hulk. But wrong. A black Hulk. Roar. The soul-rending bellow shook the earth. Hulk. Outside, Hawk's sixth sense flared, he vanished instantly. Boom. The demon Hulk slammed down where Hawk had stood, like a black meteor hurled from hell. The ground split like shattered glass. Mud and blood rained upward. The thing rose from the crater, massive and grotesque, muscles bulging like mountains, each breath a gale, eyes burning like a devil's. Well, damn, Hawk muttered, genuinely shocked. Not just Hulk. Demon Hulk. Back from the dead. Even with his senses wide open, he hadn't seen it coming. Not until his sixth sense screamed. This Hulk was stronger. Terrifyingly so. The demon Hulk locked eyes with him. Memories flashed, Hawk drowning the regular Hulk. Rage surged hotter. Roar. The monster's heel slammed the earth, the ground breaking like dry bread. The Black Mountain charged, a battering ram of pure destruction. Hawk's pupils shrank. But he did not retreat. Chapter 100, A Saint Seiya who can't fly isn't a Saint Seiya. A Saint Seiya never retreats. Neither would Hawk. The demon Hulk charged like a living battering ram, the air itself torn apart with each step, a thunderous roar in his wake. 100 meters vanished in a blink. Hulk. The black giant's fist came crashing down, aiming to smash Hawk like an ant beneath a hammer. But in the instant before impact, Hawk's figure blurred, gone. Boom. The fist struck earth, detonating like dynamite. Shock waves ripped outward, tearing soil and grass to shreds, uprooting trees within 100 meters. The vibranium dome above shimmered wildly with cascading ripples. And then, Hawk reappeared at the monster's side. Flash speed fist. His right arm, muscles taut as a drawn bow, blurred into a storm of blows. Fist shadows poured like a golden rainstorm onto Hulk's mountainous frame. Bang 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 bang. The ground quaked. The sky thundered. Hulk himself seemed to spark with lightning. Who, LK? Rage. The demon Hulk bellowed, blood-red eyes blazing. He raised a fist the size of a truck and swung down, power enough to reshape the landscape. Hawk met it head-on. Crash. The collision was cataclysmic. Hawk was hurled back, shirt torn to shreds, bare muscles gleaming as his body slammed against the vibranium barrier. The dome absorbed the impact in rippling waves. Alert. Alert. Shield power, 80%. Shield power, 70%. Recharge immediately. Shuri barked, fingers flying across her console. In the command hall, King Chaka stared at the projection, voice low with disbelief. What monster is this? Not just Hulk, Shuri muttered. It's Hulk's energy, yes, but tainted. Mixed with something else. Hellfire. But Chaka wasn't watching the Hulk. His eyes were fixed on Hawk, the young man who had survived that punch, who was already back on his feet, striking again. Fist shadows rained upward, smashing Hulk's jaw. The Black Titan's head snapped back, feet lifting from the ground, body crashing into the dirt to carve a new crater. Dust billowed. From within it, a monstrous aura surged. The demon Hulk rose, more savage than before, golden scorch marks fading as his wounds closed. His body swelled larger, muscles bulging grotesquely. He's getting stronger again. Hawk scowled. This wasn't a fight he wanted. If Hulk's fury kept feeding his power, then Hawk had no chance of winning. And he hadn't come here to play games. He'd come for vibranium. His gaze flicked to the golden dome shielding Wakanda. At that moment, the enraged Hulk lunged once more. Hawk vanished, reappearing before the barrier, just as Hulk's fist slammed down where he had stood. Boom. The blow crashed into the vibranium shield. Energy screamed. Shield integrity 60%. Damn it. Shuri cursed. He's using Hulk to break our barrier. No, Chaka said suddenly. Open a breach. Let them in. What? Shuri spun toward him, eyes wide. The shield cannot fall. If it does, Wakanda is exposed to the world. Open a gate. Contain them inside. Reluctantly, Shuri obeyed. Open C8 through C1. Now. The golden dome rippled. A gap tore open. Hawk's eyes lit up. He understood at once, it was the only choice they had. Without hesitation, he darted toward the opening. The demon Hulk thundered after him. The breach sealed shut behind them. On the outside, their figures vanished from every satellite's sight. Whoa. Hawk exhaled as the hidden nation unfolded before him. Sheer cliffs, cascading waterfalls, and a city of gleaming towers and impossible technology. But no time to admire it. The demon Hulk was already upon him. Hawk flickered behind him. Hulk skidded to the edge of the cliff, halted, and turned, just in time to see Hawk's grin. The saint raised his fist and drove it into the cliff beneath Hulk's feet. Crack! The rock split like glass. Fissures raced outward. For a heartbeat, the Hulk froze. Then. Crash! The cliff sheared away, and the Black Titan toppled with it, roaring as he plunged toward the roaring river below. Hyuk!